Now that he had 1 billion supreme enhancement points, Zhou Han was instantly filled with confidence. No matter how strong the desolate Heaven King was, so what? As long as he enhanced it enough, not to mention the desolate Heaven King. Even if the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor came, Zhou Han would not be afraid and would not take him seriously. This was the power of the only SSS rank talent. Good lord, there's actually a fashion set. Moreover, it's sovereign grade. What a huge surprise. Zhou Han continued to check the information on the interface. He checked the spatial inventory. As expected, there was a set of dazzling fashions stored inside. On the fashion, all kinds of lights intertwined and a powerful force surged out. It was needless to say how powerful the sovereign grade was. An ancient and domineering aura kept circulating. Zhou Han liked this fashion set at a glance. It was not only because of its powerful strength, but mainly because that dominance and dignity were very compatible with his temperament. This was simply tailor-made for him. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with excitement. Then, he sent an appraisal and checked the specific attribute data. System prompt. You have activated Transcendent Perception and successfully appraised the sovereign grade fashion, Starry Sky Mythology. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. Sure enough, the attribute description of the fashion appeared on it. It was obvious. How can such good fashion not be enhanced? Enhance it 50 times first. Zhou Han waved his hand and said domineeringly. Now that he had a large number of enhancement points, he was just so willful. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement, and consumed 40 million supreme enhancement points. The sovereign grade fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, has been successfully enhanced 50 times. New attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. The white light kept flashing. The originally powerful clothes underwent an even more magical change. Not only did violent power pour out, like an ocean torrent, but it also surged and was majestic, revealing its vast power. The aura is getting stronger. I'm looking forward to it. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he had already seen the specific attribute description. Starry Sky Mythology plus 50. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Top Grade Fashion. Description, who is the overlord of the vast starry sky? The myth is immortal and rules all living beings. At this moment, it has condensed the mysterious power of the stars. It is incomparably powerful and extraordinary. It makes people look up to it. After wearing it, you will have a deeper understanding of the power of the stars and spatial power. Basic attributes. In a combat state, an endless stream of star power will surge into your body. All attributes will increase by 10,000 times. Moreover, your experience points will automatically increase by 20% every day. Unique passive, Starry Sky Ruler. You will activate the 9 intrinsic stars and establish a mysterious connection. After you are killed, you can use your intrinsic stars to revive from afar to avoid being killed again by your opponent. Exclusive skill, Mythical, Star Transformation. After releasing it, summon 9,999 stars and detonate them all, releasing a terrifying destructive power that will cause violent bombardment to all enemy units within 1,000,000 miles. Cooldown, 3 days. Description, bound item. Cannot be traded. Is this a sovereign grade fashion? It's so strong that it's really breathtaking. After Zhou Han checked, he revealed a shocked expression. This was because this effect was indeed very powerful and had already exceeded his imagination. Of course, it had such an abnormal effect mainly because it had been enhanced 50 times. Otherwise, its power would not be so abnormal. Strong. Very strong. How pleasant. When I have enough enhancement points, I can completely enhance it more times. Zhou Han smiled and thought to himself. Although 1 billion seemed a lot, the current Zhou Han had only come into contact with sovereign-grade temperaments. The slightly inferior ones were also of the quality of top pseudo-sovereign. These consumed a lot of enhancement points. It easily cost tens of millions of enhancement points. Therefore, Zhou Han still insisted that he should spend money wisely and not waste it. Using the supreme enhancement points rationally was the way to go. Otherwise, it would be awkward if it was not enough at the critical moment. This was also why Zhou Han did not dare to enhance it too many times. He had to be careful and ensure that he had a powerful trump card at any time. Only by thinking carefully and thinking twice could he obtain longer. One had to know that he was only ranked 10th in this world now. There were still 8 top experts above his head. There were many experts who were out of time. It was very likely that the former would crush the latter. Therefore, Zhou Han had to be careful. He had yet to become the number 1 in the world, so he definitely could not be arrogant. Otherwise, what awaited him was probably eternal damnation. In that case, it was very necessary to leave a large number of supreme enhancement points. This was because at the critical moment, he could activate enhancement according to the actual situation and face unexpected situations. Moreover, with his trump card, Zhou Han had more combat decisions. This was the meaning of keeping enhancement points. If not for the fact that he had encountered a powerful opponent like the Desolate Heaven King clone previously, Zhou Han would not have exhausted all the supreme enhancement points on hand. Fortunately, Zhou Han had supreme enhancement points on hand during the battle. This caused him to win the battle with the Desolate Heaven King clone without any mishaps. If not for the fact that at the critical moment, it had enhanced the Honorable Soul banner and given its exclusive skill, the Soul Fusion technique, greater power. Then, Zhou Han would not be able to use the power of the Soul Fusion technique to destroy the Desolate Heaven King clone and the Nirvana world released through the Supreme Eyes. In that case, Zhou Han's outcome would be very tragic. He was exhausted to death by the Nirvana world. In combat, all attributes will increase by 10,000 times. I can still obtain 20% experience points every day. This basic effect is obvious. Awesome, Zhou Han said with a smile. Not only did it have great combat strength, moreover, it was very important to increase experience points. The higher the level, the more experience points it required. It increased by 20% every day. This effect was very powerful. Zhou Han had already broken through the upper limit of level 500. Therefore, as long as he had enough experience points, he could reach level 500. Leveling up could increase all his attributes. Then Zhou Han's strength would definitely increase steadily. With a 20% increase in experience, even if Zhou Han did not farm monsters, he could level up in 5 days. After skimming over the basic attributes, Zhou Han looked at the unique passive, Starry Sky Ruler. A smile bloomed on his face unconsciously. The effect of the Starry Sky Ruler was naturally incomparably powerful. Its survivability could be said to be invincible. 9 intrinsic stars. Then I should be able to revive 9 times. Very good, very powerful. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile, extremely satisfied. This resurrection was a little different from other resurrections. The other resurrections were on the spot or near the place of death. In that case, there was a drawback. It was easy for the opponent to spawn camp. If you revived once, others would kill you once. Until the number of resurrections was used up, what awaited him would be true death. This was the drawback of ordinary resurrection. There was a high chance that after being killed, there would really be nothing left. This resurrection was mainly targeted at situations where they were killed by a sneak attack or were stronger than their opponents. But because of carelessness or mistakes, they were ambushed by their opponents. In that case, he would not be affected after the resurrection. Therefore, after such a comparison, it could be seen that the Starry Sky Ruler had an advantage. He could revive from afar through the 9 intrinsic stars. It was very far away. The opponent could not lock onto his aura at all. It was very difficult to track him. Therefore, in this case, his life-saving ability was very powerful. He would not be targeted after death. As long as he could survive, he could get back at them in the future. Then there was an exclusive skill, mythical, star transformation. What an exaggerated skill. Detonate 9,999 stars. It's unimaginable how terrifying the power released is. This can be considered an ultimate move in the end. The cooldown is 3 days. After Zhou Han finished reading the relevant attribute description, he was also shocked. To be able to cause a destructive blow within 1,000,000 miles, its power was really amazing. System prompt. You have a stronger fashion design detected. Do you want to change it automatically? Change. Zhou Han nodded. Then, the Starry Sky mythology set replaced his original clothes. A dazzling light circulated on Zhou Han's body. His body was filled with a hazy luster. Amidst the domineering aura, there was an additional hint of gorgeousness. It was very flashy. Master, you're so handsome. All the men in the world pale in comparison to you. Little Bone praised sincerely. My lord, the #1 handsome man in the world. This temperament and elegance are what true experts have. The ashen, illusory beast echoed. Clearly, these were their sincere words. Zhou Han could feel it. After all, he was such an outstanding and handsome man. He didn't need anyone to tell him that. He knew it very well. Although his current martial strength was not at his strongest at that time, in terms of looks, no one dared to claim first place. He was just so confident. Low-key, low-key. Zhou Han smiled and said humbly, feeling very happy. Then, he opened his personal attribute panel and looked at the changes in his current attribute data. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 200, 2.22%. Health, 28.6 trillion. Attack, 50.38 billion. Defense, 44.66 billion. Soul power, 40.31 billion. Talent, infinite enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Golden Dragon Set, Tyrant Set, Black Emperor Set. Support equipment, Thunder Emperor Set, Flying Feather Set, Illusion God Set. Equipment, Blood Nether Set, Heavenly Constellation Set, Eternal Life Set, Blue Sky Set, Flame Soul Set, Star Form Set. Dharma Treasures, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Holy Angel Sword, Divine Trident, Immortal Binding Rope, Black Tortoise Armor, Nirvana Shield, Concealment Array, Sun Flame Treasure Mirror. Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart, plus 12, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body, plus 12, open and see the details. It's so strong to advance to the sovereign grade. Now, my health has already reached 28 trillion. What a pleasant and powerful experience. Seeing that all his attributes had increased greatly, Zhou Han said excitedly, extremely satisfied. These were all improvements after advancing to the sovereign grade. At this moment, his combat strength had expanded unprecedentedly. A majestic power circulated quickly in his body, surging crazily. The feeling of becoming stronger was incomparably comfortable. Zhou Han clenched his fist gently, and endless lightning, flames, storms, and other waves spewed out. The space he was in also cracked inch by inch. The space could not withstand his powerful power at all. After space shattered, it would turn into an empty space with a huge suction force. After being sucked into the void, one would basically be lost in the vast universe. However, this was nothing to Zhou Han. At this moment, there was an empty space around him. However, that suction force could not do anything to an expert like Zhou Han. He acted as if nothing had happened and was not affected at all. Interesting. I'll set a small goal first and become the #1 expert in the world. Zhou Han smiled and said indifferently. Although through the description of the Heaven Opening Axe, his current combat strength was ranked 9th, he was already extremely powerful. However, Zhou Han, who had the heart of an expert, would definitely not satisfy such a ranking. He definitely wanted to fight for first place. Only by constantly challenging himself and breaking through his limits could he see a wider world. The universe was so big, and Zhou Han also wanted to take a look. Therefore, his goal was the sea of stars to explore the many mysteries of the universe. Perhaps at that time, he could return to Earth. After all, the current Zhou Han had such powerful strength. They would definitely want to return to Earth and show off in front of their relatives and friends. It was the feeling of returning to their hometown in glory. Although such thoughts were childish, it was also a different feeling to pretend occasionally. The premise of all of this was to increase his strength. As long as his strength was enough, in the face of absolute strength, no universe law, heavenly Tao reincarnation, or anything could restrain it. The starry sky was so vast that he could gallop freely. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. System prompt. Your ambition has been detected. The special mission has been issued. Please check it in time. System prompt. Your ambition has been detected. The special mission has been issued. Please check it in time. Just as Zhou Han was looking forward to a good future, a notification sounded in his mind. A special mission? Is it a special mission to leave the Godfiend continent? Zhou Han's eyes narrowed as he muttered. He knew from Emperor Xianyuan that after every player advanced to the sovereign grade, they would trigger a special mission. After completing this mission, he could leave the Godfiend continent. This was because the Godfiend continent was like a cage, or rather, a trial ground. As long as he broke through the shackles, he could see a wider world. This mission should have been triggered after he advanced to the sovereign grade. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was delighted and hurriedly looked at the virtual interface. Soon, he could see everything on it. After seeing it clearly, the smile on Zhou Han's face widened. Mission name: the strongest person in the world. Type: special mission. Mission description: this mission will be automatically triggered by every player who advances to the sovereign grade. Every mission is unique. Only by working hard to become the strongest person in the world can you escape the shackles of this world. Mission duration: 1 million years. Mission objective: the current strongest person has been detected as the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. If you successfully defeat him, you can complete the mission. This target will be updated every other day. The specific strongest person will mainly be updated. Mission reward: randomly become the realm lord of a certain world. Become the strongest? Isn't that what I'm after? Now that it has become a special mission, this is good too, Zhou Han said with a smile. Even without the issuance of this special mission, he had to complete it. Now, it could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, it was not easy to complete the mission. Zhou Han had to continue working hard. After all, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was an expert that Emperor Xianyuan had specially named. Because of some grudges, perhaps Zhou Han did not have to challenge the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, but the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on his door. Therefore, the danger was obvious. If things went wrong, he would be killed by the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor before he could develop. No, I have to become stronger as soon as possible and think of everything. Zhou Han also felt an unprecedented pressure. First, it was brought by the desolate Heaven King, and now, there was the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. None of them were easy to deal with. Let's see how powerful the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture is. As Emperor Xianyuan had already taught him the cultivation technique, the relevant information had already been stored in Zhou Han's mind. However, before he cultivated, he wanted to wait until he had the supreme enhancement points to enhance it before cultivating. Now that he had 1 billion supreme enhancement points, he could enhance them. After all, the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture definitely had something unique. Its power would definitely not disappoint. Now that there was a huge pressure, Zhou Han naturally would not give up such an opportunity to increase his strength. Is someone looking for trouble with me again? Zhou Han was about to enhance it when he frowned slightly. This was because after his perception increased, he felt a monstrous killing intent sweeping 100,000 miles away. It flew in his direction. As for being able to determine the target the killing intent was pointing at from 100,000 miles away, this was about the magical effect of his divine sense becoming stronger. Zhou Han could tell that this killing intent was coming for him. Clearly, the other party wanted to kill him. Interesting. The strength of this aura and the attributes of strength should not be the desolate Heaven King. After checking with his divine sense, Zhou Han quickly analyzed in his heart. After all, he had fought the desolate Heaven King clone before. He was still very familiar with the other party's aura. Then who is it? If it were before, it might be a little troublesome. But now, Zhou Han smiled coldly, a trace of killing intent appearing on his face. Now that he had advanced to the sovereign grade, moreover, he had sovereign-grade fashion on him. His combat strength was no longer the same as before. It had undergone a tremendous change. The aura of the person was indeed powerful enough. However, Zhou Han was not afraid. He was confident that he could defeat the other party. All right, in that case, I'll meet him myself. Coupled with the information he had detected, Zhou Han quickly analyzed it and made a decision to take the initiative to attack. After all, he still had to increase his strength now. There was no time to waste on meaningless things. Therefore, it was definitely best to end the battle quickly. Little Rock, let's go. I want to see who's so arrogant. Zhou Han summoned the primordial chaos Golden Rock King and said domineeringly, "After advancing to the sovereign grade, I can test my true strength." "Yes, master. You really don't know what's good for you. Let's kill this blind person." Little Rock flapped his wings and flew away. Golden light spread, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. At this moment, a blood-red light surged on Emperor Vast's body as he quickly swept across the sky. There was a faint smile on his face. "Damn, am I seeing things? This is Emperor Vast's main body?" He also came to the chaotic mystic world. When did the chaotic mystic world become so lively? A few days ago, the desolate Heaven King's clone came over. Now, Emperor Vast is also here. What happened? Did he wake up? No one was unfamiliar with Emperor Vast's aura and image. After all, he was a famous expert. In an instant, everyone recognized him. They were all very shocked. Although the appearance of the desolate Heaven King was shocking enough, it was just a clone. Emperor Vast was a little different from the desolate Heaven King, but this time, his main body had descended. Therefore, the commotion caused by this was even stronger. There are really so many big things. There are so many super experts. I heard Emperor Vast just now, and he said something like kill Zhou Han. Do you know who this Zhou Han is? He actually alarmed the vast imperial city. Someone in the crowd asked curiously. Hearing this, many people were surprised. What? Zhou Han? Emperor Vast is also here to look for Zhou Han? TSK, TSK, TSK. This is interesting. You know Zhou Han? Is he very famous? Why haven't I heard of him? The man asked curiously when he saw a huge commotion in the crowd. Heh, brother, you just came to the chaotic mystic world, right? Yes. Is there a problem? I knew it. Otherwise, it's impossible for me not to have heard of Zhou Han. Let me tell you about Zhou Han's powerful battle results. In the chaotic mystic world, he's really capable of killing gods and Buddhas alike. Who wouldn't be scared SHTLS when they saw him? As someone recounted some of the time Zhou Han had spent in the chaotic mystic world, it caused an even greater sensation. This Zhou Han is too strong. He even dares to kill the desolate Heaven King's clone. How domineering. Tisk, TSK, TSK. He also killed an elder of the Vast Spirit sect? No wonder Emperor Vast wanted to find trouble with Zhou Han. After provoking so many top experts, can Zhou Han deal with them? The rise of any top expert is accompanied by a storm of blood. The current Zhou Han is in this state. That's true, but can Zhou Han defeat Emperor Vast? Looking at Emperor Vast's murderous expression, it won't be easy for Zhou Han to rise up. Let's go and follow him. This battle is definitely very exciting. Everyone was filled with curiosity. On one hand, it was the long-famous Emperor Vast. His terrifying combat strength was difficult to estimate. On the other hand, it was Zhou Han, who had recently risen powerfully. His powerful strength convinced everyone. Therefore, the battle between the two was naturally very interesting. Therefore, many people could not wait to follow the direction Emperor Vast flew. They wanted to see this earth-shattering battle. 100,000 miles was not far for super experts. Moreover, Zhou Han was also rushing towards Emperor Vast. Therefore, in a few breaths, the distance was about 1,000 meters. Huh. Interesting. He actually dares to attack? I wonder who gave you the confidence. At such a distance, Emperor Vast could naturally sense Zhou Han's aura easily. He smiled calmly, and the golden cloak on his body kept fluttering, looking very domineering. Emperor Vast? So it's you. I was wondering who it was. After Zhou Han used the appraisal, he quickly found relevant information about the other party. Previously, he had many grudges with the Vast Spirit sect. Now, as the sect master, it was very reasonable for Emperor Vast to personally attack. After all, if he sent his subordinates, they would only be sending their heads to Zhou Han. It was useless. Zhou Han was not surprised that Emperor Vast had come to find trouble with him. A huge sect was slapped in the face one after another. No matter how indifferent the sect master's personality was, they had no choice but to appear and get back at him. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock. Since you're here to give me your head, I'll gladly accept it, Zhou Han said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? The lackey beside Emperor Vast berated angrily. Standing beside Emperor Vast, he was filled with confidence. This was because Emperor Vast's powerful strength could make him fearless. Our sect master is merciful. If you kneel down and confess now, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Kid, I advise you to take care of yourself and not make a mistake. Another lackey also said arrogantly. He looked very smug, like a fox borrowing the might of a tiger. The vast spirit sect is indeed arrogant. In that case, you will be eliminated forever today. Zhou Han was not angry by the other party's words. After all, if an ant was jumping around, could he turn the tables? In Zhou Han's eyes, these small fries were like ants. There was no case at all. How shameless. Kid, are you scared, silly? If you offend my vast spirit sect, you have to pay a painful price. If Emperor Vast personally takes action, you will definitely die today. The lackeys continued to clamor crazily, looking at Zhou Han with endless anger and cruelty. Zhou Han made the vast spirit sect a joke to the other large sects during this period of time. However, because the strength of the others in the sect was not Zhou Han's match at all, therefore, during this period, they had been holding back a wave of anger that they could not vent. Today, Emperor Vast finally came out of seclusion. This was also the reason why the lackeys kept clamoring. It was mainly because the suppressed anger had fermented for a long time. Today, it could finally be vented. Submit or die. I'll give you 3 seconds to choose. Emperor Vast stood proudly in the sky and said indifferently. However, the dominance contained in the voice was irresistible and had great dignity. His elegant long hair and golden cloak fluttered even though there was no wind. His domineering temperament displayed the charm of a peerless expert. Heh, you're quite pretentious. Zhou Han smiled lightly and ignored Emperor Vast's words. 3 seconds are up. Make your choice. Emperor Vast's domineering voice sounded again. In his opinion, Zhou Han was indeed a talent. He also wanted to take Zhou Han under his wing. In that case, it would definitely be a powerful help to him. That was why Emperor Vast waited patiently for Zhou Han's choice. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. There was no need for so much nonsense. You're not worthy of making me submit. Even the heavenly Tao can't make me submit, let alone you. Zhou Han smiled impudently, his eyes filled with great mockery. According to the rankings, Emperor Vast could not even be ranked in the top 10 at that time. There were only about 20 seats. How dare he say such arrogant words? It made Zhou Han find it a little funny. Is this your decision? Emperor Vast frowned, looking extremely unhappy. He did not expect Zhou Han to make such a decision. After all, very few people did not submit to his dignity. Emperor Vast was super strong and had been in a high position for tens of thousands of years. However, the current outcome was that not only did Zhou Han reject him, but he also mocked him. Thinking of this, Emperor Vast laughed in anger. Good, very good. I wanted to subdue you, but it seems that you don't know what's good for you. Then die. Heavenly Vast, Destruction Death Ray. Can you withstand an advanced light Tao technique? In endless destruction, repent of your decision. Emperor Vast roared at the sky. Countless black rays spewed out of his body. The majestic aura of death and destruction kept intertwining like an explosion of the sun. A shocking power swept in all directions. Emperor Vast didn't waste any time and directly used his famous ultimate move. This was because he was too angry. His supreme dignity was provoked by a junior like Zhou Han. One could imagine his anger. Therefore, he wanted to use countless destruction death rays to blast Zhou Han into pieces. Only then could his anger be relieved. He had to save his face. Ha, good, that's great. It's the sect master's famous ultimate skill, the heavenly vast destruction death ray. Advanced light Tao technique. Zhou Han, aren't you quite f-king arrogant? Going against my vast spirit sect will be a fate worse than death. The sect master is mighty. His combat strength has indeed increased after coming out of seclusion. In my opinion, the strongest person in the world is our sect master. After Emperor Vast released the power of his Tao technique, the commotion caused swept for thousands of miles. It was terrifying. The lackeys beside him exclaimed and bragged even more excitedly. Of course, such power was indeed very powerful. It was not too much for them to brag like this. Unfortunately, meeting Zhou Han destined Emperor Vast's tragedy. Is that all? Have you cultivated for hundreds of millions of years like a dog? Seeing the violent power spewing out from the advanced light Tao technique, Zhou Han was unmoved and directly mocked loudly. The power of an advanced Tao technique was indeed very strong, but that was only for other cultivators. To the current Zhou Han, it could not cause much lethality. Before advancing to the sovereign grade, he might be a little afraid. At this moment, majestic power surged crazily in his body. Advanced Dao techniques were nothing much. Oomph. How dare you talk big when you're about to die? How can my light Dao technique be compared to ordinary advanced Dao techniques? The only thing you can do now is pray that you don't die too ugly. Emperor Vast smiled arrogantly, his eyes flickering with absolute confidence. He was looking forward to the scene of Zhou Han being swallowed by the deathly lights that filled the sky very much. Emperor Vast's Dao technique is indeed a little different from other Dao techniques. There's actually other elemental power hidden in the light elements. After hearing Emperor Vast's words, an expert among the onlookers quickly discovered something different. Now that you mention it, that's true. There's the power of lightning, fire, frost, iron rock, and other elements mixed in the light elements. In that case, the power released can be said to be at the top of the advanced Dao technique level. It's incomparably powerful. No wonder Emperor Vast dared to say such words. He's indeed too strong. This is the first time I've heard of someone being able to fuse so many elemental powers in a Dao technique. The surrounding crowd discussed fervently. The originally powerful Emperor Vast's status in their hearts increased a few more times, and they were even more in awe. You might not know this. Emperor Vast cultivates the Dao seeding immortal technique. Plant your Dao into someone else's body. The power of the Dao technique, comprehended by others, can stimulate the Dao seed to grow quickly until it forms a Dao fruit. Emperor Vast only needs to pluck the Dao fruit. Then the power of the Dao techniques that others comprehend will all turn into his own comprehension. An expert who knew the secret explained, I see. No wonder he can control so much Dao technique power. This cultivation technique is really too terrifying. Hiss. If he continues cultivating, wouldn't he become invincible? Everyone exclaimed. They never expected there to be such a powerful cultivation technique. Their eyes subconsciously flashed with envy. That's the theory. However, it's not easy to find a compatible Dao body. Otherwise, Emperor Vast has cultivated for more than 100 million years. He's probably invincible long ago. The person who exposed the news explained. That's true, but even so, it's very powerful. From the looks of it, Zhou Han is most likely finished. Previously, I thought that Zhou Han could be 50-50. Now, the chances of winning are only 10%. It's too difficult to face an expert like Emperor Vast. It happened quickly. As the onlookers discussed, destruction and death had already bombarded him. Endless darkness enveloped it, and all kinds of energy intertwined. A violent aura seemed to tear this world apart. It's indeed something. I underestimated Emperor Vast previously. Sensing the explosive fluctuation approaching, Zhou Han instantly felt the unusualness of this advanced Dao technique. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. However, that was all. The battle should end. Mythical, star transformation. Zhou Han pointed from afar and said calmly. At the same time, the sovereign-grade starry sky mythology on him emitted a violent light. Starlight spread, and even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. After all, 9,999 stars had descended into this world at the same time. How could a sun compete for brilliance with the starlight that erupted? In an instant, all kinds of lights bloomed, making this space extremely dazzling. Such a huge commotion in the sky made the surrounding crowd subconsciously look up. Everyone's pupils constricted and their scalps tingled. Damn, so many stars. This is too terrifying. What cultivation technique is this? This is the first time I've seen such a shocking scene. Is this Zhou Han's strongest strength? I really didn't expect him to have such a trump card. I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid we can't withstand this energy aftershock at all. Damn, I'll slip away first. Soon, after a short shock, all the Divine Emperor-grade experts present reacted. All of them fled without looking back. The aftershock of this battle was definitely not something they could withstand. They still knew what to do. Those who dared to come and watch the battle were all Divine Emperor-grade experts. Moreover, they were extremely confident in their strength. If someone was weak, they would be insta-killed by the aftershock of the battle. Therefore, the weak were not worthy of watching the battle. However, now that 9,999 stars were shining in the sky, The aftershock emitted by that majestic power could even insta-kill a divine emperor. This was also why they had fled in such a panic. A mere divine emperor-grade expert was not even qualified to watch the battle. How could they believe it? However, that was the truth now. The power of the mythical star transformation was too terrifying. Not only the onlookers, but Emperor Vast's expression also changed drastically. The confident smile on his face instantly froze. He was the closest to these stars, so he naturally had a deeper impression of the vast power. How can you have such power? That's impossible. Block it. Destruction Death Ray, block it. Emperor Vast screamed, and his body trembled unconsciously. This was because, at this moment, the stars had already begun to explode, one after another. With every detonation, the majestic destructive power released was terrifying. If all 9,999 of them were detonated, that terrifying power would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why Emperor Vast was trembling in fear. He knew what kind of terrifying energy impact he would face and what awaited him. Therefore, at this moment, Emperor Vast roared hysterically. He stimulated all his strength and surged into the destruction death ray, trying to resist this explosive impact. Can you stop it? Stop struggling meaninglessly. A self-righteous super expert like you can't withstand a single blow in my eyes. Zhou Han smiled calmly, filled with endless mockery. He liked to see the shock and regret of the high and mighty expert at the beginning when he was slapped in the face. The current Emperor Vast was in a sorry state. The shock wave of the explosion was too vast. It was beyond what he could bear. Just like that, he was killed 3 times. Even though Emperor Vast had 10 chances to revive, he could only resurrect on the spot. It was impossible to escape. The violent impact brought by the formation of 9,999 was enough to kill him 100 times. Therefore, he, who only had 10 chances to revive, was completely not good enough. At this moment, the despair in his heart could be imagined. No, I've been domineering for my entire life. I actually suffered this calamity today. This is my fate. Emperor Vast's chance was gone. He looked up at the sky and sighed, filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. He never expected a junior like Zhou Han to be so powerful. He was still too incautious. If he did enough intelligence investigation in advance, he would not be so impulsive as to directly find trouble with Zhou Han. Thinking of this, Emperor Vast regretted it even more. Sure enough, a single mistake would make 1,000 years of regret. A small negligence had actually led him to eternal damnation. This was a painful price to pay for his arrogance. Don't freaking sigh. Die. Zhou Han roared angrily, and the energy fluctuation of the stars exploded even more violently. It completely drowned Emperor Vast. Hiss. This is too strong. Emperor Vast actually can't resist at all. Do you believe it? A completely crushing situation. I thought it would be an evenly matched battle, but in the end, it's one-sided. I never thought that Emperor Vast would have such a sorry state. This is Emperor Vast, a top expert who commands the wind and clouds. I can only say that Zhou Han is too strong. Unbelievably strong. You have to know that I also saw the battle with the desolate Heaven King clone with my own eyes. I can tell that Zhou Han used his full strength in that battle. In just a few days, Zhou Han's combat strength has long far exceeded the past and entered a new realm. How terrifying. With such combat strength, he will definitely ascend to the #1 throne in the world in the future. A hero emerges from the young. His powerful talent is really unprecedented. The surrounding crowd watched from 1,000 miles away. This was because it was considered a safe area at such a distance and would not be affected by the aftershock of the battle. After seeing Emperor Vast being annihilated by the violent light waves that filled the sky, everyone was completely shocked. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb. After all, Emperor Vast was considered a top expert. However, he was still easily killed by Zhou Han. This was the first time many experts present had seen such super combat strength and shocking talent. It could be said that in the endless river of time on the God-fiend continent, Zhou Han's talent could be considered to be the only one. He bloomed with the most dazzling light, and no one could compete with him. Therefore, it was understandable that everyone was so shocked. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the top expert, Emperor Vast. The relevant reward has been detected. The godly blessing has been automatically triggered. The godly blessing triggered a 49 times reward enhancement. You have obtained 49 trillion experience points. The godly blessing triggered a 36 times reward enhancement. You have obtained 72 sovereign golden runes. The godly blessing gave 23 times the reward enhancement. You have obtained 46 top pseudo-sovereign grade pills. The godly blessing triggered a 26 times reward enhancement. You have obtained 26 million soul crystals. The godly blessing. Almost at the same time, the notification of the kill sounded in Zhou Han's mind. On the virtual interface, the rewards obtained kept scrolling. As expected of the experts in the top 20 at that time, this reward is indeed extremely generous. The benefits obtained under the enhancement of the godly blessing are awesome. After seeing these rewards, Zhou Han subconsciously smiled in satisfaction. Zhou Han hoped that the more heads there were, the better. However, as his reputation spread, he believed that those blind fellows would not dare to find trouble with Zhou Han. After all, no one was a fool. This is a cultivation technique. Just as Zhou Han was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw Emperor Vast's corpse explode. A rainbow light spewed out, incomparably dazzling, and Zhang Feng emitted a blazing light. In the rainbow light was a book. A strange energy fluctuation was transmitted from this book. Oh my God! It's the Tao seeding immortal technique. It's that extremely powerful cultivation technique that steals the comprehension of others' Tao techniques and turns them into its own perfected great Tao. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, filled with great shock. This voice was the expert who had revealed that Emperor Vast cultivated the Tao seeding immortal technique. Clearly, he was extremely familiar with the Tao seeding immortal technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized it immediately. After all, even Zhou Han, who was at close range, did not know what this cultivation technique was. Tao seeding immortal technique? Plant your Tao technique in someone else's body, then steal their power and obtain the Tao fruit. Interesting. Previously, he had also heard everyone's discussion. At that time, Zhou Han did not care. After all, no matter how good the Tao seeding immortal technique was, it was still Emperor Vast's cultivation technique. After killing Emperor Vast, it might not drop. This was also why Zhou Han did not pay much attention. However, he never expected this powerful cultivation technique to really drop. That was intriguing. It would be a lie to say that Zhou Han was not interested in such a powerful cultivation technique. After all, just from hearing the relevant description, one knew that this was a very evil and domineering cultivation technique. It could allow his strength to increase rapidly. Moreover, comprehending such a cultivation technique was more inspiring to create his own cultivation technique. Therefore, such a powerful cultivation technique was definitely very attractive to Zhou Han. After Zhou Han's appraisal, he also confirmed that this cultivation technique was the Tao seeding immortal technique. However, because this cultivation technique was special and unique, therefore, the enhancement reward of the godly blessing was useless. Zhou Han obtained such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Isn't he like a tiger with wings? The world is so big. Can anyone compete with him? The speed at which his combat strength increases is unimaginable. We'll soon witness the rise of a true expert. Everyone shed tears of envy. After all, it was impossible not to have some thoughts about such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. However, they only had thoughts. They did not dare to do anything. After all, the scene of Zhou Han killing Emperor Vast was still vivid in their minds. It was very tragic. They were far inferior to Emperor Vast. Therefore, although they yearned for a heaven-defying cultivation technique like the Tao seeding immortal technique, they knew very well that their lives were more important. Therefore, everyone could only stare enviously. At this moment, Zhou Han activated appraisal. The relevant description of the cultivation technique was also visible and appeared on the virtual interface. Tao seeding immortal technique. Grade, Tao grade. Type, comprehensive cultivation technique. Description, this cultivation technique was created by the Tao Lord. When cultivated to the extreme, a mere heavenly Tao can be destroyed with a flick of the finger. There are 3,000 great Tao. Ordinary people can only control one. Talented people can control 4 or 5. What you have to do is collect all 3,000 great Tao and decide the ages alone, becoming the #1 person in history. Skill 1. Condense a Tao seed, Fuse the soul and Tao technique comprehension to condense a Tao seed. Find a compatible body and plant it in the other party's body. You can constantly absorb power and obtain Tao technique comprehension. The exact number of plants is determined by the power of your soul. Skill 2. Steal the Tao fruit. After the other party's Tao technique is cultivated successfully, it will return it to you tenfold. Skill 3. Preaching the world. The comprehension of any unit you plant a Tao seed will increase by 10 times. Skill 4. Locked. Damn. It's indeed a very heaven-defying cultivation technique. This powerful effect is really shocking. After reading the relevant description, Zhou Han's pupils constricted slightly. He was also shocked. Therefore, hearing the discussion of the onlookers, he knew the power of the Tao seeding immortal technique. However, when he really saw the exact description, the shock intensified. If he cultivated this cultivation technique, it was difficult not to increase his strength greatly. I wonder how to find a compatible Tao body. There's no specific explanation. Looks like I have to explore it in practice in the future. Zhou Han thought. Such a setting was considered a restriction on the Tao seed immortal technique. If there were no restrictions, he would really be invincible in the world. The more Tao seeds he planted, the stronger the Tao technique power he would obtain. The entire world would become his leaks. I won't say anything. Let's enhance it first. Start enhancing. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. It was already so powerful. Therefore, Zhou Han was still looking forward to the enhanced effect. System prompt. Your enhancement instructions have been received. This cultivation technique has been detected to be of the Tao grade quality. It requires 600 million supreme enhancement points to enhance it 10 times. The number required for subsequent enhancement is also constantly increasing. Please understand. 600 million enhancement points. The quality of this Tao grade is really unusual. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han was also shocked and sighed in his heart. Just now, he had only been focused on checking the effect of the skill. Therefore, for a moment, he ignored the quality of the cultivation technique. Now that he read it again, it said the quality of the Tao grade. This was the first time he had seen such quality. System prompt. Tao grade is a higher level than the sovereign grade. The strength is not the same at all. Impressive. It's even stronger than the sovereign grade. No wonder it consumed 600 million supreme enhancement points after 10 enhancements. Zhou Han nodded to show his understanding. However, he had just obtained 1 billion enhancement points. He still felt the pinch of spending 600 million in one go. He had thought that 1 billion was a lot, but he realized that was not the case. Enhance it 10 times first and give it a try. Let's see how effective it is. Zhou Han gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before making a decision. After all, this was the first time he had obtained a Tao grade quality. He was not sure how strong it was. In that case, let's enhance it and see. At this moment, Zhou Han prayed in his heart. He hoped that the enhanced outcome would satisfy him. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your cultivation technique, Tao seeding immortal technique, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. New attributes have appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. 10 golden lights flashed, and a notification sounded. Zhou Han carefully looked at the virtual interface. It was mainly because he was afraid that the final outcome would disappoint him. In that case, his 600 million enhancement points would be wasted. It was not that Zhou Han did not have confidence in Tao grade. It was mainly because it had only been enhanced 10 times. It was not many times. He was afraid that there would be no obvious improvement. Finally, the updated attribute description appeared in front of him. Tao seeding immortal technique, plus 10. Grade, Tao grade. Type, comprehensive cultivation technique. Description, this cultivation technique was created by the Tao Lord. When cultivated to the extreme, a mere heavenly Tao can be destroyed with a flick of the finger. There are 3,000 great Tao. Ordinary people can only control 1. Talented people can control 4 or 5. What you have to do is collect all 3,000 great Tao and decide the ages alone, becoming the #1 person in history. Skill 1. Condense a Tao seed. Fuse the soul and Tao technique comprehension to condense a Tao seed and plant it in the target's body. You can constantly absorb power and obtain Tao technique comprehension. There are no restrictions on the target of planting. As long as your soul power is strong enough, how much you want to plant depends on your own wishes. Skill 2. Steal the Tao fruit. After the other party's Tao technique is cultivated successfully, it will be returned to you with a 500 times enhancement effect. Skill 3. Preaching the world. The comprehension of any unit you plant a Tao seed will increase by 1,000 times. Skill 4. Naturally formed Tao technique. The Tao techniques you comprehend are all advanced Tao techniques. Skill 5. Locked. Is the effect that powerful? After Zhou Han saw the enhanced attributes, he was overjoyed. This huge improvement took off without explanation. These 600 million enhancement points were worth it. It's really worth it, Zhou Han said happily. Originally, he was a little worried because he had consumed too many points just now. However, the surprise brought by the downgrade quality after enhancement was clearly beyond imagination. The current Zhou Han was shocked. What was the greatest restriction of the Tao seeding immortal technique? Wasn't it just looking for a compatible Tao body? It was definitely difficult to find this. Otherwise, Emperor Vast would probably have been invincible long ago after cultivating for endless years. However, the truth was that Emperor Vast was not invincible. Moreover, it was not even in the top 10 in the world. Therefore, Zhou Han could guess that it was not easy to find a compatible Tao body. It could be said that there were no longer any restrictions on the enhanced Tao seeding immortal technique. In that case, Zhou Han could take off directly. Therefore, the benefits were obvious. These 600 million supreme enhancement points are indeed worth it. How awesome! Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. Of course, the improvement of the Tao seeding immortal technique was not only in condensing a Tao seed. It also had a huge improvement in other aspects. For example, Skill 2, Steal the Tao fruit. He would receive 500 times the Tao technique experience. This improvement was really very powerful. Skill 3 was even more amazing. After planting the Tao seed, the unit's comprehension of the Tao technique would increase by 1,000 times. Even a piece of trash could instantly awaken and become an expert. This way, Zhou Han did not have to worry about the other party's talent. Not only was it 1,000 times stronger, but it was also very terrifying. Ordinary people could take off. There was also Skill 4, Naturally Formed Tao Technique. As long as he successfully comprehended a Tao technique, he would be at the beginning of an advanced Tao technique. This was even more powerful than what others had cultivated for millions of years. It was simply too exaggerated. However, Zhou Han liked it. This was also why Zhou Han was so excited. This was because after enhancing it 10 times, the improvement of the Tao seeding immortal technique was completely different from before. This is the quality of a Tao grade item. It's even higher than the sovereign grade. It's indeed unique. This is only the effect of enhancing it 10 times. If it's enhanced more times, the effect will be even more terrifying. Zhou Han sighed in his heart. However, if he enhanced it 20 times, he would need to spend another billion supreme enhancement points. The number was a little shocking. Zhou Han was just thinking about it. The current him was still too poor to support a Tao-grade cultivation technique and enhance it more times. 10 enhancements are completely enough. Let's talk about it when I have enough enhancement points in the future. After Zhou Han finished reading the description of the cultivation technique, he closed the interface. System prompt. You have a cultivation technique you have not cultivated. Do you want to start cultivating? Cultivate now. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han hurriedly affirmed. He also could not wait to feel the power of the Tao seeding immortal technique. After successfully cultivating it, he could try it. It has been upgraded to your command. It has been tested that you meet the cultivation standards. The teaching begins now. Please wait. The Tao seeding immortal technique had very high requirements for soul power. Ordinary experts could not reach this standard. However, Zhou Han's soul power had already exceeded 40 billion. It could be said to be very powerful. Therefore, he was not surprised to meet the standard of cultivation. With the system notification, a huge light erupted from the Tao seeding immortal technique manual. It was colorful and incomparably dazzling. In an instant, all the light gathered on Zhou Han's forehead. At the same time, Zhou Han immediately felt mysterious knowledge and power spreading in his body. It nourished his limbs and bones, and his divine sense was further enhanced. The Storm Tao technique and Sword Tao technique he had comprehended previously had all been raised to the grade of an advanced Tao technique. They were incomparably powerful. What a magical cultivation technique! This is the first time I've seen such a mysterious power. Zhou Han exclaimed in his heart at the huge change in his body. Clearly, the mysterious power emitted by the Tao seeding immortal technique was also the top power like his chaos power. This mysterious and powerful feeling surprised and delighted Zhou Han. In that case, he had controlled two top-notch powers. The increase in combat strength was self-evident. At this moment, the violent power quickly rose in his body. Zhou Han felt unprecedentedly powerful. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the Tao seeding immortal technique. At this moment, the light dissipated and the Tao seeding immortal technique manual disappeared from the space. After all the light was absorbed by Zhou Han, his temperament also changed greatly. The originally fierce and domineering aura on his body had already become a little restrained. There was an additional otherworldly and floating temperament. It was very similar to the scene of returning to nature. All of this was brought about by the Tao seeding immortal technique. After all, it was a cultivation technique that studied the great Tao. It was also very normal for Zhou Han to have the aura of the naturally formed Tao technique. Very good. I'll try it now. Hearing the notification of successfully cultivating it, Zhou Han could not help but immediately start to use it. Because he knew enough about the description of the cultivation technique, Zhou Han knew very well how to control it. First, he had to condense a Tao seed. Then, he chose the target and planted the Tao into the other party's body. In that case, the Tao seed would take root in the other party's body and sprout, then bloom and bear fruit. The Tao fruit formed contained a huge Tao technique power. At that time, Zhou Han could harvest and become stronger. As for what the target would become after the power of the Tao technique was snatched, Zhou Han did not know. However, the outcome would definitely not be good. Therefore, this Tao immortal technique was a very domineering and evil plundering cultivation technique. However, Zhou Han was not averse to this. This was because he believed that there was no distinction between good and evil in cultivation techniques. The key was still decided by the cultivator. Therefore, as long as Zhou Han maintained his last bottom line, there would be no problem cultivating the Tao seeding immortal technique. As he thought, Zhou Han circulated the Tao seeding immortal technique. A mysterious power circulated in his body. According to the description of the cultivation technique, Zhou Han mobilized a portion of his soul power and fused it into the cultivation technique. Soon, a Tao seed condensed. System prompt. You have circulated the Tao seeding immortal technique and successfully condensed a Tao seed. It consumes 100 million soul power. Please choose the planting target in 5 minutes. Otherwise, the Tao seed will disappear. Please understand. The target recommended must not be lower than the pseudo-sovereign grade. This will be even more helpful to the comprehension of the Tao technique. Is this a Tao seed? As expected, it's quite interesting. At this moment, there was a crystal-clear bead in Zhou Han's palm. It was the size of a finger and emitted a rainbow halo. Through the system notification, he knew that this was the Tao seed he had condensed and had magical power. Then let's start choosing targets now. Thinking of this, Zhou Han glanced around. His gaze swept past the onlookers and stopped on the lackeys brought by Emperor Vast. Although they were only lackeys, compared to Emperor Vast, their combat strength could not be underestimated. After Zhou Han's appraisal, he realized that there were 2 divine Emperor-grade experts among them. The other 5 were all sovereign-grade experts. This was a good goal for planting a Tao seed. After all, it was impossible for Zhou Han to attack these surrounding people for no reason. The vast spirit sect was his enemy. Therefore, Zhou Han did not feel any pressure at all when planting the Tao seed. He felt that it was only right. At this moment, those lackeys did not seem to know that they had been targeted by Zhou Han. They were still immersed in the shock of Emperor Vast's death. After all, as the sect master of the vast spirit sect, in their hearts, he was an invincible existence. Now that he was actually killed by Zhou Han, their faith collapsed at this moment. Zhou Han did not care so much. He flicked the Tao seed in his hand. It turned into a stream of light and entered the body of one of the divine emperor experts. Senior, spare me. Don't kill me. Leak number 1's face trembled when he saw Zhou Han attack, and he begged for mercy and fear. One had to know that even the powerful Grand Emperor could be easily killed. These lackeys were definitely not Zhou Han's match. He could crush them with a finger. At this moment, all of them were trembling in fear and kneeling on the ground. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully planted the Tao seed. The Dao technique controlled by the current target is the dark Dao technique. The growth rate of the Dao seed is 1%. After reaching 100%, it will mature and form a Dao fruit. At that time, you can harvest it. Prompt. The growth of the Dao seed is determined by the target's comprehension. If your comprehension is good, your growth will be faster. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. The enhanced Dao seeding immortal technique could increase the comprehension of the planting target by 500 times. Therefore, the growth speed of the Dao seed should not be too bad. In that case, Zhou Han would not have to wait too long to obtain the Dao fruit. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Your vast spirit sect is not bad. I've decided to nurture you well in the future. Zhou Han squeezed out a smile and tried his best to look friendlier. Now, these were all his leaks. Zhou Han would definitely not kill them. Moreover, the vast spirit sect was a huge sect with many disciples. There were definitely many talented disciples. In that case, Zhou Han had a plan in his heart. That was to nurture the vast spirit sect into his leek garden. In the future, he could just harvest them casually. There was no need to look elsewhere for a target. Senior, are you serious? You're really not going to kill us? Leak number 1 said in surprise. He had only instinctively begged for mercy. In fact, he did not have much hope of surviving. However, he never expected Zhou Han to say such a thing, and it did not look like a joke. Therefore, not only was leak number 1 a little puzzled, but the other leaks also revealed disbelief in their eyes. Of course, I'm not in the mood to joke. You should feel the changes in your body now, Zhou Han said with a smile, mainly to stabilize their emotions. Otherwise, with his worries, these chives' cultivation would definitely be affected. For this, Zhou Han had no choice but to spend more effort. In order to obtain more fruits in the future, these efforts were deserved. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I admire your noble spirit. Leak number 1 said excitedly, feeling the joy of surviving a calamity. My perception is so clear. The bottleneck I encountered in my cultivation previously was actually resolved. Leak number 1 had been worried just now. Now that he had settled down, he finally discovered something unusual and revealed a huge puzzled expression. Senior, is this a blessing from you? Leak number 1 asked softly. Coupled with what Zhou Han had just said, this answer was obvious. How is it? It feels good, doesn't it? I told you that I want to incorporate the vast spirit sect into my force. Therefore, I must help you increase your strength. Zhou Han stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. That's great. With you in charge, the vast spirit sect will expand and become stronger than ever. It will definitely become the strongest faction in the future. We're so lucky under your lead. Leak number 1 said excitedly. He was really very happy. After all, it was not easy to find a powerful backer in this chaotic world. Previously, the vast spirit sect had Emperor Vast, so they could naturally do whatever they wanted. The current Zhou Han was much stronger than Emperor Vast. Then their status would be even more extraordinary. Who would dare provoke them? Therefore, this was why he was so excited. Moreover, he knew better than anyone that his own strength had increased. Senior, no, Sect Master. We also want such an opportunity. Please give it to us. The Sect Master is mighty. I'll lead the vast spirit sect to an even more glorious era. Sect Master, your magic power is boundless. Your abilities are resourceful, and you are eternal. Sect Master, we also want to contribute more to the sect. We also want this kind of opportunity. Then, they heard leak number 1's description and the power emitted from his body that was even stronger than before. The other disciples of the vast spirit sect were also extremely tempted. All of them looked at Zhou Han eagerly. After all, no one would refuse such a thing to increase their strength. Zhou Han found it a little funny. You took the initiative, he thought. Since you're so sincere, I'll be merciful and bestow a blessing on you. This was because the enhanced Dao seeding immortal technique had changed very much from before. Therefore, they did not recognize it as a Dao seeding immortal technique seed at all. That was why he was so enthusiastic. He wondered what their expression would be if they knew the truth. However, this was not something Zhou Han should care about. Then continue to condense a Dao seed and experiment with this group of people first. Zhou Han began to circulate the Dao seed immortal technique again. System prompt. You have circulated the Dao seeding immortal technique and successfully condensed a Dao seed. It consumes 150 million soul power. Please choose the planting target in 5 minutes. Otherwise, the Tao seed will disappear. Please understand. The target recommended must not be lower than the pseudo-sovereign grade. This will be even more helpful to the comprehension of the Tao technique. System prompt. You have circulated the Tao seeding immortal technique and successfully condensed a Tao seed. It has consumed 230 million soul power. Please choose the planting target in 5 minutes. Otherwise, the Tao seed will disappear. Please understand. The target recommended must not be lower than the pseudo-sovereign grade. This will be even more helpful to the comprehension of the Tao technique. Relevant information did not appear on the virtual interface. Looks like the soul power consumed every time will increase. In that case, Zhou Han had more than 40 billion soul power. Originally, according to the consumption of 100 million soul power, he could condense a Tao seed. In total, there were more than 400. Now that he had not condensed a Tao seed, the soul power consumed would increase. Therefore, the number decreased greatly. At most, 200 was the upper limit. 200 is acceptable. I'll plant it in their bodies first and see how the subsequent benefits are. Zhou Han did not think too much about it. After quickly condensing a few Tao seeds, as the light flickered, it had already been planted in their bodies. It's changed. It's really changed. My comprehension of the Tao technique is actually so deep. Thank you, Sect Master. You're really the best Sect Master in the world. What a great fortune. I'm so lucky. After planting the Tao seed, it did not take long to produce a powerful effect. These vast spirit sect disciples quickly felt this shocking change and were dumbfounded and pleasantly surprised. They felt an unprecedented comprehension awaken in their bodies. This feeling was very wonderful. It was like an ordinary person who had suddenly been enlightened and becomes a peerless genius. Therefore, the joy and gratitude in their hearts could be imagined. All right, get lost. I'll leave the vast spirit sect to you. Cultivate more talented disciples. I'll be useful when the time comes. Zhou Han waved his hand and said indifferently, after all, the stronger the talent of the target of planting the Tao seed, the more benefits he would naturally obtain. Therefore, this was also Zhou Han's goal. Okay, we'll get lost now. Sect Master, you must return to the vast spirit sect when you have time. The leaks spoke expectantly, then took their leave in satisfaction, unaware that their tragic fate was already decided. After dealing with these things, Zhou Han finally had time to check another cultivation technique. That was the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture. Thinking of this, Zhou Han rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Enhance it first. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. He would follow the old rules. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Detected that your cultivation technique, Emperor Xianyuan Scripture's ultimate version, is Tao grade. 10 enhancements will consume 600 million supreme enhancement points. I'm sorry, your current enhancement points are not enough. Enhancement failed. It failed. I didn't expect the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture to be also Tao grade. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was pleasantly surprised. He never expected the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture to be of such advanced quality. It greatly exceeded Zhou Han's expectations. However, this news was undoubtedly very exciting. After all, although the difference between Tao grade and sovereign grade was only one word, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, like an insurmountable chasm. This was because Zhou Han had already felt the powerful power of the Tao seeding immortal technique, which was also at the Tao grade. Therefore, the excitement in his heart was obvious. However, I have to continue earning enhancement points now. Otherwise, it can't even be enhanced 10 times. Zhou Han said with a headache. It was mainly because the supreme enhancement points he obtained in the chaotic mystic world had already reached the upper limit of 1 billion. If he wanted to obtain additional supreme enhancement points, he could only change the map. However, it was not easy to find a map with abundant resources like the chaotic mystic world. At least on the current map interface, Zhou Han did not find any other new maps. After all, his level was already very high. If he wanted to obtain greater benefits, he had to enter a map that was even more advanced than the chaotic mystic world. Or rather, some hidden areas, special mystic realms, and other places. After all, this world had existed for countless years. Therefore, Zhou Han believed that there was definitely such a mysterious place. Moreover, there were many rumors that discussed these mysterious places. Unfortunately, it was not easy to open these hidden areas and special mystic realms. It would only be activated if some specific conditions were triggered or some special event happened. However, Zhou Han did not know how to trigger the conditions. Therefore, this was a little hurtful. Then the next plan is to continue farming monsters in the chaotic mystic world and inquire about those mysterious areas. In that case, it won't delay me from obtaining resources like the Sovereign Golden Rune. As long as we investigate, there will be clues. After some analysis, Zhou Han quickly made a decision in his heart. After all, other than being unable to obtain supreme enhancement points, the other benefits of the chaotic mystic world were nothing to complain about. It could be said to be extremely abundant. Especially after activating the buff reward of the godly blessing, the benefits were good. Therefore, before knowing a better map, Zhou Han did not plan to leave the chaotic mystic world. Let's cultivate the Emperor Xianyuan scripture first. It'll be the same when the time comes to enhance it. After making plans for the subsequent matters, Zhou Han did not think too much about it and began to cultivate. System prompt. You are cultivating the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture. This process will take a certain amount of time. Please wait patiently. A notification sounded. Zhou Han could feel a mighty force surging in his body. Golden light kept surging out, erupting with violent power. A downgrade cultivation technique was shockingly powerful. Zhou Han had also experienced it just now and was already prepared. An hour later, Zhou Han had already grasped the entire cultivation technique. At this moment, the relevant attribute description of the cultivation technique appeared on the virtual interface. Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture. Grade, downgrade. Type, comprehensive cultivation technique. Description, it is a powerful cultivation technique created by the first Emperor Xianyuan. After continuous improvement and optimization by the successor, it can unleash an even more terrifying effect. Skill 1. Heaven and Earth Affinity. The body conforms to the natural rules, and the speed at which it absorbs the power of heaven and earth increases by 100 times. Skill 2. Supreme Bloodline. The power of the bloodline will be completely activated. It can erupt with 10,000 times the combat strength in a short period of time. Skill 3. Xianyuan Heaven Destroying Slash. If the heavens block me, I will destroy the heavens. Release a destructive sword light with the power to tear the sky and earth apart. Skill 4 locked. Strong. He's indeed very strong. A downgrade cultivation technique is really terrifying. After reading all the attribute descriptions, Zhou Han was overjoyed, his eyes filled with excitement. No wonder violent power surged in his body. They were both powerful effects brought about by the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture. They were the heaven and earth affinity and the supreme bloodline. They both had powerful effects that could not be ignored. The affinity of heaven and earth could automatically adjust his body to the state of adapting to the natural rules. In that case, he could better absorb the power contained in the world. The absorption effect was enhanced 100 times. Therefore, under this passive skill, Zhou Han was strengthening at all times. This was because the power of heaven and earth absorbed would automatically transform into all his attributes. This was also why Zhou Han was so excited. After all, it was a wonderful feeling to become stronger all the time. Then, the second skill, Supreme Bloodline, in an unactivated state, could increase the power of blood energy a little, but it was not obvious. However, once activated, it would cause a spike of 10,000 times in a short period of time. His combat strength directly soared. Zhou Han was a little eager to try. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this plan for the time being. After all, he had not encountered a powerful opponent now. This skill also had a cooldown. It would be a pity to waste it like this. If he encountered danger and his energy was still cooling down, it would be a headache. Therefore, Zhou Han resisted the urge. He knew that this skill was definitely very strong anyway. The exact strength could naturally be easily tested in actual combat. The last skill, Xianyuan Heaven Destroying Slash, was an active skill. It was considered a sword or a move. It was similar to Zhou Han's self-created sword move, Sword Split the Heavens. They all relied on their destruction and domineering aura to break through any obstruction. They were unstoppable and were enhanced by their absolute faith. Coupled with the sharp characteristics of the sword aura, the power released reached an extremely powerful level. Very good. My combat strength has increased again. This way, we have enough methods to deal with unknown danger. Zhou Han smiled and said softly, looking extremely satisfied. The only regret was that there were not enough supreme enhancement points to enhance the ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture. Otherwise, the help brought by the cultivation technique would be even more terrifying. As he controlled two Dao-grade cultivation techniques, Zhou Han had more comprehension. Coincidentally, the cooldown of the Epiphany of the Clarity Sword Heart had already been completed. He entered the Epiphany space without hesitation. This was because he had a new inspiration to create stronger moves. 60 minutes of Epiphany passed quickly. Sigh, it's still too difficult to create a sovereign-grade move. One Epiphany is far from enough. Zhou Han left the Epiphany space and sighed. From this, it could be seen that there was indeed a huge threshold to the sovereign grade. It was not so easy to create. However, Zhou Han was not discouraged. He could enter the Epiphany space. As long as he spent enough time, he would definitely be able to create it himself. If one wasn't enough, 10, 100, 1,000 times. Zhou Han was still very confident. Of course, he could forcefully create a pseudo-sovereign grade move. However, there was no need for that now. It did not match Zhou Han's identity. Even if he created it, it wouldn't be very meaningful. Therefore, Zhou Han directly set his goal on the sovereign grade. This was more challenging. Otherwise, it would be too boring without difficulty at all. As for Zhou Han, he would definitely bloom with the most dazzling light on the God-Fiend continent. If he could not even create a sovereign-grade cultivation technique, wouldn't he be mocked by the world? This was something he would never allow to happen. Therefore, the quality of this self-created move could not be low. Let's see my current attribute data first. After all, his strength had increased a lot during this period of time. Zhou Han was also a little curious about his attribute data. As he thought about it, he opened the virtual interface and read. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level 201, 7.29%. Health 29.9 trillion. Attack 55.38 billion. Defense 47.66 billion. Soul power 40.91 billion. Talent Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword's Servant. Title Sovereign Appearance, God-Fiend Nightmare. Weapon Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary weapon Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory Golden Dragon Set, Tyrant Set, Black Emperor Set. Support Equipment Thunder Emperor Set, Flying Feather Set, Illusion God Set. Equipment Blood Nether Set, Heavenly Constellation Set, Eternal Life Set, Blue Sky Set, Flame Soul Set, Star Form Set. Dharma Treasures Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Holy Angel Sword, Divine Trident, Immortal Binding Rope, Black Tortoise Armor, Nirvana Shield, Concealment Array, Sun Flame Treasure Mirror. Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart, plus 12, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body, plus 12, open and see the details. Very good, my HP is close to 30 trillion. Attack, defense, and soul power are all steadily increasing. Zhou Han smiled in extreme satisfaction. Of course, these were just static data. In a real battle, these data would undergo a huge change and definitely increase to an exaggerated level. After all, many of Zhou Han's special effects would only be triggered in combat. Therefore, the true combat strength he could unleash far exceeded the current data. Little Ashen, Little Rock. This time, the two of you are in charge of collecting information about some hidden areas and mystic realms. You must inform me as soon as you find anything new. After closing the interface, Zhou Han revealed his plan. It was better to follow his plan and farm monsters in the chaotic mystic world while asking for all kinds of information. It was precisely because the chaotic mystic world was extremely abundant in resources that the people who came to this place were mixed. All factions would appear. Moreover, they were all experts above the sovereign grade. This was because the weak were not worthy of coming here. They could not deal with all kinds of crises. Therefore, these sovereign-grade experts had their own channels and learned some secrets. In this situation, it was best to ask for information. Therefore, Zhou Han handed this mission to the Ashen Illusory Beast and the Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King. Zhou Han had already understood the intelligence ability of the Ashen Illusory Beast in the Infinite Nether River. Therefore, he was naturally the best candidate. The extreme speed of Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King could provide great help and prevent him from encountering sudden danger. With the cooperation of the Ashen Illusory Beast and the Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King, he believed that it would definitely bring useful information. Zhou Han was still very confident in their ability to do things. Coupled with the fact that they were wearing many condensed sets, their combat strength was very terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary Divine Emperor-grade experts to kill them. This way, Zhou Han did not have to worry about their lives. All right, Master. I'm best at inquiring about information. I'll definitely let you find a way into the hidden area. After the Ashen Illusory Beast heard Zhou Han's instructions, it patted its chest and said confidently, this was indeed what it was best at. After all, the Ashen Illusory Beast had been doing well in the Infinite Nether River previously and had befriended various factions. This was probably a talent to talk to anyone. Sensing that it could be of use, the Ashen Illusory Beast was naturally very happy. After all, as long as he achieved results, he would definitely enjoy good sets, top-grade pills, powerful Dharma treasures, and so on first. This was also why the Ashen Illusory Beast was so excited. Yes, with my speed, my efficiency will greatly increase. We'll set off now. I can't wait. Little Rock said happily, wanting to show his value. After all, Zhou Han had already controlled very profound spatial power. There were many places where he could cross the barrier of space with a thought and instantly arrive. In that case, its maximum speed as the Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King seemed to be a little insufficient. This made Little Rock feel a sense of crisis. If he could not show his price, it was very likely that he would not be valued by Zhou Han. Therefore, it also worked hard this time, wanting to achieve results. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your positive attitude. Go. If anything unusual happens, contact me immediately. Zhou Han smiled and nodded. This was because they were all his pets. Therefore, there was a special connection with Zhou Han. If he really encountered danger, Zhou Han would also sense it. As long as the two of them were not instantly killed by the other party, Zhou Han could directly teleport over through spatial power. They were all equipped with intermediate pseudo-sovereign grade sets, and they were condensed. It was not easy to insta-kill. After hearing the order, Little Rock spread its golden wings and soared into the sky, flying into the distance with the Ashen Illusory Beast. If he wanted to obtain information, he naturally had to go to a crowded place. Moreover, he had to get to know many people. This took a lot of time. Zhou Han did not want to know the exact process, nor was he interested. He let the Ashen Illusory Beast use its specialty freely. He only needed the final outcome. After resting for a while, Zhou Han spread out his divine sense. Within 1,000,000 miles, he searched quickly and quickly sensed a large number of auras that returned to his mind. Very good. The number of chaos beasts gathered here is shocking. I'll farm monsters here. Zhou Han smiled calmly. In an instant, a large number of coordinates appeared in the void in front of him. He stared at one of the light spots. In the next microsecond, he had already arrived at the place he had sensed through his divine sense. I'll take care of the chaos beasts here. Everyone, you have 3 seconds to roll. After Zhou Han descended, he said domineeringly. Although his voice was very calm, it contained Zhou Han's powerful strength. Therefore, it had super penetrative power and sounded like thunder that kept exploding. This forest was fertile and had many chaos beasts. Naturally, it attracted many experts to hunt. They also wanted to obtain the Sovereign Golden Rune and the Origin Breakthrough Stone. However, at this moment, Zhou Han's voice sounded, making their scalps tingle and their expressions change drastically. This is such a powerful force. Who is this person? Just this voice makes me feel like my soul is about to dissipate. It's really terrifying. This is clearly a top expert. I've faced a divine emperor-grade expert before, but compared to this aura, it's completely incomparable. I'm so angry. It wasn't easy to find such abundant resources, but now they're being snatched away. What a pity. Sigh, I have no choice. This is the cruelty of the world. The strong are respected. Weakness is the original sin. That's right. Don't F-King sigh. Run. This top expert is already being merciful by not killing us directly and giving us 3 seconds to evacuate. That's right. This Almighty is considered a kind person. If we encounter someone who kills without batting an eyelid, we'll all be finished today. Everyone was extremely shocked, their eyes filled with fear. The powerful aura on Zhou Han made them not dare to look at him. All of them fled in a sorry state. This was the state of the world. Resources were limited. If others obtain more, you obtain less. Therefore, Zhou Han naturally would not be modest. The resources here were all public. Whoever had the strongest fist could enjoy them alone. He shocked everyone with lightning-like methods. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? He's not taking me seriously. A middle-aged expert named Domination Blade Heavenly Sage looked very unconvinced. Clearly, he was extremely unhappy with Zhou Han's actions. After all, his combat strength was considered outstanding among divine emperor-grade experts. That was why he had the right to be so arrogant and wanted to teach Zhou Han a painful lesson. I advise you not to be impulsive, or you'll bear the consequences. Seeing the unconvinced expression of the Domination Blade Heavenly Sage, his companion hurriedly dissuaded him. Oh, who is he? Even you are so afraid. What's going on? Tell me quickly. When the Domination Blade Heavenly Sage heard this, he froze. After all, his companion was also a divine emperor-grade expert. They were actually so afraid of Zhou Han. That meant that the other party was indeed something. This person's name is Zhou Han. You've just come to the chaotic mystic world and don't know his reputation. You know the desolate Heaven King's clone, right? You know about Emperor Vast, right? His companion asked. Of course I know. These are all top experts who shock the world. To be honest, they can crush us with a finger. Domination Blade Heavenly Sage said carefully with reverence on his face. But why do you mention top experts like them? These top experts were all killed. The person who killed them is this Zhou Han in front of you. What did you say? Even an expert like Emperor Vast was killed by Zhou Han. How is that possible? Domination Blade Heavenly Sage was shocked and exclaimed. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely terrified. Although his eyes flickered with the gaze of a man, he had already accepted this fact. After all, his companion had no reason to lie to him about this. Such a sensational thing could be found out with a little inquiry. That's why you still dare to be unconvinced that Zhou Han is so domineering. Didn't you see that there were also some powerful divine emperor-grade experts present? Didn't they still escape obediently? His companion said with extreme fear. As he spoke, he quickly evacuated this place. He had seen the entire battle between Zhou Han and Emperor Vast. The shocking scene was still fresh in his memory. He would never forget it. The powerful Emperor Vast could not even withstand a single move from Zhou Han before being killed. This shock was unprecedented. Hiss. I didn't expect him to have such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's really shocking. Domination Blade Heavenly Sage's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. You should be glad you didn't act impulsively just now. If you had attacked Zhou Han directly, your corpse would already be cold, his companion said with a smile. Yes, that was close. Damn it, this chaotic mystic world is indeed extremely dangerous. I didn't expect to encounter such abnormal experts as soon as I entered. Domination Blade Heavenly Sage said with lingering fear. 3 seconds passed. The experts who were originally hunting fled. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this. It seemed that they still cherished their lives. No one dared to stay here. No ignorant expert came to provoke Zhou Han's dignity. After all, his name was already resounding enough. In the chaotic mystic world, he was like the sun in the midday sky. Who wouldn't retreat when they saw him? All right, I can farm monsters in peace now. I'll enjoy these abundant resources alone. Zhou Han smiled. Wind and lightning surged, and violent power kept pouring out of the space. They attacked the countless chaos beasts. System prompt. You have successfully killed the sovereign-grade blood mist Tyrannosaurus. The effect of the godly blessing has been successfully activated. You have obtained a reward enhancement of 26.5 times. Congratulations, 53 sovereign golden runes have dropped. EXP, 265 billion. Soul Crystal, 2,650,000. Top Pseudo Sovereign Dharma Treasure. System Prompt. You have successfully killed the Divine Emperor Grade 5 Colored Heaven Swallowing Python. The effect of the Godly Blessing has been successfully activated. You have obtained a 37 times reward enhancement. Congratulations, 37 Sovereign Golden Runes have dropped. 37 trillion experience points. 37 billion soul crystals. 148 top pseudo-sovereign equipment. Top pseudo-sovereign pill. The information about the kill kept scrolling on the combat interface. With the enhancement of the Godly Blessing reward, he had gained a lot. It could be said that other than the supreme enhancement points, other resources were very abundant. Half an hour later, all the chaos beasts here were swept away by Zhou Han. Not bad. Continue to the next place. Zhou Han smiled. He was quite satisfied with his performance. As his divine sense spread, he quickly discovered another high-quality farming spot. The spatial coordinates activated. Zhou Han took a step in and arrived in the blink of an eye. He began to farm monsters happily again. Just like that, Zhou Han lived a monotonous and boring life killing monsters in the chaotic mystic world for 3 months. From time to time, he would also enter the Epiphany space and constantly comprehend the Sword Tao and create his own cultivation technique. His comprehension during this period of time allowed Zhou Han to have a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, the natural laws, and so on. These things were illusory. They were all top-notch great Taoists. If he could really comprehend these completely, perhaps even the heavenly Tao could not do anything to him. However, these are not easy. The time I've cultivated is still too short. I need a lot of time to accumulate. Fortunately, the Source Enlightening Sword Light has brought me great help. Otherwise, with my current realm, it's impossible for me to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. After Zhou Han left the Epiphany space, the 9-colored light on his body slowly dissipated. During this period of time, he had entered the Epiphany space a total of 30 times. He absorbed more energy from the Source Enlightening Sword Light. The benefits were obvious. That was to comprehend the perfected Great Tao, the laws of heaven and earth, the natural laws, the cycle of karma, life and death, the circulation of reincarnation, the changes of time, the birth and destruction of the universe, and other supreme Great Tao powers. In front of these Great Tao powers, for the first time, Zhou Han felt so small. Like a drop in the ocean, it floated with the waves in the universe. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy was just a mottled stream of light in an instant. The chirping of insects does not last long. You and I are fighting to cross. Looking up at the starry sky, there was always a sense of sadness that the outcome was destined. The country and the flames of civilization were just a speck of dust in the deep sky. These were all Zhou Han's emotions when he comprehended these great Taoists. The more he knew, the more insignificant he felt. Has the outcome been decided long ago? I don't believe in fate. Humans rule the world. Even if it's already decided, I want to change all of this. My life is in my hands. Zhou Han clenched his fists and roared at the sky. He was inexplicably pulled into this world by the Tao Lord. He did not know the other party's exact goal. Zhou Han would never accept such a controlled fate. He had to become stronger, so strong that he was qualified to confront the Tao Lord to escape his control. System Prompt. There is only 1 day left before the Godly Blessing expires. Please understand. Phew. Time passes so quickly. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han sighed slightly and was not surprised. This was because there was a 100-day time limit on the Godly Benefit card. After this period of time, the Godly Blessing would disappear and he would not be able to enjoy the enhancement effect of the reward. It's been 3 months. I wonder if Little Ashen, Little Rock, and the others have made any recent progress. After all, without the enhancement of the Godly Blessing reward, my benefits will be greatly reduced. There's no point in staying any longer. Zhou Han thought to himself. During this period of time, there was no news from the Ashen Illusory Beast. If Zhou Han had not sensed that they were in a good state, they would have suspected that something had happened to them. Although there was only 1 day left for the Godly Blessing, Zhou Han could not be bothered to farm. After all, He had been farming for so long that he was about to vomit. Without thinking too much about it, he prepared to count the benefits of the past 3 months. First, there was the sovereign golden rune that had dropped and the one that the guild members had obtained in the ancient abyss. After the enhancement of the godly blessing, the total number was already 8,533. This was the first time Zhou Han had seen such a huge number. What are we waiting for? Fuse directly into the body. After taking out all the sovereign golden runes, Zhou Han did not hesitate and said, after more than 3 months of hard work, it was time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Once they were all fused, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Zhou Han was naturally in an extremely good mood. System prompt. Your instructions have been received. Begin fusing the sovereign golden rune. As there are many of them, it might take a lot of time. Please wait patiently. The notification sounded in Zhou Han's mind as promised. In an instant, an explosive golden light filled the entire space and erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. These more than 8,000 sovereign golden runes all released powerful energy. It was very unbelievable and monstrous. Zhou Han is really getting more and more terrifying. He caused such a huge commotion again. He's going to become first at that time. That's right. At this rate, the entire world will be dominated by him in the future. This is a true, peerless genius. How terrifying. What enviable power. If only I were a tenth as strong as him. Huh. You wish. It was impossible not to attract the attention of the various experts with the violent commotion. Everyone spied from afar and was shocked by Zhou Han's powerful strength again. Therefore, Zhou Han's status in their hearts rose again. Such talent was completely qualified to fight for first place at that time. Although there was still a considerable gap, Zhou Han was so young and had great potential. There was a high chance of reaching the peak and ruling the world. This was also the reason why everyone thought so highly of Zhou Han. After all, the shock this period of time had given them was too strong. Many people had lived for millions of years, but had not seen such a sensational scene many times. However, such scenes appeared one after another on Zhou Han as easily as if it was normal. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully fused all the sovereign golden runes. Your realm has already reached the peak of the Divine Emperor grade. As long as any Dao technique is perfected, you can step into the Dao realm. Very good. He reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm so easily. The next realm is the Dao realm. Zhou Han smiled. He was still very satisfied with this progress. After all, he had just broken through to the sovereign grade 3 months ago. Although he was very powerful, his true realm was still extremely far from the Divine Emperor grade. Fortunately, through this period of time, by having epiphanies and fusing with a large number of sovereign golden rune, reaching the peak of the Divine Emperor realm was also a logical thing. A peak Divine Emperor grade expert would only fuse 1,000 sovereign golden runes. However, Zhou Han was special. He had clearly fused almost 10,000 sovereign golden runes. Therefore, one could imagine how strong the combat strength it could unleash was. I sense a power I've never felt before. The power in his body was still rioting and constantly surging. As it circulated crazily, a majestic aura poured out of Zhou Han's body. It made his body and mind feel great joy. He had improved in all aspects. System prompt. Congratulations, your constitution, glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced 15 times. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. Congratulations, your Dao heart, Clarity Sword heart has been successfully enhanced 15 times. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. Hearing this, Zhou Han was not surprised. This was more than 8,000 sovereign golden runes. It was completely reasonable to have such an improvement. However, from the 12 enhancements previously to the current 15, it only disappointed Zhou Han a little. The key was that the difficulty of improving his body was too great. With every increase, the sovereign golden rune required to increase in the future would multiply. This was also why more than 8,000 sovereign golden runes had increased 3 times. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Han expressed his understanding. He looked over and quickly saw all the relevant attribute data. Glazed golden body plus 15. Description: your entire body is flickering with a glassy luster. Your entire body has completely transformed. Not only your bones, but your muscles, meridians, and other aspects have greatly enhanced, making your body tenacious and indomitable. Your entire physique has stepped into a new realm. Basic attributes: increases 20 trillion HP and permanently has 70% damage immunity. Unique passive: unyielding golden body. You cannot be insta-killed by the other party. Every second, the damage you can receive is at most 10% of your HP. When your HP is below 50%, you will trigger the invincibility effect for 300 seconds. After the ineffective state ends, there will be a 2-hour cooldown. Unique passive: eternal destiny, a powerful destiny. You have a 100% chance of dodging attacks below the advanced Dao technique. You have a 60% chance of successfully dodging attacks above the advanced Dao technique. Unique passive: undying and indestructible. If you die, you will be resurrected in 10 million years. After revival, your combat strength will permanently increase by 10 times. Zhou Han quickly browsed through the attribute description. At a glance, he could tell that the basic number and 3 passive effects had been enhanced on their original foundation. The effect it could play was incomparable. In terms of basic attributes, it directly increased by 20 trillion HP. It was very powerful. The special effect of the unyielding golden body reduced the percentage of health lost. The invincibility period could last for 300 seconds and have an even more terrifying defense effect. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this and subconsciously smiled happily. The special effect of the eternal destiny was also stronger than before. Zhou Han was completely immune to cultivation techniques below the advanced Dao technique. In that case, even if the other party wanted to rely on their numbers advantage to exhaust him, it was useless. Attacks above the advanced Dao technique actually had a 60% chance of being dodged. Would you believe it? Therefore, the effect of this enhancement was a little exaggerated. However, Zhou Han liked it. The last special effect, undying and indestructible, had already been shortened to 10 million years. After resurrection, it could permanently increase combat strength by 10 times. However, unless he had no choice, Zhou Han did not want to revive. After all, 10 million years was too long. If he used this time to cultivate, his combat strength would increase far more than 10 times. Therefore, Zhou Han would not do such a thing. However, this undying and indestructible characteristic was also a life-saving method and the final trump card. After all, if anything happened, he could still revive and make a comeback. He believed that in the future, as the number of times the glazed golden body was enhanced, the time to revive would be even shorter. Zhou Han was also looking forward to this. After seeing the effect of the glazed golden body, Zhou Han turned his gaze and opened the attributes of the Clarity Sword Heart. Clarity Sword Heart plus 15. Description: the heart is empty and can accommodate thousands. Although I am uncertain, I have the universe in my heart. The river of time is indifferent. The great Tao is ethereal, and the sword Tao is naturally formed. At this moment, the sword heart has already reached another incomparably mysterious realm. I have no distractions and have comprehended the vicissitudes of time and the changes of time. I have comprehended the vastness of the universe and the shifting of stars. I have already stepped into the threshold of the sword Tao technique. Basic attributes: attack has increased by 5 billion. Every attack will definitely trigger a critical hit, and the critical damage will increase by 100 times. Unique passive: sword Tao control. He is born with the comprehension of the sword Tao and can use an advanced sword Tao technique. Unique passive: sword intent resonance. It can resonate with any sword intent and greatly increase the power of the sword Tao technique, but it cannot exceed the perfected realm. Exclusive active: epiphany. As your control of the sword Tao has reached an extremely high level, you have a rich accumulation and precipitation. When stimulating epiphany, your entire body will enter an empty state, as if you are in a vast universe and comprehending the true essence of the great Tao. In the state of epiphany, your comprehension will increase by 10,000 times. You can enter a state of epiphany every 3 days. You can comprehend it for 100 minutes each time, and you can decide on your own whether to enter a state of epiphany. After browsing, Zhou Han smiled. His basic attributes increased his attack power and critical damage, raising his damage output to a new level. Passive characteristic: sword Tao control. It could naturally use an advanced sword Dao technique and have stronger compatibility. The effect of the epiphany also greatly increased. Zhou Han's comprehension soared from 1,000 times to 10,000 times. It increased rapidly and was terrifying. Very good. After enhancing it 15 times, it didn't disappoint me. With 10,000 times the comprehension power, it will be even easier to create a sovereign-grade cultivation technique. Zhou Han grinned in satisfaction. His talent was already outstanding. With the enhancement of 10,000 times his comprehension, if he could not create a sovereign-grade cultivation technique himself, Zhou Han could draw his sword and commit suicide. After all, someone as powerful as him could not afford to lose face. Therefore, Zhou Han had absolute confidence in this. His mind was filled with ravines and inspiration. He was already confident. He would only have to wait for the cooldown of his epiphany to end before he could enter. Of course, other than more than 8,000 sovereign golden runes, there were also a large number of pills, Dharma treasures, equipment, and other items. There were a terrifying number of them. Very good. Now let's directly fuse. This time, at the very least, I have to have a top-grade pseudo-sovereign set, Zhou Han said with a smile. At the same time, he took out all the items and piled them up into a few mountains in front of him. He activated equipment fusion and Dharma treasure fusion. Because there were many of them, it took 2 hours to fuse them. Zhou Han directly used the Heavenly Craftsman book, condensed all the sets, and chose the strongest few sets to change into. The condensed pseudo-sovereign-grade set was even stronger than a single piece of sovereign-grade equipment. His combat strength directly increased to an extremely high level, making Zhou Han very happy. After consuming all kinds of pills, Zhou Han opened the attribute panel and looked at his current data. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 250, 5.55%. Health, 80.9 trillion. Attack, 70.08 billion. Defense, 66.26 billion. Soul Power, 55.11 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God-Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Golden Dragon Set, Divine Lord Set, Tyrant Blood Set. Support Equipment, Thunder Emperor Set, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Eternal Set, Yang Burning Set, Black Tortoise Set, Undying Set, Universe Set, Galaxy Set. Dharma Treasures, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Holy Angel Sword, Divine Trident, Immortal Binding Rope, Black Tortoise Armor, Nirvana Shield, Concealment Array, Sun Flame Treasure Mirror. Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart plus 15, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body plus 15, open and see the details. Am I already so powerful? These 3 months of farming monsters have really brought enough surprises. After reading the attribute description, Zhou Han subconsciously smiled happily. His level had already reached level 250, and all his attributes were very powerful. The increase was beyond imagination. These were all brought by the increase in level, pills, and sets. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to improve so much. Little Rock's aura. As soon as Zhou Han closed the interface, his divine sense felt a familiar aura fluctuation flying in his direction. Looks like it's time to report progress. I wonder if they gained anything. Zhou Han thought expectantly. 3 seconds later, a golden light flashed and Little Rock flew closer. Master, we're back. Little Rock cheered. Master, after 3 months, we were lucky not to have failed the mission and obtained a lot of useful information. The ashen illusory beast jumped down from Little Rock and said excitedly. After all, 3 months was a long time. If he did not gain anything, his ability to do things would definitely be questioned. Fortunately, he found many clues, making the ashen illusory beast heave a sigh of relief. Oh, tell me. Zhou Han's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. After all, Even the effect of the godly blessing was about to lose its effect. There was not much meaning in staying in this chaotic mystic world. Therefore, finding a new map whose resources were not inferior to the chaotic mystic world was naturally the top priority. This way, Zhou Han could earn supreme enhancement points again. After all, he still had 2 downgrade cultivation techniques that were waiting to be enhanced. They easily cost hundreds of millions of enhancement points. Master, we've found clues about the 8 great divine domains. These places are all ancient and mysterious domains. It's impossible to enter without a special method, the ashen illusory beast said. It was not easy to obtain such information. After all, only top experts were qualified to come into contact with such a place. Many divine emperor-grade experts did not even know of the existence of these places. Oh, 8 great divine domains. It sounds very impressive. Continue. Zhou Han nodded slightly and smiled. To be honest, he had never heard of these places. It was not because he was not strong enough. It was because he had only been in this world for a short time. It was normal not to know these secrets. After all, this world had endless history. Over the long years, countless civilizations had been born. There were countless experts who dominated the world. These were all explained by the heaven-opening acts. Therefore, it was normal for there to be some hidden areas. These 8 great divine domains were clearly such mysterious existences. There are rumors that even if the world is destroyed, the 8 great divine domains will not be affected. These 8 places are considered the core of the God-fiend continent. There are countless unsolved mysteries. Back then, the Tao Lord also spent a lot of effort to construct these 8 places. Therefore, the mystery hidden can be imagined. At this moment, the heaven-opening acts took the initiative to say. It also knew enough about this. However, it did not enter any divine domain. Did the Tao Lord personally build it? Looks like I have to go and investigate, Zhou Han said in a low voice. Not only did the mystery of the 8 great divine domains make him want to explore and obtain greater benefits. Moreover, it concerned the Tao Lord, the clue to the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhou Han wanted to figure out the reason for all of this. He definitely could not miss such a clue. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse. Master, if you want to enter the 8 great divine domains, it's not easy. Limited by some special rule, no matter how strong you are, it's impossible to enter without the divine domain key. The heaven-opening acts reminded. It also knew the exact location of the 8 great divine domains. However, only the divine domain key could open it. Therefore, this was also the reason why the heaven-opening acts had never mentioned the existence of the 8 great divine domains. After all, there was little point in mentioning it. It would only be a pity not to have a key. Hee. Master, don't worry. We happened to find out about the divine domain key. Moreover, it's 2 of the divine domains. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly said with a trace of smugness on its face. After all, with such a contribution, according to his master's generous personality, he would definitely obtain a lot of benefits. A clue to 2 divine domain keys. Are you serious? Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and smiled happily. Although it was a question, he knew that the ashen illusory beast would not lie to him. This matter was almost certain. After all, Zhou Han was still very at ease with the ability of the ashen illusory beast. The ashen illusory beast was very smart. If it did not have absolute confidence, it would definitely not say it. Instead of being rewarded, it made its master very unhappy. Therefore, with Zhou Han's understanding of the ashen illusory beast, he quickly analyzed these things. Of course it's true. How can I dare to fool master? These 2 divine domains are the extreme ice divine domain and the great desolate divine domain. Master, I've already marked the location. You can go over and confirm it yourself, the ashen illusory beast suggested. Very good, lead the way. Zhou Han immediately made a decision. It was not easy to obtain news of the 8 great divine domains. He did not want anything to happen because of his delay. Therefore, he would head there straight. The 2 of you have made a great contribution this time. You can choose these top-grade sets. Zhou Han waved his hand, feeling very happy. A large number of top-grade pseudo-sovereign-grade sets had been condensed. At this moment, Zhou Han took it out and emitted an incomparably dazzling light. Wow, Master, your set is really getting stronger. Tisk, TSK. They're all top-grade pseudo-sovereign sets. Oh my god, what a powerful aura. Master, you're really the most handsome and best master in the world. Little Rock and Little Ashen were extremely excited. They knew that the reward would be very generous, but it was still beyond their expectations. After all, this was a top-grade pseudo-sovereign set that had been condensed. The combat strength he could unleash was directly maxed out. Wow, we're really taking off this time. Previously, we were still a little afraid of the power of a divine emperor-grade expert. The current them are nothing in front of me. I can easily crush them, the ashen illusory beast said smugly. After obtaining a powerful set, it was a little arrogant. Of course, this inflation was very normal. After all, this set had been enhanced 10 times for free. The improvement it brought was even more terrifying. Although the ashen illusory beast's words were a little arrogant, that was indeed the case. Ordinary divine emperor-grade experts really could not defeat it. Master, I've chosen them. They're all sets that increase illusion power. Coupled with the special effects, you can unleash my illusion power to the extreme. After all its equipment was updated to a top-grade set, the ashen illusory beast shouted excitedly, very happy. Good. You know how to use your strengths. Use your strengths and avoid your weaknesses to unleash stronger strength. Zhou Han nodded in approval. On the other side, Little Rock also chose a set that increased speed and damage output. Their strength had increased greatly. While chatting, they quickly arrived at the place guided by the ashen illusory beast. This was a huge cave. There was a different world inside, filled with many concealment arrays. It was difficult for ordinary people to differentiate between such existences. Fortunately, the ashen illusory beast was proficient in illusions and had studied this quite a bit. Its perception power could not be underestimated. That was why it was lucky enough to discover the existence of this place. Master is here. This is it. After investigating, I'm afraid that there's something amiss inside, and don't dare to enter rashly. The ashen illusory beast reminded softly. Yes, this place is indeed a little unusual. Zhou Han quickly sensed that behind these illusory array formations, the aura that floated out was an energy fluctuation he had never come into contact with before. If he guessed correctly, this should be the unique aura of the 8 great divine domains. It was ancient and ancient, telling of the passage of time. It was very in line with the mysterious 8 great divine domains. Break! Zhou Han shouted and condensed a ball of chaos sword aura in his hand that surged out. He directly bombarded these dense array formations. In an instant, these illusory arrays were all destroyed by the violent power and cracked inch by inch. At this moment, the full appearance of the cave was completely revealed. On the rugged cave wall, 2 strange lights erupted with blazing light. It was incomparably dazzling and extraordinary at a glance. Without hesitation, Zhou Han directly activated appraisal. It's indeed the key to divine domain, and there are 2 of them. In that case, as long as I obtain it, I can go to 2 divine domains. Soon, relevant information appeared on the virtual interface. Zhou Han was delighted. After all, it would be a lie to say that he did not yearn for divine domain. Zhou Han was looking forward to the resources there. Moreover, he also wanted to know more about the Tao Lord. In that case, he would have more confidence in controlling his fate in the future. While he was deep in thought, a monstrous roar woke him up. I didn't expect there to be other existences in this cave. I actually didn't feel it. Zhou Han was also a little surprised. After all, how powerful was his perception? At such a close distance, he did not feel the other party's existence. That was a little unusual. Either the other party was very powerful, or the other party had a special way to hide his aura. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. The roar was getting closer. It had already arrived in front of Zhou Han. Zhou Han focused and looked over. The creature in front of him looked like a human, but it had colorful skin and various energies surging on its body. Heh, the divine domain key is not something you can covet. Get lost while I'm in a good mood. The divine domain envoy said domineeringly, looking at Zhou Han with disdain. Clearly, he did not take Zhou Han seriously. That was why he was so arrogant. Divine domain envoy? So you're just a dog. Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant? Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and erupted with a cold light. After passing the appraisal, he immediately learned the identity of the creature in front of him. The other party was an envoy of the divine domain. For some reason, they were here. Perhaps it was the key to protecting these divine domains, Zhou Han guessed in his heart. However, as for his true goal, he was not interested in knowing. This was because no matter who stopped him from entering divine domain, there was only one outcome, and that was death. How dare you? Brat, you're courting death. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. Hearing that he had been insulted as a watchdog, the divine domain envoy's face became extremely distorted as he roared loudly. The violent energy in his body poured out at this moment. Extremely violent. Huh. Anger is useless. Because this can't make up for the huge difference in strength at all. You're too weak. Zhou Han sneered. He did not take the anger of the divine domain envoy to heart at all. The current Zhou Han did not know how terrifying his combat strength was. Since someone was tactless and wanted to challenge him, he didn't mind attacking. He could test his true strength. How arrogant. Looks like you have some battle records in the chaotic mystic world that made you a little arrogant. Today, you're destined to die at my hands. The divine domain envoy smiled impudently. After saying that, he extended his arms forward. Countless tentacles instantly split out from his colorful arm and wrapped around Zhou Han. Great Sunluo hand. Die. In the blink of an eye, the tentacle flew so quickly that it was simply in a flash. In just a microsecond, it had already covered the sky and enveloped Zhou Han. Is that all? Great Sunluo hand. The name is quite domineering, but it can't withstand a single blow. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up in great mockery. Of course, this power might be fatal to other divine emperor-grade experts. Very few people could withstand such a fast attack. They would probably be killed in one strike. However, Zhou Han was not an ordinary divine emperor expert. Therefore, this violent attack was nothing to him. You're arrogant. You'll pay a painful price for your arrogance. The divine domain envoy smiled ferociously, the veins on his face bulging. Clearly, he used all his strength to give Zhou Han a fatal blow. However, in the face of absolute power, everything was in vain. Sword split the heavens. Die. Zhou Han did not waste any time and directly used his self-created move. At this moment, the heaven-splitting sword was on a completely different level from when he first comprehended it. After 3 months of epiphany, the moves had long been improved and enhanced. The power was incomparable. Moreover, under the special effect of the Clarity Sword Heart, the attacks Zhou Han released were all advanced sword Dao techniques. The strength of this was obvious. Buzz. Sword aura roared, and the world changed. 100,000 feet of sword light soared into the sky, covering the sky with a monstrous aura and shock. What you? How can there be such a powerful move? As soon as this sword appeared, a violent pressure swept over like an ocean, pressing down on the divine domain envoy until he could not breathe. It shocked and terrified him. When this move reached strength, it had long exceeded its tolerance. The vast energy made it feel like it was instantly killed like an ant. This was the first time someone as powerful as it had felt such a situation. You know now? It's too late. No one can stop me from entering divine domain. Those who stop me will die. Zhou Han smiled coldly. Sword aura wreaked havoc and enveloped the divine domain envoy. Soon, the screams of the divine domain envoy stopped abruptly. Looks like he was resurrected remotely. There's actually no kill notification. By the time the sword aura dissipated into the air, the divine domain envoy had already disappeared from the spot. However, the kill notification was displayed on the interface, which meant that the other party also had a way to revive from afar. It was somewhat similar to the special effects of the Starry Sky mythology. Zhou Han searched the surroundings with his divine sense and did not find the aura of the divine domain envoy. Then, he could not be bothered. After all, such a weak person could not interest Zhou Han at all. The 2 divine domain keys in front of him were more attractive. At this moment, in the distant great desolate divine domain, the divine domain envoy was panting heavily, his eyes filled with inexplicable shock. The feeling of death was so unforgettable that it left a lingering fear. Desolate Heaven King, I've already made the corresponding arrangements according to your instructions. However, I don't know what the Extreme Ice Divine Domain heard, but they also came to join in the fun. After the Divine Domain envoy calmed down, he reported to the Desolate Heaven King on the throne. This Divine Domain envoy had set up this plan at the request of the Desolate Heaven King. Otherwise, he would definitely not have provoked Zhou Han. After all, Zhou Han's strength had soared during this period of time. In order to make the plan seem more realistic, the Divine Domain Envoy wasted a chance to revive to lure out the Divine Domain Key. Of course, it was also because the Desolate Heaven King had given him enough benefits. Otherwise, there was no need for the Divine Domain Envoy to do such a thankless thing. He knew that in order not to make Zhou Han suspicious, these arrangements were very necessary. Once Zhou Han became suspicious, if he did not go to the Great Desolate Divine Domain, then he would not be able to possess Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent. You're saying that the Extreme Ice Divine Domain also wants to get involved. The Extreme Ice Tyrant is quite bold. He actually dared to fight with me for Zhou Han. The Desolate Heaven King's indifferent expression, which was originally under control, suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The Extreme Ice Divine Domain was also one of the 8 Great Divine Domains. The strongest person inside was the Extreme Ice Tyrant. His combat strength could not be underestimated, and it was firmly in the top 10 combat strength in the world. Since the Extreme Ice Tyrant was involved, he clearly obtained relevant information about Zhou Han. The ultimate goal was definitely the same as the Desolate Heaven King. It was very reasonable for Zhou Han's shocking talent to attract the covetous eyes of top experts. These top experts all had methods to possess others. As long as he possessed Zhou Han's body, he could completely inherit Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent. This way, he would definitely be able to break through to a higher level. Who wouldn't want to be powerful? Especially when these top experts enjoyed the monstrous trend brought about by their powerful strength. The pursuit of strength was naturally even more urgent. Therefore, it was very understandable to implement a plan against Zhou Han. That's right. When you placed the key to the Great Desolate Divine Domain in the cave at the entrance of the Divine Domain, I also saw the key to the Extreme Ice Divine Domain appear there. Whether Zhou Han makes a choice depends on him. The Divine Domain Envoy explained, but this had nothing to do with him. Both sides were big shots. He did not want to get involved and do things with money. That was all. Damn it. How dare you interfere? I won't let you off. The Desolate Heaven King roared at the sky, but it was useless. After all, although he was powerful, the Extreme Ice Tyrant was not weak. Not to mention that their main bodies could not leave the Divine Domain. He could only play long range, and this time, he was caught off guard. Zhou Han, you must choose the Great Desolate Divine Domain. I've been looking forward to your arrival. All the Desolate Heaven King could do now was pray. When Zhou Han chose one out of the two, he chose the Great Desolate Divine Domain. Only then would he have a chance to possess Zhou Han. If he chose the Extreme Ice Divine Domain, the Extreme Ice Tyrant would obtain such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and successfully rise. Very good. Let's enter the Extreme Ice Divine Domain first. Looking at the 2 Divine Domain keys floating in front of him, Zhou Han made a decision. As for why he made such a decision, it was mainly because it had been enhanced. The key to the Extreme Ice Divine Domain triggered the enhancement effect of the 100-fold reward. On the other hand, although the key to the Great Desolate Divine Domain had triggered 10 times the luck, it was also a very powerful effect. However, Zhou Han's top priority was to earn more supreme enhancement points. Therefore, it was only right to choose a 100-fold reward. It was important to make the best choice according to his actual situation. With the 100 times reward enhancement, his supreme enhancement points would naturally be abundant. Extreme Ice Divine Domain Key plus 10. Type, Special Item. Description, it's a special key to the Extreme Ice Divine Domain. The Tao Lord refined a total of 10,000 and distributed them in every corner of the world. Only the strong are qualified to collect them and enter the incomparably mysterious Divine Domain to explore the Great Tao and reach the peak. However, opportunities and danger coexist in the Divine Domain. If you want to obtain strength, you have to bear the risk of dying at any time. Special Effect, Ice Guardian. When you receive Ice Attribute damage, it will automatically weaken the damage by 90%. Special Effect, Great Tao Grace. Any reward you obtain in the Extreme Ice Divine Domain will receive 100 times the increase. It will take effect for a year. After a year, this special effect will automatically disappear permanently. Zhou Han browsed through it again. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The effect of this enhancement was definitely good. The improvement was very exaggerated, so he was naturally very happy. Unfortunately, the upper limit was reached after 10 enhancements. The hundreds of millions of supreme enhancement points in my hand are useless. If I can enhance it dozens of times more, the multiplier of this reward will be even more exaggerated. Zhou Han sighed regretfully in his heart. However, this was what this special item was like. Some enhancements reached the upper limit after 10 attempts. Some could go more than 10 times. Anyway, Zhou Han did not know how to judge. In short, it could only depend on luck. Therefore, he could only accept this outcome. Then, there was the key to the great desolate divine domain. The effect of enhancing it 10 times was also all presented on the virtual interface. It was clearly visible. Extreme Ice Divine Domain, key plus 10. Type, special item. Description, it's a special key to the great desolate divine domain. The Tao Lord refined a total of 10,000 and distributed them in every corner of the world. Only the strong are qualified to collect them and enter the incomparably mysterious divine domain to explore the great Tao and reach the peak. However, opportunities and danger coexist in the divine domain. If you want to obtain strength, you have to bear the risk of dying at any time. Special effect, primordial power, in the great desolate divine domain. Once you enter combat state, once you cause damage to the target, it will automatically increase by 10,000 times. Special effect, Great Tao Favor. You will obtain 10 times the luck bonus in the great desolate divine domain. It will take effect for a year. After a year, this special effect will automatically disappear permanently. Therefore, Zhou Han decisively chose the key to the extreme ice divine domain. The benefits of 100-fold reward were there. 10 times luck was a little illusory. He felt a little weak. If he did not trigger anything good, he would feel like he had made a loss. This was Zhou Han's judgment. In any case, I can enter both divine domains. It's just an order. We can't escape. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself, not taking this to heart. After obtaining all the resources of the extreme ice divine domain first, wouldn't it be twice as happy to plunder the great desolate divine domain? There must be something wrong with 2 divine domain keys appearing at the same time. I wonder what's the purpose of this. The heaven-opening axe reminded softly. After all, it was outstanding and saw everything clearly. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to obtain a divine domain key. However, now that 2 had appeared at once, everything seemed to have been deliberately arranged, revealing something unusual. Now that you mention it, that's true. After all, how dare a divine domain envoy take the initiative to provoke me? This is no different from courting death. Hearing this, Zhou Han also recovered from his joy and said in a low voice. He could also sense that someone was secretly plotting behind his back, as if they were deliberately luring him into divine domain. Otherwise, he knew that he was lucky. However, it did not make sense for 2 divine domain keys to appear at once. Master, you have to be more careful. Otherwise, we'll be plotted against by the mastermind, the heaven-opening axe said cautiously. I naturally know that. However, I have to go to this divine domain. Otherwise, my strength won't increase at all. I'll only stay in place. Danger and opportunity coexist. The heart of the strong is to constantly challenge your limits and break through yourself. Only then can you reach the peak. If you retreat just like that, you're not worthy of reaching the peak at all, because you don't have the heart of the strong. Zhou Han said confidently. Even if he knew that someone was plotting against him, so what? In the face of absolute power, all evil was useless. Zhou Han was naturally not afraid. He charged forward bravely and was invincible. Well said, Master. You're so kind. With the heart of the strong, you will definitely become the strongest. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly flattered. My master is indeed an expert at both literary and military knowledge. He is ambitious and has a good plan. This is the demeanor of a peerless expert. If you don't become the strongest, it's really intolerable. Listening to you is better than words. It enlightened me. Zhou Han shook his head and smiled bitterly, ignoring Little Rock and the others bragging. He mobilized the power of his body and covered the divine domain key. In an instant, a bone-chilling aura surged out. This space seemed to have frozen. 1,000,000 miles around became a world of ice and snow. The surging frost power not only slowed down one's movement, but even his reaction speed also could not keep up. Tisk, TSK. The divine domain key is indeed extraordinary. It actually contains the power of the perfected ice Dao technique. It's really impressive, Zhou Han exclaimed. These phenomena were all formed in an instant when he activated the extreme ice divine domain. It was so fast and powerful that Zhou Han was a little surprised. This is the power of the Dao Lord. What he creates is born with the power of the great Dao. It's not surprising to have such power, the heaven opening acts explained. Zhou Han nodded. No wonder the Dao Lord could surpass the heavenly Dao. He had only seen the tip of the iceberg today, but he could clearly sense the terror of the Dao Lord. One day, I'll become such an expert too. I'll transcend the 3 worlds and surpass the 5 elements. I'll step on the 6 paths of reincarnation, devour the universe, and beat the heavenly Dao. Zhou Han clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Such a life was so free and unrestrained. He dominated the universe. The universe was so vast that he could go wherever he wanted. However, now was not the time to sigh. After a short eruption, the power of ice had already reached its peak. Fortunately, Zhou Han had a super strong body, so it was still very easy for him to resist. At this moment, a huge pale blue door appeared in the center of the frost storm. It was 1,000 feet tall and stood between the heavens and earth, filled with grandeur. System prompt. The passageway to the extreme ice divine domain has been opened. Please head to the spatial passageway within a minute. Otherwise, the divine domain passageway will disappear. Please be prepared. The notification sounded in his mind. Zhou Han did not hesitate and took a step forward. There was no aura of frost in the spatial passageway. Instead, it felt very warm. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Han was hit by the bone-chilling wind again. Looking up, it was a world of ice and snow. It was frozen for thousands of miles, and snow floated for thousands of miles. Is this the extreme ice divine domain? I didn't expect the power of the ice Dao to wander in the air. What a good place. No wonder the 8 great divine domains make people yearn endlessly. After all, the air is filled with the power of the ice Dao at all times. Even if you don't want to comprehend it, under long periods of nurturing, you will learn it without a teacher. Zhou Han's sharp perception immediately sensed the energy fluctuations in the air. To be honest, he was still a little surprised. In the outside world, Dao techniques were so profound, mysterious, and illusory. How many experts could not pry into it their entire lives? However, in the divine domain, it was actually common. This was really ironic. No wonder they dare to name it after the divine domain. In such a cultivation environment, the incomparably abundant resources here are completely worthy of such a title. The ashen illusory beast exclaimed. This was the first time it had felt such a place. It was very happy. Master, can the few of us cultivate Dao techniques here? With such rich Dao technique energy, it won't be long before we can advance to an extremely powerful realm. Little Bone hurriedly asked Zhou Han's opinion. Little Rock and Little Ashen were also filled with anticipation. Such a place would definitely improve their cultivation at a godly speed. After all, they were Zhou Han's pets. If they did not even master the Dao technique, wouldn't they embarrass him? Little Bone and the others clearly realized this. After all, their master would definitely reach the peak. As his pets, it would be too awkward if they were too weak. Therefore, the urge to become stronger was very urgent. Now that he had encountered such an excellent cultivation environment, it was normal for him to be very excited. All right, it's approved. Cultivate well. Set a small goal first and cultivate to the intermediate Dao technique. Otherwise, don't come and see me. Zhou Han directly agreed to their request. After all, his current strength had already surpassed these 3 pets too much. It was not a power of the same dimension at all. Therefore, Little Ashen and the others were of little help to Zhou Han. It didn't matter if he brought it with him or not. However, Zhou Han still customized the targets. Only then could he stimulate them and make them more motivated. Master, no. That's too much to ask. Little Bone and the others immediately complained. It was not easy for someone who had not grasped a Dao technique to cultivate an intermediate Dao technique. However, Zhou Han did not say anything. After instructing them, it was time to explore the extreme ice divine domain. System prompt. Your current location has been detected to be the extreme ice divine domain. Divine domain key special effect successfully triggered. All ice attribute damage you receive will automatically be reduced by 90%. The reward you obtain will automatically increase by 100 times. Excellent. Then I can go all out and do it. Hearing this, Zhou Han also smiled and was in a very good mood. This 100 times reward was much stronger than the godly blessing special effect of the chaotic mystic world. This way, he could obtain more benefits. The supreme enhancement points obtained would be even simpler. By the way, what's the upper limit of the supreme enhancement points I obtained in the extreme ice divine domain? Thinking of the supreme enhancement points, Zhou Han hurriedly asked in his heart. Logically speaking, this was a map that was even more advanced than the chaotic mystic world in the 8 great divine domains. Then the upper limit of enhancement points would definitely increase. You can obtain at most 5 billion supreme enhancement points in the extreme ice divine domain. Once you exceed this upper limit, you will not be able to obtain it by killing monsters. Please understand. As expected, the system's response delighted Zhou Han. He was quite satisfied with the limit of 5 billion. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's farm directly. Zhou Han did not waste any time and looked into the distance. Just now, when he asked, his divine sense had not stopped probing. At this moment, under his super strong perception, he had locked onto the target. Zhou Han used spatial power, chose the spatial coordinates, and teleported away. In the deepest part of the extreme ice divine domain, here stood a 100,000 feet palace. The outside of the palace was filled with a cold aura, covered by countless ice cubes. A coldness filled with an endless aura of destruction floated in this world. Your Majesty, according to the scouts, something unusual happened in the divine domain passageway just now. A powerful aura has entered the divine domain. In Hanbing Hall, a general in ice armor reported respectfully. At this moment, the experts who entered my extreme ice divine domain. Looks like it's most likely Zhou Han. Ha ha ha, good timing. I didn't expect you to still choose the extreme ice divine domain. The heavens are really helping me. The extreme ice tyrant on the throne stroked his beard and laughed. He was in a good mood. It was he who secretly sent an expert to send the key to the extreme ice divine domain to Zhou Han. He had not been hopeful. Unexpectedly, Zhou Han really entered the extreme ice divine domain. This time, he could beat the others to it. He could take the lead in possessing Zhou Han. Then Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent would be his. Zhou Han. Is it that Zhou Han, who has been on a killing spree in the chaotic mystic world recently? The general asked curiously. He did not know the extreme ice tyrant's plan, which was why he had such doubts. Since Zhou Han has already come to my extreme ice divine domain, it's already impossible for him to escape. There's no harm in letting you know this plan, the extreme ice tyrant said with a smile. This was because his plan had always been confidential. These subordinates did not know. Now that the plan had been completed, there was no need to keep it a secret. After all, it was easy to enter divine domain. If he wanted to get out, it was not as simple as touring his own vegetable garden. Therefore, the extreme ice tyrant did not care. This is Zhou Han's information. You'll understand after reading it. With that, the extreme ice tyrant distributed a few jade slips and accurately landed in the hands of the generals. Zhou Han actually has such terrifying strength at such a young age. Even the powerful Emperor Vast was insta-killed. Soon, a general revealed great shock after reading it. Although they knew Zhou Han's performance in the chaotic mystic world, they still did not know enough details. However, the Jade Slip now recorded all the specific details of Zhou Han's battle with the various experts. After reading it, the generals were not only shocked, but even filled with fear. He's cultivated for less than a year, and he's no more than 20 years old. This talent is probably unprecedented and unsurpassed. The other generals' eyes flickered with disbelief. Over the years, countless prodigies had appeared in the God-fiend continent, leading the era and blooming with a dazzling light. However, compared to Zhou Han, these prodigies instantly looked extremely dim. In terms of talent, it could be said that they were completely crushed by Zhou Han. It was no problem to say that it was unprecedented. If this child's talent is not curbed, he will probably become the strongest in the world in less than a year. How terrifying. The originally quiet hall was now filled with exclamations like a market. All the generals who had finished reading the Jade Slip had a great shock on their faces. They were all shocked by Zhou Han's heaven-defying performance, and their scalps went numb, and waves surged in their hearts. So now you understand why I'm so happy. This is a chance given to me by the heavens. Whether I can reach the peak and decide, everything depends on this. Countless ice crystals erupted from the extreme ice tyrant's body. Just as his heart was fluctuating violently, he was naturally filled with endless desire for peak strength. He ruled the ages and bloomed with the most dazzling light in the vast universe. How glorious would that be? Your Majesty, do you mean to possess Zhou Han's body? In that case, Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent belongs to you. At that time, you will rule the ages alone and dominate the galaxy. These generals quickly understood the extreme ice tyrant's intentions. All of them were very excited and flickered with excited smiles. That's great. Congratulations to His Majesty in advance for establishing the immortal merit. For thousands of generations, dominate the universe. Ha ha ha, what a scene. Zhou Han really came at the right time. These generals instantly became arrogant and began to sing praises. After all, Zhou Han had entered the extreme ice divine domain. He was like a turtle in a jar and could only be at his mercy. There was no way to escape. Of course, this was only their thoughts. Stop. Therefore, I'll have to rely on everyone to capture Zhou Han alive this time. Although it might be simpler for me to attack directly, just in case, your current mission is to think of a way to consume Zhou Han's energy. In that case, I just have to attack eventually and capture him alive. The extreme ice tyrant spoke. He was extremely confident in his strength and had an incomparably domineering aura. However, he was still very cautious about Zhou Han. After all, Zhou Han's talent was too heaven-defying. Therefore, these precautions were very necessary. This was also why the extreme ice tyrant let his subordinates take the initiative to attack, bringing more obstruction. Only then could he ensure that nothing went wrong, especially at this critical juncture. It concerned whether he could reach the peak. Your Majesty, there's naturally no problem stopping Zhou Han. But can we really do it with our strength? A general's expression changed, and he said worriedly. He knew very well what he was capable of. It was fine to belittle Zhou Han behind his back, but if he wanted to fight him head-on, forget it. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm afraid we can't do any of that. We're not capable. It's no different from courting death. The other generals also hurriedly said, looking anxious. They were afraid that the extreme ice tyrant would make them cannon fodder. In that case, their outcome would be very tragic. Therefore, it was understandable that there was such worry and resistance. Don't worry. I, the extreme ice tyrant, am awe-inspiring. I can't do such a thing. I definitely have some confidence in letting you deal with Zhou Han. The extreme ice tyrant took in everyone's expressions, smiled, and said confidently, Oh, what's your decision, Your Majesty? Please tell me. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they hurriedly asked. It's very simple. This time, I'm prepared to activate the Great Tao Array. All of you will enjoy the top-notch power. I don't ask you to capture Zhou Han alive. I only hope you can exhaust as much of his energy as possible, the extreme ice tyrant said loudly. What? Are we going to activate the Great Tao Array? Tisk, TSK, TSK. This is good. Your Majesty, don't worry. It's definitely foolproof. After all, this Great Tao Array was extraordinary. Containing the power of the Great Tao was a very special existence in Divine Domain. The extreme cold tyrant also consumed a lot of energy to control it. Once used, it could provide power that surpassed an advanced Tao technique. Although there was still a certain difference from a perfected Tao technique, this power was shocking enough. This was also why everyone was so shocked. Previously, they had been very worried. However, when they heard about the Great Tao Array, they were instantly excited and their confidence was maxed out. This was because once so many generals all had such violent power, they would not take the powerful Zhou Han seriously. Your Majesty, you're indeed serious. Even the Great Tao Array is about to be activated. In that case, Zhou Han has no chance to resist at all. One of the generals said excitedly. He knew that it was not easy to activate the Great Tao Array. It required a lot of resources. However, clearly in the eyes of the extreme cold tyrant, as long as they could capture Zhou Han alive, all this was worth it. Then, After the generals discovered Zhou Han's approximate location, they whistled over, determined to obtain him. Zhou Han did not know all of this. At this moment, what he had to do was farm monsters. Then, obtaining more resources was the way to go. After traveling through space, the place Zhou Han came to was called the Ice Silkworm Valley. There were many blizzard ice silkworms living inside. They were hundreds of feet tall and spat out endless cold lights. As soon as he approached the Ice Silkworm Valley, he could feel an extremely cold aura surging towards him. Master, the resources in this divine domain are much richer than in the chaotic mystic world. This can be even more beneficial to your performance. The heaven-opening axe congratulated. It could clearly sense that these blizzard ice silkworms all had the realm of a divine emperor. Although his combat strength was powerful, it posed no threat to the current Zhou Han at all. Therefore, these could be said to be his prey. Not bad. It's indeed very good. With these abundant resources, my strength will increase even faster. Zhou Han smiled and was also in a very good mood. This was because the current him had already triggered the reward of 100-fold enhancement. After killing these thousands of blizzard ice silkworms, the supreme enhancement points obtained would be a very terrifying number. At that time, he could enhance it more times. How wonderful. Master, let's attack first. Koizumi and the heaven-opening axe were eager to try. After all, they all knew that Zhou Han could obtain supreme enhancement points by killing these blizzard ice silkworms. Then, as long as he performed well, they would also be enhanced because of this. Therefore, now that such a good performance opportunity was in front of him, how could they let it go? All right, with your help, it can be more efficient. Seeing that Koizumi and the heaven-opening axe were so enthusiastic, Zhou Han naturally would not dampen their enthusiasm and directly agreed to their request. He held the dragon spring sword in his left hand and the heaven-opening axe in his right. Zhou Han was like a god of war and did not care at all. He charged into the group of blizzard ice silkworms. Who is it? How dare you? Don't you know that this Ice Silkworm Valley is the territory of my blizzard ice silkworm? You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you barge in alone? Are you tired of living? A furious voice surged over. Endless anger mixed with a cold aura attacked Zhou Han. You sure talk big. However, this strength is not enough. Zhou Han said coldly, filled with great mockery. Dragon abyss, heaven slaying. Split the heavens, gods trembling. He did not waste any time on the blizzard ice silkworm. Two exclusive skills wrapped in endless destructive power poured out. He displayed the power of the dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe to the extreme. After all, Zhou Han had already reached the divine emperor realm. The power released was no longer the same as before. Therefore, the power contained in these two exclusive skills could be imagined. What? You? We're both at the divine emperor grade. Why does he far exceed me? The aura on the blizzard ice silkworm trembled. Facing the monstrous power, it was obvious that it had become much weaker. Pressed by Zhou Han's aura, this comparison revealed the huge difference. Huh? Do you only know now? I can send you on your way. Zhou Han said expressionlessly. There was no need to say much. All the blizzard ice silkworms here today would be his prey. He wanted to kill to his heart's content and obtain more supreme enhancement points. After all, the supreme enhancement points had not increased for more than 3 months. Now that he saw so many mobile enhancement points, how could Zhou Han let it go? Sword aura whistled, lightning surged, and all kinds of elements intertwined. The blizzard ice silkworm was unable to resist at all and was constantly killed. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the divine emperor grade blizzard ice silkworm. The reward obtained will increase by 100 times. You have obtained 783 trillion experience points, 5,600,000 supreme enhancement points, 300 top-grade pills, 300 top-grade Dharma treasures, 500. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the divine emperor-grade blizzard ice silkworm. The reward obtained will be increased by 100 times. Obtained. Just like that, in the Ice Silkworm Valley, Zhou Han directly began to harvest. The notification of the kill kept scrolling on the combat interface. The huge benefits he obtained made Zhou Han very happy. If he killed all 2,000 of these blizzard ice silkworms, each one could give at least 5 million supreme enhancement points. He only needed one wave to complete the upper limit of 5 billion enhancement points. It was simply too easy. This 100-fold reward enhancement was awesome. System prompt. The supreme enhancement points you have obtained have reached the upper limit of 5 billion. In the extreme cold divine domain, you will not be able to obtain additional enhancement points by killing monsters. Please understand. Looking at the corpses of the blizzard ice silkworms all over the ground, Zhou Han nodded. As soon as he entered the extreme ice divine domain, he easily achieved his goal. The resources here were indeed not something the chaotic mystic world could compare to. In other words, other than killing monsters, I can still obtain supreme enhancement points by completing missions, opening treasure chests, and so on, right? Zhou Han hurriedly asked. Not bad. You can interpret it that way. The system quickly gave an affirmative answer, making Zhou Han very satisfied. Master, how did I do just now? Well, should I enhance it? The dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe leaned over, their words extremely fawning. After all, they were naturally filled with the desire to obtain greater strength. Therefore, now that Zhou Han was in a good mood, he directly mentioned it. That's easy. It's time to fulfill my promise to you. Zhou Han smiled and agreed directly. After all, he had more than 5 billion enhancement points in hand now. His reserves were very abundant, so it was fine to use some. Really, thank you, Master. You're indeed handsome and unparalleled. Master, you're too kind. The dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe were extremely excited. They had sensed the huge power brought by enhancement. That feeling was incomparably wonderful. After Zhou Han agreed, he did not delay. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your sovereign artifact, the dragon spring sword, has been successfully enhanced to the upper limit of 500 times. The relevant attributes have already appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your sovereign artifact, the heaven-opening axe, has been successfully enhanced to the upper limit of 600 times. The relevant attributes have already appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. White light kept shining, filling the air. Hiss. What powerful strength. I've never been so powerful. Koizumi was extremely shocked. Master, why is the improvement this time so terrifying? The heaven-opening axe's tone was also filled with shock as it asked. Previously, it had also experienced enhancement, but compared to now, it was completely different. There was a huge difference. Because I've already enhanced you to the limit. You've been enhanced 600 times. How can the intensity be the same? Zhou Han said with a smile. Enhanced 600 times. Oh my God, how strong should I be now? The heaven-opening axe was pleasantly surprised. Although it was not ordinary, it still did not know enough about the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe. It could be said that he had far underestimated the power of Zhou Han's talent. Now that you mention it, I'm quite curious. Let me see your attributes first. Zhou Han was looking forward to it and activated appraisal to see what improvements there were after enhancing it so many times. First, on the interface was the attribute data of the Dragon Spring Sword. Dragon Spring Sword plus 500. Grade, Sovereign Artifact. Type, Longsword type weapon. Description, the entire sword body is like an agile little dragon. A peerless power automatically emitted. It is also known as the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. It was born in the ancient Dragon Abyss and absorbed the essence of the Big Dipper star. It contains a powerful water attribute and starlight power. It is also a rare powerful existence among sovereign weapons. After special enhancement, it has already surpassed the original sovereign grade and reached an unprecedented height. Basic attributes. In combat, any damage you cause will increase by 10 million times. Unique passive. Dragon fights in the wild. The power of the dragon soul has dyed the entire body. In combat, your defense will increase by 100 million times. Unique passive. Perfected Sword Dao. The Sword Dao technique you use has the power of the perfected Great Dao. Exclusive skill. Dragon Abyss. Heaven Slaying. Activate an extreme sword aura and use the dragon soul as a carrier to constantly absorb the water elements in the air, causing 1 billion times the attack damage to the target. This skill will forcefully hit and cannot be dodged. It will directly kill the target. A target without a resurrection method will directly die. Exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, star entering the body. the dragon spring sword has established a wonderful connection with the Big Dipper. When releasing the skill, summon the Big Dipper. The violent star power inside will all surge in, bringing a terrifying increase in all attributes. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Sovereign weapon ranking, 2. Is it that strong? 10 million times damage and 100 million times defense. Zhou Han's eyes lit up in surprise. In that case, who in the world could withstand the power of his sword? With such strength, the dragon spring sword directly rose to the second place of the sovereign weapon. Then the first place would naturally be the heaven-opening axe. Zhou Han looked over, and the attribute data of the heaven-opening axe appeared on the interface. Heaven-opening axe plus 600. Grade, sovereign grade. Type, damage Dharma treasure. Description, a powerful Dharma treasure personally forged by the great god Pangu. After the beginning of the world and the passage of time, it has become the undisputed #1 sovereign weapon. It has absolute strength. After special enhancement, it has already surpassed the original sovereign grade and reached an unprecedented height. Basic attributes. Time and space power cannot work on you. Unique passive, Pangu Aura. The power of Pangu contained has been completely activated. The influence of the heavenly Tao on you will be greatly reduced. Unique passive, Great Tao of Strength. With absolute strength, the Great Tao of Strength executed has the power of a perfected Great Tao. Unique passive, Permanent Erasure. Any target killed by the heaven-opening axe will be permanently erased and cannot be revived. Exclusive skill, Chaos, Heaven-Splitting Strike. A powerful force that tears the sky and instantly causes 1,000,000,000 times the damage. Exclusive skill, Strength Splitting the Galaxy. In the face of absolute power, even the cosmos and galaxies can't withstand the power of my axe. All enemy units within 1,000,000 miles will suffer 10 billion attack damage. Cooldown, 3 days. Sovereign weapon ranking, 1. Damn, is it that strong? 600 enhancements is an eye-opener. After Zhou Han finished looking at the attributes, he exclaimed, after enhancing it to the limit, the dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe had long broken through to the sovereign grade. The quantitative change caused a qualitative change and reached a new height. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Let us contribute more to you, Koizumi and Little Axe said excitedly. Although there was no actual combat, that majestic and explosive power kept surging in their bodies and surging. Enhancing 2 sovereign artifacts consumed a total of more than 3 billion supreme enhancement points. However, it was all worth it. After all, the current Zhou Han had obtained 2 perfected Tao techniques, also known as the Great Tao. Above the Great Tao was the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful the perfected Great Tao was. System prompt. You have successfully triggered the hidden mission, Extreme Ice Tyrant's Hunt. The details have been displayed on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. Hunting me down. Interesting. I've really given you face. The notification in his mind surprised Zhou Han. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. What? Who's F-King blind to dare to hunt you down? Koizumi asked curiously when he heard Zhou Han's muttering. I'm not sure. His name is the Extreme Ice Tyrant, Zhou Han said with a smile. Master, I've heard of this name. It's a top expert. He was completely qualified to be in the top 10 at that time. Little Axe hurriedly replied, naming the other party's identity. So, it's one of the top 10 combatants. No wonder he dares to be so impudent. I can meet him. Killing these weak demonic beasts is no longer of my interest. Killing the top 10 experts is more interesting. Zhou Han smiled and said calmly, if I'm not wrong, this Extreme Ice Tyrant should be in the Extreme Ice Divine Domain. Otherwise, the hidden mission wouldn't have been triggered at this time. Zhou Han was analyzing in his heart when a few powerful auras suddenly flickered in his divine sense and flew towards him. Master, let's go and destroy him now. He doesn't take you seriously at all. I can't take this lying down, Koizumi said angrily. Now that its combat strength was explosive, it naturally wanted to show its strength and use. It should share its master's worries and troubles. But we went looking. If I'm not wrong, they took the initiative to come looking for us. Zhou Han reached out to stop them and said, as soon as he entered the Extreme Ice Divine Domain, someone found trouble with him. coupled with the man-made plan when he obtained the key to the extreme ice divine domain. Clearly, this extreme ice tyrant was the mastermind. All right, you're quite bold. I can test my current combat strength, Koizumi said excitedly. Zhou Han nodded. He would just let the dragon spring sword use it later. After all, there was no doubt about the outcome of the battle with a perfected sword Dao technique. After waiting for half a minute, 7 violent auras spread with sharp killing intent. Heh, you're Zhou Han. Since you've come to the extreme ice divine domain, your outcome is already decided. Don't blame us for being ruthless. You can only blame your talent for being too strong and coveting. The people who came were the 7 heavenly kings under the extreme ice tyrant. Their combat strength was only inferior to the extreme ice tyrant. He naturally wanted to be foolproof by sending such a powerful force this time. Oh, you're the subordinates of the extreme ice tyrant. You want to capture me? Zhou Han was unmoved and asked calmly. Before attacking, he still wanted to find out the reason. Looks like you're not stupid. The current you is just a turtle in a jar. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. His Majesty is very interested in your talent. As long as he possesses you, he can replace you and become an overlord. This talent is a waste on you. Only our Majesty is worthy of it. Therefore, be obedient and you can suffer less. One of the old men stroked his beard, his tone filled with threat. When Zhou Han heard this, he understood. This extreme ice tyrant had deliberately placed the key to the extreme ice divine domain. He had to enter it before he could possess his body. Then, the key to the great desolate divine domain might be in the same situation. Of course, the exact situation would be clear after entering the great desolate divine domain. Now, the key was to deal with the matter of the extreme ice divine domain. I wonder who gave you all that confidence. Do you think you can do anything to me? Zhou Han chuckled, the mockery in his eyes undisguised. Since the other party had made such a plan, then his information should be investigated very clearly. However, he was a little surprised that they still dared to come over now. Ha! I admit that even if the 7 of us join forces, we're indeed not your match. But do you think we don't have some special methods? Look what this is. Give up. You can't escape no matter what. As one of the middle-aged men spoke, he completely activated the special effect of the Great Dao Array. After all, there was a limit to the duration of the Great Dao Array. Therefore, without a battle, it would definitely not open randomly. Great Dao Array Formation. Power that surpasses an advanced Dao technique. Zhou Han instantly used the appraisal and blurted out. Oh, Zhou Han, you have some eyesight. You even know the Great Dao Array Formation. That's right, this is a Great Dao Array. The 7 of us will have the power to surpass the advanced Dao technique. Do you think you can deal with such a method? The 7 heavenly kings asked teasingly, a determined smile on their faces. Of course, why were they so confident? It was mainly because they had obtained information about Zhou Han and knew that he could only unleash the power of an advanced Dao technique. However, this information was clearly outdated. Zhou Han's strength was increasing rapidly every day. Therefore, it was completely useless to collect information about him and judge his combat strength. Oh, can I reach the perfected after surpassing the advanced Dao technique? Zhou Han did not mind and asked. Perfected Dao technique. There's still a lot of difference, but it's enough to deal with you. The 7 of us will have the power to surpass the advanced Dao technique. The 7 heavenly kings sneered. You haven't even reached the perfected, and you dare to deal with me? You really know nothing about power. Zhou Han smiled disdainfully. The 7 heavenly kings' eyes narrowed. At this moment, their auras had already climbed to their peak state. Very good. You sure talk big. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Everyone, attack together and teach him a lesson. After the Great Dao Array was activated, the 7 heavenly kings did not waste any time. All the power in their bodies poured out. They all exceeded the level of an advanced Dao technique. Insignificant skill. Feel the fear of a perfected Dao technique. Facing the siege of the 7 of them, Zhou Han's expression did not change. He held the dragon spring sword, and countless sword shadows surged out. Perfected Dao technique. Zhou Han, you really know how to brag. I admit that your talent is very powerful, but how can you control a perfected Great Dao? One of the old men mocked. Clearly, they sneered at Zhou Han's words. System prompt. Detected that you are using the dragon spring sword. Special effect. Perfected Sword Dao has been successfully triggered. The Sword Dao technique you use has the power of a perfected Great Dao. The power of the sword changed the sky and earth. The Sword Dao contained the changes of time and the reversal of life and death. This was the aura of the Great Dao. My sword breaks the sky. My thoughts cut through the ages, and my heart becomes eternal. The myriad Sword Dao is at my disposal. At this moment, explosive power swept in all directions. Sword chimes kept coming from the space. They were imposing and invincible. How can he be so strong? Perfected Sword Dao? It's really a perfected Sword Dao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you control a perfected Great Dao at your age? Sensing an unprecedented crisis enveloping them, the 7 heavenly kings instantly knew that the situation was not good. Unexpectedly, Zhou Han's light sword was simple and ordinary. However, it contained such terrifying power. This power far exceeded an advanced Dao technique. Coupled with what Zhou Han had just said, the outcome was obvious. It was the power of the perfected Great Dao. That was why it was so shockingly powerful. The Great Dao was the greatest characteristic of a perfected Dao technique. Pray to me for mercy. I'll refuse you fiercely. Weren't you very arrogant just now? You thought you could suppress me with the Great Dao array. How naive. Zhou Han mocked wantonly and gave the strongest response. I didn't expect this. I never expected this. We still underestimated your talent. Sigh. He actually grasped a perfected Dao technique. This is fate. A bitter and despairing smile appeared on the faces of the 7 heavenly kings. With their strength, it was impossible for them to resist the power of a perfected Dao technique. At this moment, his heart was filled with great regret. If he had known earlier, why would he have provoked a pervert like Zhou Han? Die? You talk too much, Zhou Han said coldly. He was expressionless and directly sentenced them to death. It all happened in a few microseconds. Sword shadows filled the sky as they whistled over. Uft, uft, uft. The 7 heavenly kings' hearts were pierced by thousands of swords, and they had no strength to resist. This was the supreme will of the Great Dao, unstoppable. System prompt. Congratulations on killing. At the same time, 7 kill notifications appeared on the combat interface. So I'm already so strong? This is the power of the Great Dao. I actually controlled the Great Dao. It's too unreal. Koizumi shouted excitedly with great shock and joy. It knew that after it was enhanced, it was very powerful. However, after actual combat, he realized that he had the power of the Great Dao. This powerful force was still beyond his imagination. Following a powerful master, I can really become stronger while lying down. I'm so lucky. Koizumi was filled with excitement and gratitude because he knew that everything he had obtained originated from his master, Zhou Han. This was probably what it meant when a person achieved enlightenment. After tidying up the spoils of war, Zhou Han took a look. There was nothing useful. After all, very few things at his level could enter his eyes. Therefore, this situation was normal. Next, I'll take the initiative to attack and complete the hidden mission. Zhou Han made a decision. He checked the mission description. He had to survive the pursuit of the extreme ice tyrant within a month and complete the mission. This is too troublesome. As long as I find the extreme ice tyrant and kill it, won't I complete the mission? That's the most convenient way, Zhou Han thought. If the dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe had not been enhanced so many times, Zhou Han might keep a low profile. But there was no need for that now. With such powerful strength, he could completely do whatever he wanted in the extreme ice divine domain. Then, Zhou Han captured a few experts who were passing by and interrogated them. After learning some basic information about the extreme ice tyrant, Zhou Han knew that he controlled extreme ice attribute power, and the extreme ice divine domain was his home ground, so the combat strength he could unleash would be even more violent. 1,000,000 years ago, the Dao technique he controlled had already exceeded the scope of an advanced Dao technique. As for whether there is a perfected ice Dao technique, I don't know. Senior, don't kill me, the Azure Dragon sage in front of him said with a trembling voice. He was just passing by. He was unlucky and was caught by Zhou Han asking for some information. You're too weak. It's meaningless to kill you. Bring me to the extreme ice tyrant, Zhou Han ordered. All right. Senior, please, the Azure Dragon sage hurriedly said in surprise. He immediately had hope of survival. The place where the extreme ice tyrant lives is called the Ice Crystal Palace. He's the strongest person in the extreme ice divine domain, and then the Azure Dragon Sage told him the basic situation in detail. He knew that only by satisfying Zhou Han could his life be more stable. After half an hour of flying, 100,000 feet palace stood between heaven and earth in front of him, incomparably majestic. Senior, this is it. Can I leave? If the extreme ice tyrant sees me, I'm dead, the Azure Dragon Sage asked softly, his eyes filled with worry. All right, you can go now. You don't have to be too worried. The extreme ice tyrant will disappear from this world forever today, Zhou Han said calmly. However, these words shocked the Azure Dragon Sage so much that his scalp went numb. Permanently lost? Senior, you want to kill the extreme ice tyrant? You're not joking, are you? The Azure Dragon Sage hurriedly asked. If the extreme ice tyrant dares to plot against me, it's destined to die. A trace of killing intent flashed across Zhou Han's eyes. This was his personality. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. What? Aren't you going to consider it? After obtaining Zhou Han's affirmation, the Azure Dragon Sage was stunned on the spot, his heart in turmoil. After all, that was the extreme ice tyrant, the top expert in divine domain. Wasn't killing him asking for death? Zhou Han smiled calmly and ignored the Azure Dragon Sage. Extreme ice tyrant, get out here. Didn't you want to capture me alive? I'm here now. Zhou Han mobilized his strength and condensed it into his voice. At this moment, the voice spread in the direction of the Ice Crystal Palace like a thunderclap. This was because there were many ancient array formations set up in this Ice Crystal Palace. If Zhou Han rashly barged in, he would also be affected. Therefore, he chose to provoke it directly and force the extreme ice tyrant out. This way, he wouldn't have to face those ancient arrays. Although he was not afraid of those arrays, it would definitely consume some energy to destroy them. Since he could not obtain any benefits, Zhou Han would definitely not do such useless things. After all, it was thankless and there was no need. He would first use provocative methods to see if he could force the extreme ice tyrant out. Of course, if the effect was not good, he would consider other methods. It was the most irrational way to rush in. Zhou Han was powerful, but he would not be so rash. However, he believed that with the status of the extreme ice tyrant, this kind of direct mockery was definitely unacceptable to the other party. Therefore, she would come out no matter what and fight him head-on. At this moment, Zhou Han's voice had an extremely strong penetrating power under the enhancement of a powerful force. Even though the Ice Crystal Palace was extremely huge, it could hear his words clearly. Your Majesty, someone is provoking the dignity of my Ice Crystal Palace. He really has guts, the guard hurriedly reported. I'm not deaf. Get lost. The extreme ice tyrant berated. His expression was a little ugly. This was because he had just received news that the 7 heavenly kings had been wiped out. The extreme ice tyrant did not expect it to die so quickly. Originally, he wanted the 7 heavenly kings to consume more of Zhou Han's energy. However, it was obvious that his plan had failed. Zhou Han, I really underestimated your strength. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? With such a huge commotion outside the palace, the extreme ice tyrant naturally knew that Zhou Han had already arrived. However, the extreme ice tyrant clearly did not have fear on its face. A confident light flickered in its eyes. As one of the top 10 experts, he had absolute confidence in his strength. The extreme ice tyrant was such an existence. Although he knew that the process of this battle would be extremely difficult, he believed that the final victory still belonged to him. Since you're here, I'll take over your body. My supreme ambition is just around the corner. The extreme ice tyrant laughed into the sky and rushed out of the Ice Crystal Palace. The snow filled the sky like shadows. A cold wave surged, and the extreme cold fluctuated violently in the world. The extreme ice tyrant is out. He's out. The Azure Dragon Sage's pupils constricted, and he looked extremely afraid. He had always lived in the extreme ice divine domain. He knew better than anyone how powerful the extreme ice tyrant was. Having been under this power for a long time, this fear was like an instinctive reaction. Perfect that you're out. He still has some guts, Zhou Han said calmly. If the other party hid in the Ice Crystal Palace, he would have to spend more effort. Zhou Han looked at the center of the snowstorm. The figure of the extreme ice tyrant slowly appeared. Frost kept circling around his body, flickering with a dark blue luster and looking a little dazzling. However, as long as an ordinary divine emperor-grade expert was tainted by this cold aura, their souls would probably be destroyed. Zhou Han activated appraisal and quickly scanned the basic information of the extreme ice tyrant. His combat strength was indeed extraordinary. Be it basic attributes, cultivation techniques, or equipment, they were all unique. His combat strength, which was ranked in the top 10 in the world, was indeed worthy of its reputation. Zhou Han, we've finally met. I'm sure you know my goal. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Your body belongs to me. Only by inheriting your powerful talent can I be invincible in the world and exist forever. The extreme ice tyrant roared angrily. At this moment, he was especially excited. After all, the powerful talent he had been longing for was now in front of him. It was so close. He was just a step away from obtaining a unique talent. At that time, he would be able to dominate the world and live freely. How powerful was that? Therefore, one could imagine how excited the extreme ice tyrant was. The more top-notch an expert was, the more they knew better than ordinary people. At their level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to advance. What could have caused this? Naturally, talent and comprehension limited their upper limit. Those with poor talent could guarantee their bottom line by cultivating diligently. As long as they worked hard enough, it was possible to become a super expert. However, if they wanted to become a top expert or even the peak of combat strength, those efforts alone were completely insufficient. One had to have the heaven-defying talent to do so. This was also the main reason why the extreme ice tyrant coveted Zhou Han's talent so much. What a perfect body. Soon, the heaven-defying talent and handsome face will all belong to me. The extreme ice tyrant said with a smile, his gaze constantly wandering over Zhou Han's body. It could be said that the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He nodded repeatedly. You're good. You've successfully angered me. This is the first time I've wanted to kill someone so badly. You're the first. Sensing the extreme ice tyrant's gaze, Zhou Han was completely enraged. He was very unhappy. Dragon abyss, heaven slaying. Die. The angry Zhou Han was like an emotionless machine. What he had to do now was to kill the extreme ice tyrant as quickly as possible. To possess his identity, there had to be a painful price to pay. As Zhou Han roared, a huge dragon shadow rushed out, 10,000 feet long. It circled in the sky, covering the sky. Sword shadows swept out, their aura devouring mountains and rivers. The power of the perfected sword Dao was world-shaking. Perfected sword Dao? No wonder he could instantly kill the 7 heavenly kings. If I hadn't also comprehended the perfected ice Dao technique, I might really have died at your hands today. Seeing the terrifying power of the sword Dao, the extreme ice tyrant flickered with surprise. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. After all, he had long been on guard. As the extreme ice tyrant smiled faintly, the frost power on his body became even colder. A ghostly blue light erupted, dazzling the sky. Then you should see my perfected ice Dao technique. Final profound meaning, absolute ice seal. The extreme ice tyrant roared angrily, and a terrifying cold aura spewed out of his body. It shone and constantly fused with the frost in the space. For a moment, countless icicles floated in the air, emitting an endless cold aura, ready to attack. Zhou Han was not surprised to see the extreme ice tyrant use the perfected ice Dao technique. Previously, when appraising the extreme ice tyrant's attributes, he knew that he had this ability. After all, those who could control a divine domain and rank in the top 10 of their combat strength. It was normal to cultivate the perfected Dao technique. Your sword aura is very sharp. I want to see how it compares to my icicle. Destroy in my endless frost. With the extreme ice tyrant's roar, countless icicles rushed out. At the same time, the dragon spring sword released countless sword auras. He also charged forward and faced it head-on. I didn't expect this senior to comprehend the perfected sword Dao. No wonder he dares to challenge the extreme ice tyrant. However, the extreme ice tyrant has been famous for a long time and has existed for countless years. I'm afraid the final winner will be the extreme ice tyrant. The Azure Dragon Sage watched this battle from afar and was shocked. Previously, he did not know much about Zhou Han's strength. However, The power he displayed now could completely be considered a top expert on the same level as the extreme ice tyrant. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, the two perfected Dao techniques collided head-on. The sound of explosions was endless, rising and falling like thunder. In an instant, the world collapsed, mountains and rivers shattered, and the aftershock of the shockwave spread for 1,000,000 miles. Damn, he's so strong. It's over. The Azure Dragon Sage, who was watching from 10,000 meters away, was insta-killed by the aftershock of this collision. He did not even have time to scream. His heart was filled with great regret. If he had known that the aftershock was so powerful, he would not watch the battle no matter what. This time, it cost him his life. Of course, it was not only the Azure Dragon Sage. Many experts passing by wanted to join in the fun, but none of them were spared. The impact of a perfected Dao technique was not something ordinary experts could resist. This was a huge difference in strength. Under a perfected Dao technique, they were like ants. Oh my God, why is this commotion so loud? It seems to be coming from the Ice Crystal Palace. The aftershock of the tremor could also be felt from an extremely far distance. However, after long-range transmission, its power had been reduced too much. Some divine emperor-grade experts could barely withstand it. At this moment, many people had gathered. They looked in the direction of the Ice Crystal Palace and exclaimed. This was because this was the first time they had felt such a powerful impact. If I'm not wrong, this is the power of a perfected Dao technique. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion at all. The aftershock of the tremor transmitted such a far distance. We had to use all our strength to resist. One of the old men said with a grave expression. Even though he was knowledgeable, he had never felt such power before. Therefore, after inference, it could be deduced that this was a perfected Dao technique. What? A perfected Dao technique? That's too strong. That's a height I can't reach in my entire life. Tisk, TSK, TSK. What an eye-opener today. I can actually feel the power of a perfected Dao technique. Although it's only the aftershock, such an opportunity is rare. That's right. The power of a perfected Dao technique is so terrifying. Violent reverence and excitement erupted in the crowd. They were all divine emperor-grade experts and had more or less comprehended the power of some Dao techniques. Therefore, the more he comprehended, the more he knew how mysterious and ethereal a perfected Dao technique was. At this moment, it was only natural to show such reverence. I really want to see that intense battle. It will definitely bring us great comprehension. That's right. Such a battle must be a heavyweight battle. Observing such an expert is undoubtedly beneficial to cultivation. But didn't you see it just now? As long as you get a little closer, you'll be instantly annihilated by the aftershock of the battle. It's not worth it to lose your life to observe the battle. I have a secret technique that can be watched remotely. However, it costs a lot to use it. Therefore, if fellow Taoists sponsor me a little, I have to use it no matter what the price is. At this moment, more and more experts gathered because this was the safest distance. Everyone was curious about the battle and gathered around. It was normal. There were naturally some cultivators with special methods. Therefore, after saying such words, he wanted to take the opportunity to make a killing. After all, there were definitely many people who wanted to watch such a perfected Dao technique battle. The cultivators on this side grasped this thought. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly responded. Fellow Taoist, you're awesome. It's great to have such a secret technique. I'll reward you with a top pseudo-sovereign equipment. A cultivator with a golden crown said domineeringly. In their opinion, it was completely worth it to pay such a price to watch the experts fight. I'll reward you with an advanced pseudo-sovereign Dharma treasure. Boss, quickly activate the secret technique. I'll tip. Everyone present was very enthusiastic and many responded. After a large number of tips, the cultivator finally activated the secret technique. However, at this moment, the battle was already over. They saw a huge corpse lying quietly on the ground, emitting a faint blue light from time to time. However, when everyone saw the face of the corpse, they could not help but gasp and were completely stunned on the spot. Oh my God, it's the extreme ice tyrant. He was killed. What? How is that possible? The extreme ice tyrants might shakes the world. Who can compete with his powerful combat strength? As the controller of the extreme ice divine domain, who can kill him? Damn, is this scene fake? Are you fooling us? I don't think so. How can the extreme ice tyrant die? Moreover, it happened in such a short period of time. Is your secret technique reliable? Are you fooling us? Soon, a large number of cultivators began to question the authenticity of this secret technique. The scene of the extreme ice tyrant being killed was too shocking. After all, with a powerful illusion, he might be able to simulate some scenes. Many people did not believe that the extreme ice tyrant would die like this. They all lived in the extreme ice divine domain, and to them, the extreme ice tyrant was an invincible existence. There's no battle scene. I got no information watching it. What a scam. Refund. Return my top-notch Dharma treasure. FCK, this person must be fooling us. Hand over my top-grade pill. The scene was very chaotic. Everyone was naturally very dissatisfied with this outcome. They looked at the cultivator who used the secret technique with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Fellow Taoists, please calm down and listen to me. This secret technique of mine is definitely real. As for the battle process, don't worry, everyone. This secret technique has the special effect of time rewind. Soon, you will all witness the entire battle. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He reached out to stop the riot and said calmly. Before anyone could say anything, the old man directly activated time rewind. Soon, the battle scene pulled to the scene of Zhou Han descending into the sky above the ice crystal palace. Who is this young man? He looks unfamiliar. With such an arrogant tone, is he the one who wants to challenge the extreme ice tyrant? He looks very ordinary. Other than his handsome looks, he's ordinary in other aspects. Could he be the one who killed the extreme ice tyrant? This isn't true. Seeing the opening, Zhou Han, who was clamoring at the ice crystal palace, everyone discussed. They originally underestimated him, but as Zhou Han released the perfected sword Dao, everyone was shocked. Their scalps went numb, and they screamed. They were slapped in the face. They never expected such a young Zhou Han to control a perfected Dao technique. How could they believe it? Looks like the aftershock of the battle we felt just now was caused by the collision of two perfected Dao techniques. So this is a perfected Dao technique. I seem to have comprehended something, but I don't seem to have comprehended anything. Shoo, keep your voice down. Watch and learn. Soon, after the initial shock, the onlookers held their breaths and focused on watching the next battle development. At this moment, they had already believed the old man's secret technique. Moreover, they could accept the death of the extreme ice tyrant. After all, Zhou Han had also grasped the perfected Dao technique. It was completely possible for him to kill the extreme ice tyrant. Although they knew the outcome of the battle, everyone was still very eager to see the process of the battle. This was because these would be very helpful to them. At this moment, the light screen in the sky used 0.00001x the speed to play the battle scene between Zhou Han and the extreme ice tyrant. This slow playback could make it easier to see many details. Otherwise, at the normal broadcast speed, the battle would be over in a few seconds. What was the point of watching? After all, in a battle between top experts, they could attack tens of millions of times per microsecond. Many battles were counted in seconds. In a few seconds, it was completely enough to kill his opponent. Therefore, this was the benefit of playing it in slow motion. At this moment, Zhou Han, did you see that? Your perfected sword Dao cannot break my perfected ice Dao. Do you really think that just because you have grasped a perfected Dao technique, you can disregard me? The extreme ice tyrant said arrogantly, his expression filled with absolute confidence. In just a few microseconds, the sword aura and icicles kept bombarding each other. There had already been hundreds of millions of collisions and bombardments. He fought back and forth, but the extreme ice tyrant relied on its countless years of accumulation and comprehension. Therefore, the icicles he released had the weak upper hand. The extreme ice tyrant believed that if this continued, the final winner would be him. Before the battle, the extreme ice tyrant was more or less worried. However, the only worry in his heart now was completely gone. After all, he had a deep foundation. It was best for him to be in a stalemate like this. Zhou Han, your body will soon belong to me. When the time comes, I'll reach the peak and rule the world alone. It's also an honor for your body. Therefore, don't struggle fearlessly. Obey me obediently. The extreme ice tyrant laughed impudently, determined to win. He had the confidence that victory was in his grasp. Oh, aren't you celebrating a little too early? The battle has just begun, and you're already celebrating in advance. Facing the provocation of the extreme ice tyrant, Zhou Han's expression was calm and indifferent as he chuckled. There was 70% mockery and 30% pity in his laughter. After all, ignorance was the greatest sorrow, and ignorance. It was simply sad that he knew nothing about power. It's useless. No matter what you say, you can't hide the panic in your heart. I know you must be very regretful now. You took the initiative to come to the Ice Crystal Palace. Ha ha ha. The extreme ice tyrant guessed arrogantly. It was mainly because he had suppressed Zhou Han and could not help but start to show off. After all, he would be able to possess it soon. Thinking of inheriting that heaven-defying talent, it was normal for the extreme ice tyrant to be so excited. Do you really think you can defeat me? Then let's see my second perfected Dao technique. Let's see if you still dare to be so smug. Zhou Han's expression was cold as the heaven-opening axe in his hand slowly appeared. What? A second perfected Dao technique? Really? Controlling two perfected Dao techniques is F-King exaggerated. This is the perfected Dao technique. Those who don't know might think that it's a beginner Dao technique. Why do I feel like he's talking nonsense? Whether you believe it or not, I don't. As soon as Zhou Han said this, everyone focused on the light screen. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably shocked. Their expressions were filled with shock, doubt, fear, daze, panic, and reverence. In short, it was very complicated. After all, such words were too impactful. Originally, a perfected Dao technique was an existence that countless people could not reach. There were very few who could control it. Zhou Han controlled two types. This was too heaven-defying. Moreover, Zhou Han was so young, making everyone's doubts deepen. Huh, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you know how much effort and time it took me to cultivate a perfected Dao technique? It's definitely impossible to control two perfected Dao techniques. The extreme ice tyrant roared hysterically. He did not believe this was true. Once Zhou Han was not lying, the extreme ice tyrant knew that its outcome would be very tragic. That was why he denied it so desperately. However, at this moment, there was already a trace of panic in the extreme ice tyrant's heart that began to spread. He knew that with Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent, he really could control two perfected Dao techniques. This was because he knew Zhou Han's talent better than anyone. However, all he could do now was deny it desperately. Zhou Han smiled and slowly raised the heaven-opening axe in his hand. On the axe blade, it was filled with a violent light. The aura of destruction kept spreading and becoming more and more majestic, like a peerless, ferocious beast waking up. A ferocious aura shook out. It's over. Watch my great Dao of power, chaos, heaven-splitting strike. With a single strike, the sky shattered and mountains and rivers collapsed, forming a 10,000 feet energy vortex. The vortex was spinning at high speed, with an unprecedented huge suction force. The objects around him were constantly sucked in. Under the grinding of the vortex, they were instantly reduced to dust and could not resist at all. This was the great Dao of strength. It represented absolute power. After releasing it, no one could stop it. You really comprehended a second perfected Dao technique. Oh my God, I actually encountered such an opponent. Fate really makes fools of us. Actually, the moment the great Dao of strength was used, the extreme ice tyrant could sense the violent power inside. Only a perfected Dao technique could have such power. At this moment, he looked shocked and his body trembled. Yes, he was afraid. He felt deep fear. This great Dao of strength was much stronger than the sword Dao Zhou Han had just used. Therefore, the pressure was even stronger. The extreme ice tyrant's ice great Dao could only gain a slight advantage in front of him. If a great Dao of power bombarded him, he would definitely die. Now you know the true power. You can smile in the netherworld. Zhou Han's expression was cold and expressionless. As he spoke, he had already controlled the heaven-opening axe to attack the extreme ice tyrant. The sword Dao and the ice Dao were originally confronting each other, forming a balance. Naturally, after the addition of the great Dao of strength, this balance was instantly enlightened. Two perfected powers attacked the extreme ice tyrant at the same time. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Boom, boom. The collision, which was even more trembling than before, was endless and fluctuated in all directions. In a few microseconds, the heaven-opening axe had already bombarded the extreme ice tyrant hundreds of millions of times. Crack! A shattering sound sounded. At this moment, the countless ice crystal shields that enveloped the extreme ice tyrant shattered. Under such violent explosions, he could not resist at all. The shattering sound kept coming, rising and falling like a mountain range toppling, all cracking. Divine Emperor Ice Armor. Block it! The extreme ice tyrant hurriedly summoned its intrinsic Dharma treasure, wanting to make one last resistance. How could a top expert like him wait for death? He would not let go of any chance of survival. It's just a meaningless struggle. You'll definitely die in 3 seconds. Zhou Han said firmly. This Divine Emperor Ice Armor indeed had extraordinary defense and many special effects. However, it was only to delay death. It was impossible for the extreme ice tyrant to turn the tables. Only after Zhou Han finished the appraisal would he say such confident words. After all, the 2 perfected Dao techniques kept bombarding him. Not to mention that this Divine Emperor Ice Armor was only a sovereign-grade defensive Dharma treasure. Even a Dao-grade Dharma treasure would be destroyed by the siege of the heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword. After all, one was a sovereign artifact that had been enhanced 600 times, and the other had been enhanced 500 times. In terms of true combat strength, they completely had the strength of a Dao grade. This was what Zhou Han was confident about. The extreme ice tyrant screamed. As expected, in less than 2 seconds, the Divine Emperor Ice Armor directly cracked. His last powerful defensive trump card had also been exhausted. My life is over. The heavens are helping the human, not the ice. The extreme ice tyrant knew the next outcome very well. His face flickered with great unwillingness and helplessness. He looked up at the sky and roared angrily, looking sad. The opportunity to reach the peak and decide everything was right in front of him. Unfortunately, Zhou Han was too powerful. He had dominated the world for countless years, but he had lost to him. This outcome was really difficult for him to accept. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You talk too much. Zhou Han naturally could not be bothered to listen to the extreme ice tyrant's sigh and directly released dozens of skills. Coupled with the dragon spring sword and the heaven-opening axe, it accelerated the extreme ice tyrant's death. The extreme ice tyrant's huge body was like a kite with a broken string, dead. He slowly fell from the sky. At this moment, the scene on the light screen was fixed on this scene. Damn, he's dead? The extreme ice tyrant was really killed by this young man. I've finally seen 2 perfected Dao techniques today. How terrifying. Someone can really cultivate them successfully. This talent is 2 F-King heaven-defying. This is F-King inhuman. The extreme ice tyrant is one of the top 10 experts in the world. Looks like this young man can bloom with an even brighter light in the future. So the perfected Dao technique is like this. I seem to have comprehended it. What a soul-stirring battle. I benefited greatly from watching it. This expense is worth it. After watching the battle video, everyone's mood was very complicated. Some were filled with emotions because the extreme ice tyrant had been killed. Some were overjoyed because they had comprehended something special. More people were extremely shocked and admired Zhou Han even more. The old man smiled and tapped his finger. The light screen instantly disappeared. Zhou Han, you're not bad. Continue to work hard. I hope you obtain the right to meet me. The old man smiled and looked in Zhou Han's direction. Perhaps this day is not too far away. Muttering to himself, the old man dissipated into space. What power is this? Someone seemed to be watching me just now. Zhou Han, who was about to pack the spoils of war, trembled. His body subconsciously felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a huge pressure. Who the hell is it? At this moment, Zhou Han's heart was in turmoil, and his expression was extremely solemn. Clearly, this power was too terrifying. It made Zhou Han feel helpless. It was as if he was facing a tall mountain and could only look up. Ever since his combat strength kept becoming stronger, he had not felt this way for a long time. Unexpectedly, it was on him now. However, the terrifying aura just now only flashed. Zhou Han stood in the sky and kept searching with his divine sense, but he found nothing. Clearly, the other party had deliberately hidden his aura. At his level, he could not detect it at all. Or the other party had already left. There's always someone better. That's true. I'm still not strong enough. Only by becoming the strongest can I be fearless and face any challenge forcefully. Zhou Han clenched his fists and thought to himself. His belief in becoming stronger became even more urgent. When he sensed the mysterious aura that locked onto him just now, at that moment, Zhou Han felt so small and fragile. He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. There was a deep sense of powerlessness. This feeling was very uncomfortable and made Zhou Han extremely unhappy. Therefore, he, who was a little arrogant, instantly calmed down. The universe was so vast, and there were so many experts. He had only increased his strength a little, but he was already smug. This was not right. Therefore, Zhou Han finally calmed down. This was because after enhancing the heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword hundreds of times, his combat strength had unprecedentedly soared. During this period of time, he had naturally become a little arrogant. To be honest, that mysterious aura just now was also a wake-up call for Zhou Han and indirectly helped him. I have to be careful. Then, I'll steadily increase my strength. I can't relax. Zhou Han warned himself not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, it was very likely to be beyond redemption. The world was huge, and the universe was endless. There were always some transcendent existences. He wanted to become such a transcendent existence. Only then could he control his fate and transcend the 3 worlds and the 5 elements. He would step on the 6 paths of reincarnation and devour the universe. Such words were simple. It was too difficult to achieve. However, Zhou Han would not give up. This was more challenging. Thinking of this, his blood boiled, and he was filled with endless hope. A true peak expert wanted to challenge his limits and break through. Without the heart of the strong, one could not reach the strongest. After repeatedly searching with his divine sense, Zhou Han confirmed that he could no longer sense that mysterious aura and could only give up. He did not know the other party's goal. However, what was certain was that the other party had no intention of hurting him for the time being. Otherwise, he might have attacked just now. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the extreme ice tyrant. The relevant mission has been completed. In view of the fact that you have completed the mission very outstandingly, you are now receiving an SSS rank reward treasure chest. Please pay attention to it in time. The notification interrupted Zhou Han's thoughts. Since he had no clue, it was useless to think too much. When he became stronger, the mystery of all of this would naturally be solved. Very good, an SSS rank score. The treasure chest shouldn't disappoint me, right? Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. After all, although they had fought many rounds with the extreme ice tyrant, the entire process did not exceed 3 seconds. Therefore, it was normal to obtain an SSS rank score. All right, the reward has been sent to the spatial inventory. Zhou Han checked and confirmed. As he spoke, Zhou Han took out the mission treasure chest. The treasure chest emitted a 5-colored light that looked extremely dazzling. Just from the appearance, it was obvious that this treasure chest was indeed something. System prompt. Detected that you have activated a 100-fold reward enhancement. Congratulations on successfully obtaining 100 reward treasure chests. Damn, I've made a killing. After I open the treasure chest later, the items I obtain can also be increased by 100 times. In that case, it's equivalent to an increase of 10,000 times. Zhou Han was overjoyed and quickly analyzed in his heart. That was indeed the case. But whether that was the case remained to be verified. Let's activate one first and see if it has an enhancement effect. Zhou Han rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to it. He chanted in his heart to activate it. However, before activating it, Zhou Han naturally would not forget to enhance it. After all, this habit was already imprinted in his bones, as if it was an instinctive reaction. The enhancement upper limit of the mission treasure chest was 10 times. Before enhancing, only 3 items could be obtained. After enhancing, he could obtain 7 items. How wonderful. System prompt. You have successfully opened a mission treasure chest plus 10. Congratulations, you have obtained the beginner pseudo-sovereign Dharma treasure, heavenly secret umbrella. Detected that you have activated 100 times the reward enhancement. You have obtained a total of 100 heavenly secret umbrellas. Congratulations, you have obtained a beginner pseudo-sovereign grade pill, spirit tempering earth yellow pill. Detected that you have activated 100 times the reward enhancement. You have obtained a total of 100 spirit tempering earth yellow pills. Congratulations, you have obtained 330,000 Supreme Enhancement points. Detected that you have activated a 100-fold reward enhancement. You have obtained a total of 33 million Supreme Enhancement points. Soon, all 7 items were opened. The specific information appeared on the virtual interface. Moreover, what surprised Zhou Han the most was that the items obtained from the mission treasure chest could indeed enjoy 100 times the reward increase. How satisfying! How awesome! I've definitely made a killing this time. After learning this news, Zhou Han was very happy. He could no longer hide the smile on his face and grinned. After all, these were equivalent to 10,000 times the reward increase. This was also why Zhou Han was so excited. Then his resources would definitely increase greatly. At the same time, his strength would increase correspondingly. Very good. Open the remaining 99 mission treasure chests plus 10. Zhou Han directly gave the order. This was because the items obtained from every mission treasure chest were random. Zhou Han had seen the description of the mission treasure chest. Gold coins, soul crystals, equipment, dharma treasures, gems, skill books, titles, pills, skill books, natural treasures, special items, and so on. They could all be driven out. Moreover, all the quality was covered. What quality it could obtain depended on luck. Of course, there were a total of 100 mission treasure chests now. Zhou Han knew that no matter how unlucky he was, there would still be some high-quality items. Moreover, he was not really unlucky. Ever since he entered the God-Fiend continent, his luck had been average. Occasionally, his luck would explode. Therefore, based on this, Zhou Han looked forward to the rewards he obtained even more. I hope I can get more special items. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile. After all, the help these things provided was still very great. Zhou Han did not lack Dharma treasures and equipment. He was wearing a condensed top-grade pseudo-sovereign set. Therefore, he looked forward to some special items unleashing unexpected effects. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Heavenly Craftsman Book. Detected that you have activated 100 times the reward enhancement. You have obtained a total of 100 Heavenly Craftsman books. Congratulations, you have obtained a beginner pseudo-sovereign grade skill book, 6 Meridians Divine Saber. Detected that you have activated 100 times the reward enhancement. You have obtained a total of 106 Meridians Divine Saber. Congratulations, you have obtained an intermediate pseudo-sovereign grade gem, Eternal Life Gem. Detected that you have activated 100 times the reward enhancement. You have obtained a total of 100 Eternal Ascension Gems. The 100 mission treasure chests took a total of 10 minutes to open. Next, I have to take a good look at the specific benefits. Zhou Han was overjoyed. Because there were too many items obtained, he did not take a closer look at the many rewards just now. Zhou Han revealed an excited smile and began to count the benefits he had obtained. It had to be said that these 100 mission treasure chests were awesome. The benefits were terrifying. Even Zhou Han was shocked when he counted. Needless to say, gold coins, soul crystals, and so on. These were all very basic resources. The number now was very exaggerated. Unfortunately, it was useless at Zhou Han's current height. Therefore, there was no point in counting this. He also directly ignored items below the pseudo-sovereign grade. After all, it was something even a dog didn't want. He wouldn't look at it twice himself. The poor quality was completely not worthy of Zhou Han's identity. No matter what, his combat strength was ranked in the top 5 in the world. There was no problem at all. This was the confidence brought about by powerful strength. Although they had never fought, Zhou Han had a certain basis for daring to call himself that. The Extreme Ice Tyrant was in the top 10. However, it could not last long in his hands. Even with all kinds of foundations and powerful methods, it was useless. Therefore, Zhou Han still dared to confidently consider himself in the top 5 in the world. As for whether he could take another step forward, Zhou Han was still afraid. This was because according to the description of the heaven-opening axe, every time his ranking increased, his combat strength would be like a new record. In other words, there seemed to be only one ranking difference between 5th and 6th. However, if they really fought, the 5th-ranked expert could crush the 6th-ranked expert. This was the difference between the two. At that time, this great desolate divine domain will be my next destination. I wonder what kind of expert is waiting for me. Zhou Han muttered to himself, already sufficiently prepared. Since the key to the extreme ice divine domain and the key to the great desolate divine domain appeared near the spatial passageway of the divine domain at the same time, one could imagine that the experts of the great desolate divine domain also coveted him. It should be about the same goal as the extreme ice tyrant. It was easy to guess. The great desolate divine domain. I wonder who the strongest person inside is. Could it be the desolate heaven king? Zhou Han suddenly thought of this and muttered to himself in confusion. Master, I'm not very sure about that. After all, the divine domain was created by the Tao Lord. Even I can't know the secrets. The heaven-opening axe explained. As old as it was, it did not know these ancient secrets very well. After all, the Tao Lord was as powerful as the great god Pangu. As a sovereign artifact created by the great god Pangu, it was understandable that he did not know. However, the desolate heaven king of the great desolate divine domain. The two sound to be related. I'm afraid they're about the same. Moreover, the desolate heaven king has powerful strength and is ranked in the top 3 in the world. It's very reasonable for him to control a divine domain. Then, the heaven-opening axe began to analyze. The answer was self-evident. Looks like it's about right. After all, I killed the desolate heaven king's clone. It's impossible for such an expert not to settle scores with me after suffering such humiliation. But he hasn't moved recently. He's probably plotting something. Zhou Han took over and frowned. The desolate heaven king had always been a huge hidden danger. However, his heart was still filled with fear. After all, the other party had the supreme eyes. He could see the rules of the great Tao and explore the secrets of the universe. If such an expert cultivated, his advancement speed would definitely be godly. Then it was definitely not difficult to control a perfected Tao technique. As for how much he controlled, it was unknown. Moreover, it was unknown if the perfected Tao technique he released was effective on the desolate heaven king. This was because the heavenly Baron King's supreme eyes could see through the rules of the great Tao. In that case, it would definitely be very tricky to deal with. At that time, when he fought the desolate heaven king clone, the other party used his supreme eyes. That battle was still fresh in Zhou Han's mind. Every time he thought of it, it terrified him. In the end, if he had not relied on his decisiveness to use the soul fusion technique, he would probably have died in the hands of the desolate heaven king clone. Therefore, the fear in Zhou Han's heart could be imagined. One had to know that this was the supreme eyes released by a clone, but it already had such terrifying power. It was unimaginable how terrifying the power would be if the heavenly Baron King's main body used it. This was also why Zhou Han had reason to be so careful. If he made a mistake in a battle between experts, the other party would definitely take the initiative and fight wildly. The outcome was very bad. We still have to enter the great desolate divine domain to know the exact situation. Zhou Han nodded. Although he was cautious of the desolate heaven king's strength, this did not mean that Zhou Han was afraid. Caution and fear were two different things. Zhou Han was not afraid of challenges. Only by defeating top experts could he break through his limit and smile proudly. That's right. Master, I have absolute confidence in your strength. A mere desolate heaven king is just a stepping stone for you. The dragon spring sword also leaned over and said firmly. No matter what, he had to have confidence in his master. Moreover, they had also seen Zhou Han's terrifying growth speed with their own eyes. Ha ha ha, you're right. But you've all been enhanced to the limit. After little sovereign wakes up, I can continue to enhance it. This way, I'll have another powerful help. Zhou Han said with a smile and checked the sovereign blood heaven splitter in his spatial inventory. At this moment, it was still in a deep sleep. The sword was wrapped in something like a thick, blood-colored cocoon. Blood light erupted on it, and the soaring, baleful aura formed a terrifying vortex. Killing intent spread, shocking. It made people not dare to look at this scene directly. He thought that anyone with a weak will would definitely be greatly affected and be directly swallowed, turning into a machine that only knew how to kill. This was the horror of the monstrous, murderous aura. Seeing this change, Zhou Han was relieved. This was because this meant that the sovereign blood heaven splitter was constantly becoming stronger. The power it possessed was no longer inferior to a sovereign artifact. Zhou Han was also happy for the sovereign blood heaven splitter. Is little sovereign waking up? I haven't seen him in a long time. I miss him. Koizumi's tone was filled with great excitement. After all, He and the sovereign blood heaven splitter were the first to follow Zhou Han, so their relationship was naturally the best. Don't worry. We'll see him soon. I believe he will wake up soon. At that time, he'll be even stronger and perhaps surpass you, Zhou Han said with a smile after checking the state of the sovereign blood heaven splitter. Very good. Looks like it's really going to advance to the level of a sovereign artifact. I'm really happy for it. The heaven opening axe was also quite happy. In that case, it would be lively. Everyone could form a benign competition. It was more interesting. That's right. Only by following a good master can it have a good opportunity to advance to the sovereign artifact realm. You have to know how far away it is for an ordinary weapon to advance to a sovereign artifact. No matter how difficult it is, it's very difficult to succeed. The dragon's spring sword sighed. It had also coincidentally advanced to the sovereign artifact. Therefore, it knew the hardships better than any other sovereign artifact. It needed the perfect conditions to do so. Firstly, in that distant era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely rich, far from what it could compare to now. It took up a lot of time. Then, at that time, it had already dyed the dragon abyss and absorbed the power of dragon blood. This was also the main reason why it could forge the sword body into an incomparably sharp weapon. This was a geographical advantage. As for people and aspects, it was because a large number of cultivators were fighting for it, causing many casualties. These casualties turned into pure energy that was absorbed by it. Even so, it took tens of millions of years for the dragon spring sword to truly transform into a sovereign artifact. Therefore, the difficulty could be imagined. Indeed, this is Little Sovereign's opportunity. If Master hadn't provided a large number of enhanced blood demon inner cores, Little Sovereign wouldn't have obtained such benefits. The heaven-opening axe echoed. Not only is it the Little Sovereign's opportunity, but it's also our opportunity. We're so lucky to have such a powerful master. Now, the power we can unleash is no longer the same as before. We're countless times stronger. Koizumi's voice was filled with infinite gratitude. After all, it had been enhanced 500 times and could casually unleash the power of a perfected Dao technique. This was a height it had never thought of before. All right, you two. You're bragging about me. Zhou Han smiled and interrupted their bragging. Then, he retracted his thoughts. Zhou Han continued to count the benefits he had obtained just now. A total of 11.9 billion supreme enhancement points. Zhou Han was overjoyed. Of course, it wasn't a shock. It was a surprise. With so many supreme enhancement points, Zhou Han instantly gained more confidence. After all, so many enhancement points meant endless possibilities. As long as the quality of the item was high enough, it could support enhancement more times. Therefore, Zhou Han's priority was definitely to enhance the sovereign grade and Dao grade. Zhou Han did not enhance it for the time being. First, he was not threatened now. The second point was that after he decided to count all the items, it was not too late to make the decision to enhance it. Perhaps these things could bring a huge surprise. Then, Zhou Han began to organize pills, equipment, Dharma treasures, and so on. After the 100-fold increase in rewards, there were naturally a lot of these items. However, they were still mainly beginner and intermediate pseudo-sovereigns. After reaching the advanced pseudo-sovereign and top pseudo-sovereign quality, the number clearly decreased, but the number still could not be ignored. Then there were some special items. For example, he obtained a total of 1,100 very powerful craftsman books. In that case, Zhou Han could do set condensation at any time. Such a huge number was enough for him to use for a long time. Other than that, there were also 100 experience points that flickered with an emerald green light. They looked extremely magical. Zhou Han's gaze was directly attracted. He could feel that the energy inside was very pure. Let's see how effective it is first. I wonder what kind of increase it can bring to my level. Zhou Han smiled as he activated the appraisal. After all, he had the upper limit of level 500 now. As long as he had enough experience points, he could reach level 500 without any obstacles. This was also thanks to the fact that he had obtained a large number of origin breakthrough stones in the chaotic mystic world. After enhancing them, he directly unlocked the upper limit of level 500. That was why he could upgrade boldly now. System prompt. You have activated appraisal on this item card. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. A notification sounded in his mind. Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. All the attributes were visible. Divine Emperor Experience Card. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Special Experience Item. Description, it's a special item created by the Tao Lord. It's extremely strange and contains pure experience point energy. Only by opening treasure chests or killing top-notch experts can it have an extremely low chance of dropping. If you can obtain it, it proves that your opportunity is very unusual. Effect, after crushing this card, you can absorb all the experience points and energy inside and instantly increase the percentage of experience points by 25%. Restriction, limited to cultivators above level 150. Otherwise, after consuming it, it cannot take effect. Description, a one-time consumable item that will disappear automatically after use. Yes, not bad. It's indeed good stuff. This is awesome. After reading the description, Zhou Han smiled and was very satisfied. This was because he had already reached level 251. At such a high level, every level up required a very terrifying experience. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult to improve. In that case, one could imagine how powerful the effect of this Divine Emperor Experience card was. Don't underestimate the 25% increase in experience points. If it was calculated at level 250, the experience points provided would probably be an astronomical figure. Therefore, this was also the main reason why Zhou Han was so happy. After all, with the enhancement of the 100-fold reward, he obtained 100 Divine Emperor Experience cards at once. In that case, he would at least be 25 levels higher. Of course, if he used it like this, it would definitely be a huge waste. Zhou Han would never allow such a thing to happen. One had to know that he had the only SSS rank talent in the universe, Infinite Enhancement. Before using it, he had to enhance it. Otherwise, that would be stupid. Zhou Han, who had already formed an instinctive reaction, must have subconsciously thought of this long ago. In that case, let's just enhance it with one key. I hope the outcome of the enhancement can bring enough surprises. Zhou Han looked expectant and thought excitedly. System prompt. You consumed 10 million soul crystals and used one-click enhancement. Congratulations, the 100 Divine Emperor Experience cards have all been enhanced to the highest limit of 30 times. The new attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. The maximum is 30 times. Do I lack this enhancement point from you? Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han complained unhappily. After all, he now had a large number of supreme enhancement points on hand that had already exceeded 15 billion. It could be said to be very abundant. Now, as a sovereign grade item, this Divine Emperor Experience card could only be enhanced 30 times. This was something Zhou Han did not expect. It was normal for him to have such emotions. After all, the more times he enhanced it, the greater the benefits. However, because this Divine Emperor Experience card was a special item, therefore, no one could be sure of its enhancement upper limit. Everything was unknown. Zhou Han had enhanced many special items and also understood this. After complaining for a while, Zhou Han had no choice but to accept this outcome. Then, he looked at the enhanced Divine Emperor Experience card. Let's see what kind of improvement it was. Divine Emperor Experience card plus 30. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Special Experience Item. Description, it's a special item created by the Tao Lord. It's extremely strange and contains pure experience point energy. Only by opening treasure chests or killing top-notch experts can it have an extremely low chance of dropping. If you can obtain it, it proves that your opportunity is very unusual. Effect, after crushing this card, you can absorb all the experience points and energy inside and instantly increase the percentage of experience points by 100%. Restriction, limited to cultivators above level 150. Otherwise, after consuming it, it cannot take effect. Description, a one-time consumable item that will disappear automatically after use. Yes, it's barely satisfactory. If I can level up, so be it. After Zhou Han checked, he finished looking at the relevant attributes. The effect of the Divine Emperor Experience card after enhancing it 30 times was generally satisfactory to Zhou Han. The 100% experience ratio, which was directly increasing by one level, was still very satisfying. This way, he could directly increase by 100 levels. This increase in speed was obvious. Thinking of this, Zhou Han did not hesitate and directly followed the usage method. He crushed the Divine Emperor experience cards. In an instant, a huge amount of experience points surged over, filled with an emerald green light that filled the surface of Zhou Han's body and circled around. It was colorful and incomparably dazzling. In an instant, Zhou Han could feel an extremely refreshing feeling sweeping through his body and mind. All the strength in his body was becoming stronger bit by bit. This was the increase in all attributes brought by the increase in level. Therefore, Zhou Han's feelings were still very obvious. System prompt. You have used the Divine Emperor experience card plus 30. Congratulations, your level has successfully increased by 1 level. Your current level is 252. You used the Divine Emperor experience card plus 30. Congratulations, your level has successfully increased by 1 level. Your current level is 253. You used the Divine Emperor experience card plus 30. Congratulations, your level has successfully increased by 1 level. Your current level is 254. Then, Zhou Han used all 100 Divine Emperor experience cards in one go. He had no intention of keeping them. If he thought about the long term, he should not use the Divine Emperor experience cards at this time. After all, the later it was, the more difficult it was to level up. Then at level 400, it was undoubtedly a very good choice to use these 100 Divine Emperor experience cards. Of course, Zhou Han had considered this, but he did not do so. Instead, he chose to use them directly. As for why he did this, he naturally had his considerations. First of all, it was not easy to advance to level 400. It would definitely take too much time. However, Zhou Han could not afford to wait for such a long time. Now that he had leveled up and his combat strength was stronger, he could face the random danger more calmly. Therefore, if he saved it and could not immediately increase his strength, it would lose its meaning. Another thing was that Zhou Han was still very confident in himself. He believed that since he could obtain a special item like the Divine Emperor experience card now, it was also very likely that he would obtain it again in the future. After comprehensive consideration, using the Divine Emperor experience cards was still the best choice. In the air, the green light kept flickering. At the same time, relevant notifications kept scrolling on the virtual interface. Finally, after Zhou Han's level froze to level 351, the notification stopped abruptly. Very good. I'm at level 351, and all my attributes have increased a lot. How wonderful. Zhou Han took a deep breath, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Feeling the constantly surging power in his body, this comprehension was infinitely beautiful, making him feel relaxed and happy. Because his attribute points had suddenly increased, it was normal for this power to be restless in his body. After spending 2 minutes, Zhou Han finally adapted to the strength of his current body. The power in his body was also controlled by him again. He could circulate it freely and do whatever he wanted, and his combat strength broke through a new high. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was a little curious. He opened his personal attribute panel and took a look. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 351, 66.11%. Health, 132.9 trillion. Attack, 78.88 billion. Defense, 70.33 billion. Soul Power, 65.12 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Godfiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Golden Dragon Set, Divine Lord Set, Tyrant Blood Set. Support Equipment, Thunder Emperor Set, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Eternal Set, Yang Burning Set, Black Tortoise Set, Undying Set, Universe Set, Galaxy Set. Dharma Treasures, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Holy Angel Sword, Divine Trident, Immortal Binding Rope, Black Tortoise Armor, Nirvana Shield, Concealment Array, Sun Flame Treasure Mirror. Cultivation Technique, Dao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginningless Sovereign Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Dao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent hit gem. Guild buff. HP increased by 2 billion. Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion. Starry Sky Mythology. Open and see the details. Bloodline. Storm Dragon King. Open and see the details. Sword Heart. Clarity Sword Heart plus 15. Open and see the details. Constitution. Glazed Golden Body plus 15. Open and see the details. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Very good. My health has already exceeded 13 trillion. As expected, after reaching level 100, all my attributes have been greatly enhanced. This Divine Emperor Experience card is still very powerful. Zhou Han was overjoyed. After seeing all his attributes, the smile on his face deepened. His powerful attributes made him helpless when facing a top expert. He had more fault tolerance. After all, in a combat state, there might be mistakes and flaws. Then, the other party would attack first. If the opponent was not strong, this mistake would not affect him much. Once he encountered a top expert of the same level, such a mistake would be fatal. Anyone would make a mistake or be ambushed. If all the attributes were stronger, the margin of error was even greater. He did not have to worry about his opponent seizing the opportunity and killing him in one move. After all, the outcome of a battle between experts was in a few seconds. The stronger Zhou Han's all attributes were, the less he had to worry about being insta-killed. In that case, he could withstand more damage, delay more time, and pull, slowly depleting the other party's advantage. Then, he would turn the tables and take the initiative. Only then could he turn the tables. Therefore, this was the reason why Zhou Han was in such a good mood. What a pity. If it were the Divine Emperor Experience card, I could enhance it more times. Maybe I've already reached the upper limit of level 500. Zhou Han thought regretfully. Although the Divine Emperor Experience card, which had been enhanced 30 times, was quite powerful, he hoped it could be more powerful. After sighing, Zhou Han did not dwell on this question. This was because the Divine Emperor Experience card was only one of the special items. There were many special items left. Why is the aura of this ancient book so familiar? When Zhou Han continued to count his items, there was an ancient book in front of him that spoke of the vicissitudes of time. A hazy and ethereal aura wrapped around the ancient book. This aura made one feel the passage of time, the vastness of the universe. It was a very unusual feeling. By the way, I understand. Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. This ancient book is very similar to the aura on the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. After thinking for 2 seconds, Zhou Han finally remembered this feeling. The Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll back then was an incomplete copy. It was obtained by chance in Blue Thunder City. After being enhanced by Zhou Han, it also played a very powerful role. Fusion skills, equipment, and Dharma treasures were a very powerful help to Zhou Han. It was precisely because of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll that Zhou Han could develop more quickly. One powerful skill after another. Powerful sets were all produced after fusing with the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. It could be said that without the help of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Zhou Han might be able to develop, but his speed was definitely not so fast. The time it would take would be even longer. Could this be a part of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll? If I get the complete version, I'm really taking off. Zhou Han thought excitedly. This ancient book did not receive 100 times the increase. There was only one book floating in front of Zhou Han. From this, it could be seen that this ancient book was unique and extraordinary. Otherwise, there would be 100 books now. Zhou Han looked over and activated appraisal, preparing to check the relevant attributes. He rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to it. System prompt. You have activated the appraisal skill and successfully appraised this item. The relevant attributes have already appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. The light flashed quickly. Then, all the attribute descriptions were clearly visible. Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. Grade Downgrade. Type. Comprehensive Cultivation Technique. Description. It is a high-level chapter of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. The cultivation technique was written by the Holy Lord of Grand Primordium according to the operation of the universe. It contains the truth of the universe, the changes of space, the circulation of the galaxy, the passage of time, and the providence of the great Tao. After completely comprehending it, you will transcend reincarnation. The universe is so vast that you can roam it. Skill 1. Skill Fusion. fuse 2 or more cultivation techniques. The new cultivation technique will be even stronger. There is a certain chance of fusing them to the sovereign grade. Skill 2. Equipment fusion. Fuse 2 or more pieces of equipment. The attributes of the newly generated equipment will be even stronger. There is a certain chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. Skill 3. Dharma treasure fusion. Fuse 2 or more Dharma treasures. The new Dharma treasure will be even stronger. There is a certain chance of fusing them to the sovereign grade. Skill 4. Pill fusion. Fuse 2 or more pills. The effect of the new pill will be even more shocking. There is a certain chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. Skill 5. Locked. Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. A high-level chapter of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. As expected, the two come from the same source. No wonder there's such a similar aura. As soon as he saw the name of the cultivation technique, Zhou Han was shocked and smiled happily. Then, he could not wait to check the attribute description of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. The more he read, the more pleasantly surprised he became. This was because this effect was really too strong, ridiculously strong. It can actually produce the sovereign grade, as expected of a Dao grade cultivation technique. How terrifying. Looks like this Grand Primordium Holy Lord is also a transcendent existence. Otherwise, he would definitely not have been able to create such a powerful cultivation technique. Zhou Han said in surprise. Previously, he was still smug about creating a powerful sword move. However, compared to these terrifying mighty figures, he still had a long way to go. Zhou Han was not too discouraged. It was mainly because he had cultivated for too short a time. Given enough time, he was confident enough to surpass these sages. The strongest aspect of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome was that it could fuse sovereign-grade items. This was a height that the previous basic Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll could not reach. The Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll could at most fuse the quality of a top pseudo-sovereign. It was impossible to fuse it into the sovereign grade. Although there seemed to be only one quality difference between a sovereign grade and a top pseudo-sovereign. It was like an uncrossable chasm. This gap was a natural chasm that could not be made up. Therefore, this was also the main reason for Zhou Han's surprise. Other than fusing equipment, Dharma treasures, and skills, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome could also fuse pills. This was very helpful to Zhou Han. Zhou Han obtained many types of pills. This also caused him to have taken many pills. Then, if he took it multiple times, either the effect would greatly decrease or it would not work at all. Therefore, this pill fusion was very necessary. Some new varieties would appear in the fusion. This way, Zhou Han could continue to consume it. It was difficult not to increase his combat strength. I've never consumed a sovereign-grade pill. I wonder what it feels like. I'm really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Zhou Han smiled, his expression filled with anticipation. So far, the highest quality pill he had consumed was only a top pseudo-sovereign. Not to mention consuming a sovereign-grade pill, he had never seen one even when he looked for it. This was because such a high-quality pill was too precious and rare. Even someone as strong as Zhou Han had never seen it before. However, the current Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome had a certain chance of synthesizing a sovereign-grade pill. How could he believe it? From this, it was obvious how happy Zhou Han was. After all, the few skills contained in the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome were very powerful. It covers such a wide range. Skill books, pills, equipment, and cultivation techniques can be combined. It contains the truth of the universe, the changes of space, the circulation of the galaxy, the passage of time, and the providence of the great Tao. As expected, this description is not a joke. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a sigh. The cultivation technique created by the Grand Primordium Holy Lord was indeed vast and profound. All kinds of mysteries were still too profound for the current Zhou Han. He did not know the essence of this strange effect. Of course, Zhou Han knew that if he could really comprehend the principles of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, he would definitely become a transcendent existence that looked down on the universe and was supreme. This day won't be long. I, Zhou Han, will become such an expert and control the universe. No one can stop me. While thinking, a firm belief bloomed in Zhou Han's eyes. This came from his great confidence. That was why he had such courage and displayed the demeanor of an expert. People had to constantly give themselves psychological hints. This was because such a positive hint could increase confidence and shape a firm will. The only thing I'm worried about now is the probability of fusing it into a sovereign-grade item. The description is also very vague. A certain probability? From 99% to 1 in a few trillion. It's all within this range. Zhou Han analyzed. He was not very clear about the exact probability. However, it was certain that this probability was definitely not high. After all, it was sovereign-grade no matter what. If the probability of fusion was too high, wouldn't it become common equipment? That was a little ridiculous. Forget it for now. Enhance it, and see what happens. Zhou Han did not think too much about it, and directly activated his talent. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Detected that the target of enhancement is the cultivation technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. As this cultivation technique is downgrade, the supreme enhancement points required are very large. Do you want to continue enhancing it? Yes. Zhou Han replied. He had quite a lot of enhancement points on hand now. Even if it was downgrade, no matter how much it consumed, it could be enhanced. Previously, it was not that he had not enhanced the downgrade. Therefore, knowing this situation, enhancing it 10 times required 600 million supreme enhancement points. Enhancement 20 times required 2 billion supreme enhancement points. Enhancement 30 times required 5 billion supreme enhancement points. Anyway, the more he went, the more terrifying the amount he needed to consume. It was incremental. Enhance it 30 times first. I really can't take any more. Zhou Han said softly with a bitter smile. Just now, he was still confident in the enhancement points he had. Now, he had directly consumed 7.6 billion and lost a lot. He felt a little pained. However, in order to obtain a stronger fusion effect, these enhancement points should be spent. Therefore, although his heart ached, Zhou Han still decisively gave the order to enhance it. System, it has been upgraded to your enhancement command. Congratulations, your cultivation technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, has been successfully enhanced 30 times. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. 30 to white light flashed quickly. After the notification sounded in his mind, Zhou Han nodded slightly and looked at the virtual interface. Seeing the attribute description, it was a little different from before. Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome plus 30. Grade downgrade. Type, Comprehensive Cultivation Technique. Description, it is a high-level chapter of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. The cultivation technique was written by the Holy Lord of Grand Primordium according to the operation of the universe. It contains the truth of the universe, the changes of space, the circulation of the galaxy, the passage of time, and the providence of the great Tao. After completely comprehending it, you will transcend reincarnation. The universe is so vast that you can roam it. Skill 1. Skill Fusion. Fuse 2 or more cultivation techniques. The power of the new cultivation technique will be even stronger. There is a 5% chance of it being fused to the sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 50%. Skill 2. Equipment Fusion. Fuse 2 or more pieces of equipment. The attributes of the newly generated equipment will be even stronger. There is a 5% chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 50%. Skill 3. Dharma Treasure Fusion. Fuse 2 or more Dharma Treasures. The new Dharma Treasure will be even stronger. There is a 5% chance of fusing them to the sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 50%. Skill 4. Pill Fusion. Fuse 2 or more pills. The effect of the new pill will be even more shocking. There is a 5% chance of fusing them to the sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 50%. Skill 5. Item Fusion. Fuse 2 or more special items. The effect of a new special item will be even more strange. There is a 5% chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 50%. Skill 6. Locked. Restriction. Limited to sovereign grade experts. Those below this realm cannot use relevant skills. There's only a slight change. The probability has changed from certain to 5%. Now that I have a clear value, I have an idea. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. He was quite satisfied with the enhanced effect. Indeed, a 5% chance could be said to be very low. It was ridiculously low. However, this was not unacceptable. One had to know that this was the probability of fusing sovereign grade. With such a probability, it was very insufficient. This is the effect of enhancing it 30 times. It can be seen that the previous probability was shockingly low. Zhou Han believed that as long as he synthesized enough materials and fused them enough times, there would be no problem with the probability being low. The scariest thing was that there was no precise success rate. It was confusing. Therefore, what else was Zhou Han dissatisfied with? He was very satisfied. Thinking of the various sovereign-grade items waving at him, he felt excited. In that case, he would have a few sets of sovereign-grade equipment. That was countless times stronger than a pseudo-sovereign grade. That feeling would definitely be wonderful. However, if he wanted to obtain a sovereign-grade set, the prerequisite was that he had enough equipment to fuse. As long as there were enough of them, everything would not be a problem. Coincidentally, in the extreme ice divine domain, the benefits of the 100-fold reward would be huge. Therefore, Zhou Han decided to farm a wave of resources in the extreme ice divine domain. He first set a small goal and changed all his set into a sovereign-grade set. Then, he would enter the great desolate divine domain. After all, the desolate heaven king was still very threatening. In that case, Zhou Han had such a good opportunity to increase his combat strength to a new level. He would definitely not miss such an opportunity. When the time came, he would be even more confident when fighting the desolate heaven king. This was Zhou Han's cautious personality. Without absolute confidence, he would definitely not act rashly. When I'm fully armed and my strength increases, I won't be afraid of the heavenly desolate king's supreme eyes. We have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll fall into eternal damnation. Zhou Han warned himself in his heart. He did not become arrogant just because his strength had increased. On the contrary, he had to be more careful when facing top experts. System prompt. You have a cultivation technique you have not cultivated. Do you want to start cultivating? Start cultivating. Zhou Han agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights circulating on the grand primordium heavenly tome suddenly rioted and flickered with a blazing 5-colored light. What greeted him was an ancient aura. The vastness of the universe, the mysteries of the galaxy, the ruthlessness of time, the strangeness of space, and so on. At this moment, Zhou Han seemed to be facing the sea of stars and in the vast universe. This feeling was very strange. All kinds of auras and appearances intertwined. They were all-encompassing and vast. It's broad and profound. What a different comprehension. Zhou Han kept accepting the mysteries of the grand primordium heavenly tome, which also gave him a different kind of inspiration. As if opening the door to a new world, his thoughts and perception were greatly expanded. After all, such a vast starry sky and universe was something Zhou Han had never experienced before. Therefore, it was quite helpful in knowledge and understanding. This feeling made Zhou Han very comfortable. The 5-colored lights were still constantly intertwining. Zhou Han sat cross-legged in the void and quickly absorbed the mysteries of the grand primordium heavenly tome. This aura is not simple. There's actually a trace of energy from the origin of the universe. The dazzling light emitted by Zhou Han cultivating the grand primordium heavenly tome was naturally seen by the heaven-opening axe. At this moment, its tone was also quite shocked. Clearly, the aura of the grand primordium heavenly tome was extraordinary. Master really has heaven-defying luck. He even obtained such a top cultivation technique. I wonder what height he will reach in the future. The heaven-opening axe discussed with the dragon spring sword in shock and anticipation, its tone very excited. The stronger Zhou Han was, the happier they were. Maybe we can advance to the downgrade with Master's help someday, Koizumi said with a smile. Although it was almost impossible to advance from the sovereign grade to the downgrade, it seemed to have a lot of confidence in this. In the end, there was only one reason. That was, its owner was Zhou Han, the man who always created miracles and shocked the world. Therefore, Koizumi had reason to believe that Zhou Han could do something that others could not. Yes, that day will come. Master's upper limit of growth is probably much higher than I expected, the heaven-opening axe said seriously, agreeing with Koizumi's words. This was because, during its time with Zhou Han, it had seen too many unbelievable things. The potential Zhou Han displayed was extremely terrifying. TSK. Now that you mention it, I'm a little excited. Tao Grade. How powerful. Koizumi was filled with endless yearning. While they were discussing, the five-colored light emitted by Zhou Han gradually dimmed and finally disappeared into the air. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the cultivation technique. Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. Phew. Zhou Han took a deep breath and became incomparably ethereal. His temperament had changed quite a bit. It was incomparably deep, like a galaxy. These were all changes brought about by cultivating the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. Moreover, through this cultivation technique, Zhou Han naturally gained more comprehension. It was normal for his life level to increase. Very good. Now let's begin the fusion. I hope it can bring a surprise. Zhou Han quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body a few times. After familiarizing himself with this energy, he rubbed his hands and muttered to himself with a smile. After 30 enhancements, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome had unlocked a new skill, which was item fusion. It could fuse some special items to obtain special items with stronger effects. This was a function that had never happened before. Therefore, Zhou Han decided to try this skill first. Coincidentally, he had obtained some special items from the mission treasure chest this time that could be of use. Synthesize the Heavenly Craftsman book. After Zhou Han checked, he chanted in his heart. Now that he had more than 1,000 Heavenly Craftsman books, it was completely enough. Zhou Han decided to take out 100 Heavenly Craftsman books first and fuse them first to do an experiment to see how effective they were. System prompt. You have activated skill, item fusion. 100 Heavenly Craftsman books have been successfully fused. Congratulations, a new special item has been generated. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. Note, every time this skill fuses a total of 10,000 items, it will cool down for a day. Please understand. Zhou Han was not surprised that skills had cooldowns. This was only after enhancing and reducing the cooldown by 50%. Otherwise, the cooldown would have been 2 days. Then, Zhou Han asked the system. He learned more about these fusion skills. It could be combined with the same item or different items. However, the items generated were all random and would inherit some characteristics. The similarity was no less than 20%. In other words, now that he had fused the Heavenly Craftsman book, there was a high chance that the items produced would have some characteristics similar to the Heavenly Craftsman book. Zhou Han was still very satisfied with the effect of the Heavenly Craftsman book. It was precisely because of this special effect that he could condense so many sets, causing his combat strength to soar. He directly advanced to the top expert and made a huge contribution. Otherwise, Zhou Han would not have killed the powerful extreme ice tyrant so easily. The many sets on him played an undeniable role. Therefore, this was also why Zhou Han was so happy. If nothing went wrong, the fused special item could inherit some characteristics related to the Heavenly Craftsman book. In that case, it could unleash a stronger effect. It was worth looking forward to. Let's see the specific attributes first. Zhou Han smiled and looked over. He saw a new special item. All the information appeared in front of him. Dao Rune Secret Scroll. Type, Special Item. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Description, a very powerful scroll that contains a trace of Dao runes. It can perfectly modify equipment and unleash greater power. Special effect, Dao Rune Edition. After using this scroll, all the equipment on your body will be enveloped by the Dao Rune and become even stronger on your original foundation. Description, the suitable equipment quality must be sovereign grade. Anything below this quality will not be able to obtain the power of the Dao Rune. Prompt, this item is a one-time use item. It will disappear automatically after use. Once used, it cannot be stopped forcefully. Tisk, TSK. Equipment can be enveloped by Dao runes. Very good, a very powerful effect. After Zhou Han saw the relevant attribute description, his eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. He expected that the special item generated after fusion would definitely not disappoint him. However, after reading it, the powerful effect of the Dao Rune Secret Scroll still had a considerable impact on Zhou Han. Firstly, the Dao Rune Secret Scroll had actually reached the sovereign grade. The first time he circulated the skill of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, it was fused to the sovereign grade. It could be said to be a very good start. The 5% chance of succeeding was hit just like that. Then, as a sovereign grade Dao Rune Secret Scroll, The effect provided was definitely worthy of being at the sovereign grade. This was because it could give equipment a trace of the power of the great Tao. This power was self-evident. Not only that, but the Tao grade was even more advanced than the sovereign grade. The effect of such power on the equipment could be imagined. However, this Tao rune secret scroll can't be used for the time being. It's best to use the Tao rune secret scroll after I gather a full set of sovereign grade equipment. After all, it can only give sovereign grade equipment the Tao runes. Anyone below this quality will not be able to enjoy the enhancement. Zhou Han saw the last notification and quickly analyzed in his mind. This Tao rune secret scroll was good, but it would be too much of a loss to use it now. Zhou Han was not a fool. Although the heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword were both sovereign grade, not all of his equipment were sovereign grade. The benefits of using it later would be even more shocking. Therefore, Zhou Han temporarily put the Tao rune secret scroll into his spatial inventory. On the other hand, this thing was randomly synthesized. After using it, he wondered if it would fuse again. Everything was unknown. Zhou Han naturally had to treat it seriously. In that case, let's fuse it with the Heavenly Craftsman book again and see if it's like this. With this in mind, Zhou Han quickly took action. The first was to see if there was anything else good. The second point was also to experiment on this randomness. System prompt. You have activated skill, item fusion. 100 Heavenly Craftsman books have been successfully fused. Congratulations, a new special item has been generated. The relevant attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. Note, every time this skill fuses a total of 10,000 items, it will cool down for a day. Please understand. As expected, the special items combined now can't compare to the Tao rune secret scroll. It's still very random. It's been fused 5 times, but the items are different 5 times. After spending 500 Heavenly Craftsman books, Zhou Han checked the fused items. After appraising the relevant attributes, he smiled and muttered to himself. This time, his luck was average. There were no sovereign grade special items. However, after fusing, it was still much stronger than the Heavenly Craftsman book. The effect it could unleash was on a different level. Zhou Han was still very satisfied with this. It was indeed very difficult to produce the Tao rune secret scroll again, so he had to make good use of it and maximize its use. Master, what cultivation technique is this? How magical! Koizumi saw the entire process of Zhou Han fusing with a special item and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. It had also seen Zhou Han fuse equipment and Dharma treasures before. However, the commotion and the aura emitted were far from as spectacular as it was now. A mysterious light surged out. It was obvious that this cultivation technique was not simple. This is a Tao-grade cultivation technique. Created by the Holy Lord of Grand Primordium, it contains the truth of the universe, vast and majestic. Zhou Han explained with a smile as he continued to fuse the other special items. What? Tao-grade cultivation technique. You're really too powerful. Koizumi was extremely shocked, his eyes filled with great admiration. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining another heaven-defying cultivation technique. Their master was still the best. Others did not even have a sovereign-grade cultivation technique, but this Tao-grade cultivation technique seemed to be free. As a sovereign-grade weapon, it knew very well that the huge difference between the sovereign grade and the Tao grade was like a natural chasm. That was a level that countless people looked up to and could not reach. Only the top experts were worthy of a Tao-grade cultivation technique. Clearly, their master was such a top existence. Holy Lord of Grand Primordium? This name is a little familiar. I've heard Great God Panga mention it many times. He's also a transcendent existence, the overlord of the universe. The heaven-opening axe sighed. It was also very pleasantly surprised. After all, this cultivation technique came from the Holy Lord of Grand Primordium and was at the Tao grade. The powerful help it brought could be imagined. Is that so? I really want to see the magnificent universe. Zhou Han smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Who wouldn't want to travel the universe and dominate the galaxy? How wanted would that be? Zhou Han was also fascinated to reach the peak and do whatever he wanted. One day, I'll become such a transcendent existence. The universe will tremble under my control. Zhou Han thought to himself. He immediately felt heroic, his blood boiling, and his fighting spirit was full. Then, as Zhou Han rested, He kept fusing the useless resources in his body. System prompt. You have activated the skill, Pill Fusion. You have successfully fused the Sovereign-grade pill, Imperial Concubine Pill. You have activated the skill, Dharma Treasure Fusion. You have successfully fused the top pseudo-sovereign-grade Dharma Treasure, Wind Fire Slipper. You have activated skill, Skill Fusion. You have successfully fused an intermediate pseudo-sovereign-grade skill, One Yang Divine Finger. You have activated skill, Item Fusion. You have successfully fused the sovereign-grade gem, Killing Gem. You activated. At this moment, relevant information kept scrolling down on the interface. It was precisely because Zhou Han was constantly fusing that it spammed crazily. Seeing that good things kept coming out, the smile on Zhou Han's face was very strong. After all, sovereign-grade ones appeared from time to time. How could he not be in a good mood? The Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome is indeed awesome. My luck is really off the charts this time. I dropped this cultivation technique, Zhou Han said excitedly because the help brought by the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome was too great. It took a total of an hour. The Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome stopped circulating not because Zhou Han did not have enough resources. It was because all the skills of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome had entered a cooldown. The cooldown was 1 day. Therefore, Zhou Han could only give up for the time being and continue to fuse it tomorrow. Anyway, he had already decided to stay in the extreme ice divine domain for a period of time. In that case, there would be enough time to fuse. After all, there was 100 times the reward enhancement here. Zhou Han naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. If he did not farm properly, he would be sorry for such a high multiplier reward. The current him was already very powerful. Every enhancement required huge resources. It was very difficult. Therefore, Zhou Han would definitely not miss any opportunity, especially since the quality of the wild monsters here in the extreme ice divine domain was very high. Under the effect of the 100-fold reward, one could imagine how terrifying the benefits were. What Zhou Han had to do was constantly farm monsters. This way, he would have enough resources to support the fusion of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. It was only a matter of time before he could fuse all the sovereign-grade ones. This was also Zhou Han's next plan. He wanted to increase his combat strength before considering other things. After all, only when he was truly powerful could he calmly deal with all unexpected situations. Zhou Han kept thinking in his mind, but the strange fragrance from the pill interrupted his thoughts. Very good. 5 sovereign-grade pills have finally appeared. I'm really looking forward to the specific effect of this medicine. Zhou Han followed the source of the strange fragrance and quickly discovered that this fragrance came from the pill he had just fused. To be precise, it should have come from the sovereign-grade pill that he had just fused. That was why he said it so softly. This was the first time Zhou Han had seen a sovereign-grade pill. He could not help but be a little curious and take a few more glances. This luster, this energy fluctuation, it looks very appetizing. At this moment, a 5-colored light bloomed from the 5 pills. It was dazzling and charming with a different halo. It made these 5 pills stand out among the many pills. It was obvious that they were sovereign-grade. Otherwise, such a strange scene would not have happened. Zhou Han could not wait to activate the appraisal and take a closer look. He wanted to experience the beauty of a sovereign-grade pill. Soon, all the information about the 5 sovereign-grade pills appeared in front of Zhou Han. Dragon Elephant Soul Suppressing Pill. A sovereign-grade pill carefully refined from 10,000 dragon souls and the souls of 1,000,000 divine elephants. There are only 3 in the world. The soul power contained is very terrifying. After consuming it, it will definitely make your soul power expand unprecedentedly and become incomparably powerful. It's a very top-grade soul-type pill. Increase the power of my soul. Good, very good. In that case, my soul power will be even stronger. Then, after using the soul fusion technique, my combat strength will also increase explosively. Zhou Han's gaze stopped on the first pill as he said excitedly. At this moment, he was very comfortable because there were very few pills, natural treasures, and so on that increased the power of his soul. Ordinary quality was considered rare, let alone sovereign grade. It was no different from extinct. Now that he had obtained such a powerful pill, how could Zhou Han not be shocked and happy? On the Dragon Elephant Soul Suppressing Pill, the dragon and elephant shadows kept intertwining, letting out soul-shaking roars. The surging power kept fluctuating in all directions. After all, it was sovereign grade. Most sovereign-grade creatures had their own spiritual consciousness. This was very normal. However, before the phantom on the dragon elephant soul-suppressing pill could be impudent, it was suppressed by Zhou Han's absolute strength. After all, it was only a sovereign-grade consciousness. Zhou Han could easily control it. With a thought, he could make the consciousness disappear. After looking at the dragon elephant soul-suppressing pill, Zhou Han looked at the remaining 4 pills. Eternal Indestructible Pill, a sovereign-grade pill that increases one's physique and stimulates one's blood potential. It will rest with the world and live as long as the sun and moon. Stepping on the galaxy, it will stand in the universe. Your body is eternal. The pill contained an extremely powerful force. After consuming it, it would constantly bombard and temper your body 1 trillion times. Therefore, those with weak bodies must not consume it. Otherwise, the terrifying energy impact sealed in the pill would directly dissipate your soul. Not bad. The powerful effect is worthy of the sovereign grade. Zhou Han smiled and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the powerful effect of a sovereign-grade pill was so powerful. The remaining 3 sovereign-grade pills were the Imperial Concubine Pill, 5-Color Spirit Gathering Pill, and 9 Tribulations Thundercloud Powder. As for the effect, there was naturally nothing to say. Especially the Imperial Concubine Pill, which could let him handle 10,000 Imperial concubines at night. Although Zhou Han did not need such a pill, the powerful effect still shocked him. Therefore, Zhou Han decided to keep the Imperial Concubine Pill in his spatial inventory. Perhaps it could play its role in the future. He definitely would not consider this now. This was because becoming stronger was his only goal at the moment. In that case, I can consume it after enhancement. My combat strength will increase greatly because of this. How wonderful! Zhou Han said happily and immediately chanted the enhancement command. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, the Sovereign Grade Pill, Dragon Elephant Soul Suppressing Pill has been successfully enhanced to the upper limit of 60 times. Congratulations, the Sovereign Grade Pill, Eternal Indestructible Pill has been successfully enhanced to the upper limit of 45 times. Congratulations, the Sovereign Grade Pill, 9 Tribulations Thundercloud Powder has been successfully enhanced to the upper limit of 53 times. White light kept flickering in the space. These Sovereign Grade pills had all been enhanced. The number of times they were enhanced was limited by the material, so the upper limit of the enhancement was not uniform. Zhou Han had no choice. However, after checking, he was still very satisfied with the additional enhanced effect. After putting the Imperial Concubine Pill into his spatial inventory, Zhou Han directly consumed the remaining 4 Sovereign Grade pills. System prompt. Congratulations, you have consumed the Sovereign Grade Pill, 5-Colored Spirit Gathering Pill. All your attributes have increased by 30%. Congratulations, you have consumed the Sovereign Grade Pill, the Dragon Elephant Soul Suppressing Pill. Your soul power has increased by 40%. Congratulations, you have consumed the Sovereign Grade Pill, 9 Tribulations Thundercloud Powder. The power of your lightning attribute has increased by 1,000 times. Congratulations, you have consumed the Sovereign Grade Pill, Eternal Indestructible Pill. Your defense has increased by 50%, and your attack power has increased by 20%. The medicinal power kept dissolving in Zhou Han's body. As his meridians surged crazily, the powerful and vast energy was incomparably pure. Zhou Han felt especially comfortable. The feeling of his combat strength increasing was very wonderful. Is this a Sovereign Grade Pill? It's really infatuating. I'm stronger. As Zhou Han mobilized the aura in his body and circulated these energies, he muttered to himself excitedly. This was also the first time he had consumed a Sovereign Grade Pill. As expected, the endless energy contained in it gave Zhou Han a huge surprise. However, although Zhou Han looked like he was enjoying himself, the impact of this energy was extraordinary. It kept rumbling and roaring in his body, violent and wreaking havoc. Only his strong physique could be so calm. If anyone else consumed a Sovereign Grade Pill, they would have a huge risk. If he was not careful, he might be destroyed by the terrifying power contained in the pill. For example, the 9 Tribulations Thundercloud Powder, this Sovereign Grade Pill. The power of lightning was enhanced, and displayed a strength close to the perfected lightning Dao technique. It went without saying how powerful it was. Moreover, the eternal indestructible pill was still constantly tempering Zhou Han's body. This was the uniqueness of this sovereign-grade pill. It required the body to be struck 1,000,000,000 times. Only then could he truly display powerful strength. It made his body eternal and compatible with the world. Therefore, only Zhou Han could withstand it. This was not exaggerated at all. I'm finally done absorbing it. After 2 hours, Zhou Han let out a shaky breath, opened his eyes, and said energetically, after absorbing the power of the 4 sovereign-grade pills, his combat strength increased greatly again. The percentage increase of these pills was not much, but Zhou Han's base of all attributes was very terrifying. Although these attributes would increase to an extremely shocking number, ordinary pills could increase all attributes by several times. Unfortunately, it was only limited to low-level cultivators. Once his realm increased to a certain level, it was impossible to increase all his attributes by consuming pills. Moreover, the current Zhou Han was already at the Divine Emperor grade. Ordinary pills could not take effect at all. Therefore, although these sovereign-grade pills increased attributes by 30%, they were all extremely terrifying growth. Alright, let's see how the current attribute data is. Zhou Han opened his personal attribute panel curiously and looked at it. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 351, 66.11%. Health, 173.5 trillion. Attack, 110.08 billion. Defense, 130.03 billion. Soul Power, 91.12 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword's Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Golden Dragon Set, Divine Lord Set, Tyrant Blood Set. Support Equipment, Thunder Emperor Set, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Eternal Set, Yang Burning Set, Black Tortoise Set, Undying Set, Universe Set, Galaxy Set. Dharma Treasures, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Holy Angel Sword, Divine Trident, Immortal Binding Rope, Black Tortoise Armor, Nirvana Shield, Concealment Array, Sun Flame Treasure Mirror. Cultivation Technique, Dao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginningless Sovereign Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Dao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart plus 15, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body plus 16, open and see the details. Not bad. My attack power and defense have already exceeded 100 billion. My soul power will break through to 100 billion soon. After reading it, Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. This feeling of constantly becoming stronger was very wonderful. Challenging the peak and breaking through made him even more motivated. After checking the sovereign-grade pill, Zhou Han looked at the other items. Soon, he cleaned up the fused sovereign-grade items and stored them separately, classifying them all. They were gems, equipment, Dharma treasures, skill books, item cards, and other items. They all flickered with a dazzling light. They were all sovereign-grade. The powerful energy was constantly trembling. The strangeness and mystery contained in it were undoubtedly obvious. After consuming a sovereign-grade pill, Zhou Han naturally knew that the sovereign-grade quality lived up to its reputation. Therefore, he was filled with great anticipation for these items. Very good. I wonder what powerful attributes a sovereign-grade gem will bring. Zhou Han was attracted by 3 colorful gems. Each crystal-clear gem was the size of a pebble. It looked very beautiful, naturally carved, and unusual. Of course, not only did it have a good-looking exterior, The majestic power constantly emitted from the gem's appearance made it easy to sense the unbelievable energy. Master, are these sovereign-grade gems? This is the first time I've seen them, Koizumi said in surprise. He looked at the 3 gems in Zhou Han's hand curiously. No matter what, it had existed for a long time, but it had indeed never seen or even heard of a sovereign-grade gem. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Sovereign-grade gems are very rare. They can only be formed naturally. However, the naturally formed heavenly sword is very harsh. It's thousands of times harder than you advancing to a sovereign artifact, the heaven-opening axe explained. Is it that difficult? I see. I was wondering why I've never even heard of it. Koizumi was suddenly enlightened. It still firmly believed the heaven-opening axe's words. After all, the identity and background of the heaven-opening axe were there. The secrets it knew were not something others could compare to. Of course. So, do you know how rare sovereign-grade gems are now? The heaven-opening axe said with a smile. Didn't you say that sovereign-grade gems can only be formed naturally? Then how should I explain the 3 sovereign-grade gems in Master's hand? Koizumi suddenly thought of this and asked directly. This is our Master's method. What he obtained through an unknown method has already exceeded my understanding. After all, Master is not an ordinary person. How can we judge him with common sense? The heaven-opening axe said matter-of-factly. That makes sense. Our Master was born to break the rules. No matter what happens to him, it seems very reasonable. Koizumi echoed. He was already unconditionally convinced of Zhou Han. Hearing this, Zhou Han also smiled and shook his head. Ignoring Koizumi and the others, he began to appraise the relevant descriptions of these gems. System prompt. You have activated appraisal. All attribute data of the 3 gems in front of you have appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han looked up. Killing gem. Grade, sovereign grade. Type, gem item. Description, an incomparably rare sovereign-grade gem that has naturally formed over a long period of time. It has unbelievably powerful power. After socketing it into equipment, it can bring shocking characteristics. Characteristics, killing. When you attack the target, if the target's realm is below the sovereign grade, they will be directly killed. This will ignore the target's resurrection, death immunity, and invincibility. Prompt. This gem must be embedded in a sovereign-grade weapon to take effect. Those below the sovereign grade cannot enjoy the characteristics of the gem. Description. Once the gem is socketed, it cannot be removed. Please control it carefully. Each piece of equipment can only be socketed with a sovereign-grade gem. Characteristics of killing. This is a very powerful characteristic. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. After looking at the attributes of the killing gem, he muttered to himself in surprise. This kind of killing was still very terrifying. After all, he could ignore the other party's resurrection, death immunity, and invincibility. In that case, all the other party's life-saving methods would lose their effect. It would be very aggrieved. However, Zhou Han liked it. This was the powerful attack method he wanted to make his output energy even more exaggerated. What a pity. It can only be effective on targets below the sovereign grade. That's the only regret. Zhou Han sighed. His current combat strength was too strong. An ordinary sovereign-grade expert was like an ant in his eyes. He only needed a finger to easily crush his target. Therefore, this killing characteristic seemed a little useless. This was because Zhou Han did not need it at all. Of course, if this killing characteristic is effective on targets at the Divine Emperor realm, it can still provide some help, Zhou Han thought. It was not that Divine Emperor-grade experts were not easy to kill. It was quite easy for Zhou Han to kill it. It was mainly because after reaching this realm, one would have a lot of foundation. Then, they naturally had many life-saving methods. There were death substitution items, resurrection dharma treasures, and other trump cards. Killing would waste more time. After all, some people needed to wait a few minutes for resurrection. Some even had to wait for half an hour to an hour. This was very time-consuming. After coming to the extreme ice divine domain and killing a large number of divine emperor-grade wild monsters, Zhou Han experienced it deeply. Some of them had resurrection skills, while others had invincibility halos. There were endless methods, which greatly reduced Zhou Han's killing speed and affected his efficiency. Therefore, this feeling annoyed him. However, there was nothing he could do. Zhou Han had a way to break through the invincible state. Most of them appeared in the form of skills with cooldowns. The Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter did have a special effect that could ignore the resurrection state, but it was still in a deep sleep and was temporarily useless. This was also why Zhou Han hoped that the killing effect would take effect on targets in the Divine Emperor realm. It could increase efficiency and harvest more resources. Time was very precious to Zhou Han because he had to face all kinds of accidents, difficulties, and obstacles at any time. Therefore, he did not want to waste every minute and second. There's another way now. Let's see if it can be enhanced. I hope the Sovereign Grade Gem can bring some surprises. After Zhou Han analyzed so much, it still depended on the effect of the universe's only SSS talent. After all, this was one of his strongest reliances and had never disappointed him. Zhou Han believed that this time would not be an exception. Very good. Activate Enhancement. I'll directly enhance it to the highest limit. Thinking of this, Zhou Han did not waste any time. He chanted in his heart and activated the Enhancement command. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your Sovereign Grade Gem, Killing Gem, has been successfully enhanced 100 times. It has already reached the upper limit of enhancement. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. A white light quickly flashed past. What appeared in front of Zhou Han was the latest data. Killing Gem plus 100. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Gem Item. Description, an incomparably rare Sovereign Grade Gem that has naturally formed over a long period of time. It has unbelievably powerful power. After socketing it into equipment, it can bring shocking characteristics. Characteristics, killing. When you attack the target, if the target's defense is lower than yours, they will be directly killed. The killing effect ignores the target's resurrection, death immunity, and invincibility. Prompt. This gem must be embedded in a Sovereign Grade weapon to take effect. Those below the Sovereign Grade cannot enjoy the characteristics of the gem. Description. Once the gem is socketed, it cannot be removed. Please control it carefully. Each piece of equipment can only be socketed with a Sovereign Grade gem. Very good. This time it's not bad. The enhancement limit is 100 times. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this. After all, he was rich now and did not lack enhancement points. Therefore, he was very happy to see it enhance more times. When he saw the enhanced Killing Gem, Zhou Han was clearly even happier. He could no longer hide the smile on his face. Although the relevant description had not changed much, the characteristics of the Killing Gem were already greatly different from before. The improvement was not small. As long as the target's defense is lower than mine, they will be directly killed. A very powerful characteristic. Zhou Han stared at the attribute description on the virtual interface and whispered happily. This could play a huge role for him. After all, those with higher defense than him were rare. Zhou Han was still a little confident that 90% of the existences in this world had a weaker defense than him. Therefore, it was self-evident how strong this characteristic of the enhanced Killing Gem was. Other than some cultivators who mainly cultivate defense, other than some races with naturally powerful defense, no one was spared by the killing characteristic. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Han appeared so happy. It would be even easier for him to farm monsters in the extreme Ice Divine domain. His efficiency would definitely soar. System prompt. You have an unsocketed Sovereign Grade Gem detected. Do you want to socket it immediately? A notification sounded, but Zhou Han temporarily rejected it. After all, there were a total of 3 Sovereign Grade Gems. This was only the first Killing Gem. There were still 2 left. Zhou Han prepared to finish investigating them all. After enhancing them, it would not be too late to socket them together to avoid trouble. The other 2 Sovereign Grade Gems will definitely bring a huge surprise. Let's see what's going on. As Zhou Han spoke, he activated the appraisal. System prompt. You have activated appraisal and successfully appraised 2 gems. Related attribute data has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. A light flashed, and all the attributes of the 2 Sovereign Grade Gems appeared in front of Zhou Han. Immortal Gem. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Gem Item. Description, an incomparably rare Sovereign Grade Gem that has naturally formed over a long period of time. It has unbelievably powerful power. After socketing it into equipment, it can bring shocking characteristics. Characteristics, Immortal Defense. In combat state, your defense will increase greatly. Every time you kill the target, you will plunder 1/10 0.000 of the target's defense. The minimum value is 1 million. Prompt: this gem must be embedded in a sovereign-grade weapon to take effect. Those below the sovereign grade cannot enjoy the characteristics of the gem. Description: once the gem is socketed, it cannot be removed. Please control it carefully. Each piece of equipment can only be socketed with a sovereign-grade gem. Very good. It can increase defense. Coincidentally, with the characteristics of the killing gem, I can kill many more targets. Zhou Han smiled, very satisfied. His expression flickered with a happy smile. As expected, sovereign-grade gems were extraordinary. No wonder it was so rare. There was indeed something unique about it. This was because not only could it increase a lot of defense, after killing the target, he could also plunder the other party's defense. This effect was simply too powerful. In the future, if I keep killing monsters, my defense will only become more and more terrifying. This is a characteristic of continuous growth. Zhou Han could tell at a glance how powerful this characteristic was. After all, being able to continuously provide powerful attributes was what he needed. Then, Zhou Han also finished appraising the last sovereign-grade gem, called the Scorching Sun Gem. As the name suggested, after this gem was socketed, it could increase the strength of the fire elements. The power displayed by the Fire Dao technique would increase several times. Similarly, the Immortal Gem and the Scorching Sun Gem could both be enhanced to the upper limit of 100 times. The effect was even more exaggerated. The smile on Zhou Han's face widened. With these 3 sovereign-grade gems, his combat strength had increased greatly. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully socketed the Immortal Gem, Scorching Sun Gem, and Killing Gem. As the notification sounded in his mind, Zhou Han felt a majestic power rolling and roaring in his body. The power of the 3 sovereign-grade gems poured out at this moment, trembling repeatedly. Zhou Han's super-strong control over strength calmed down these restless energies in a few seconds. Next, he sorted out his Dharma treasures and equipment. There were 2 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures. They were the Creation Jade Disc, incomplete, and the Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal. TSK. Good stuff. As expected, the ones combined are all top-grade Dharma treasures. After activating appraisal, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. He was shocked by the powerful attributes of these 2 Dharma treasures. One had to know that the Heaven-Opening Axe was also a Dharma treasure and the #1 sovereign artifact in this world. However, from the attributes of this Creation Jade Disc, incomplete, and the Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal, they were not inferior to the Heaven-Opening Axe before it was enhanced. That was why Zhou Han was shocked. This aura, Master, the thing in your hand, is actually... Suddenly, the exclamation of the Heaven-Opening Axe woke him up from his shock. Hearing that the tone of the Heaven-Opening Axe was not right, Zhou Han hurriedly asked, Little Axe, you also know the origin of these 2 things. Moreover, when had he ever seen the Heaven-Opening Axe so shocked? He was also quite curious. After all, these 2 things were obviously unusual. Since the Heaven-Opening Axe had such a performance, it must know something secret. These 2 things don't belong to this world. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting firmly in first place on the sovereign weapon ranking. The Heaven-Opening Axe adjusted its emotions and said faintly. Zhou Han nodded. He had suspected from the beginning that these 2 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures were not from the Godfiend continent. This was because the description he saw when appraising the attributes just now was not comprehensive. After all, his transcendent perception could appraise any item in this world. However, some items outside the world could be appraised, some could not be appraised, or the appraisal data was not comprehensive. Therefore, the origins of the Creation Jade Disc, incomplete, and the Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal were self-evident. They definitely did not belong to this world. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to hide under the transcendent perception. Do you know any other secrets? Tell me. Zhou Han looked very interested. After all, he had also reached an extremely high realm. The more he saw, the more confidence he would have to get closer to the truth of the universe. The Creation Jade Disc is a Dao-grade treasure. At the Dao-grade, it's the strongest existence. It contains a terrifying power that suppresses all worlds. It is unique in the vast universe. The Heaven-Opening Axe seemed to be recalling those ancient memories. Its voice was ethereal, telling of the initial secrets. What? Dao-grade, and the strongest? What a surprise. When Zhou Han heard this, his expression changed. He had a guess in his heart that the creation jade disk had a huge background. However, the fact that the Tao grade was the strongest still shocked him. The powerful concept exceeded Zhou Han's imagination. Such powerful energy will be controlled by me. What a huge surprise. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was very happy. After all, what was a Tao grade? There was no need to say more. Therefore, it was normal for Zhou Han to be so excited. Master, don't be happy too early. If I'm not wrong, this creation jade disk should only be an incomplete fragment. The heaven-opening axe hurriedly interrupted Zhou Han's longing. Although it could not perform an appraisal like Zhou Han, it, who knew the ancient secrets, still knew very well about the creation jade disk. Therefore, there was such an explanation. That's right. This is indeed a fragment of the creation jade disk. Just a fragment is terrifying. If it were the main body of the creation jade disk, how strong would it be? Zhou Han sighed and became even more interested in the creation jade disk. Since you say so, you must know about the creation jade disk. Tell me about it. Yes, Master. I didn't want to say this to disturb your state of mind. But now that he's powerful, he's completely qualified to know these ancient secrets. The heaven-opening axe paused and recalled for a few seconds before continuing. God knows how many years ago, in that era, there was no concept of the universe. The world was nothing. Time was still. Life and death, truth, illusion, space, and so on didn't exist. In such an environment, the creation jade disk was born. Then, after countless years, the creation jade disk evolved into a universe, from endless small singularities to endless space. Stars were born, elements grew, primordial chaos condensed, and black-yellow intertwined. In the end, the creation jade disk turned into fragments and drowned in the vast universe. The heaven-opening axe's voice was a little ancient, as if it could empathize. That dark and cold era was extremely long, more than 1 trillion years. I see. The origin of the creation jade disk is actually so powerful. The universe was derived from it. It's very reasonable for a fragment to have strength. Zhou Han sighed, his face still filled with shock. Was this how the universe was formed? Is this the only universe? Are there other universes? Is Earth in the same universe as the God-fiend continent? In an instant, Zhou Han's mind was filled with a lot of questions. Sure enough, the more he knew, the more he felt his ignorance and insignificance. However, no one could answer these questions. He could only wait until he was stronger and roam the universe in the future to personally find the truth. That's right. Now you know the origin of the creation jade disk, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so shocked just now, the heaven-opening axe replied. Then where did all these fragments of the creation jade disk go? Someone should try to collect the fragments of the creation jade disk, right? Zhou Han asked. The reason why he asked this was naturally because he coveted the creation jade disk. After all, if such a powerful treasure was controlled by him, it would be simply invincible. Since he had the intention of possessing the creation jade disk, then the other top experts would definitely have the same thoughts. This was also the reason why Zhou Han asked. Of course I do. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? The heaven-opening axe expressed its affirmation and continued. However, the universe is endless. Even a top eminence will find it too difficult to search for the fragment of the creation jade disk in a vast space. It's 100 million times harder than controlling a perfected Tao technique. Hearing this, Zhou Han agreed deeply and gave up on the idea of collecting the fragments of the creation jade disk. His strength was not enough at all. He was on a completely different level from the experts in the starry sky. Although Zhou Han had controlled spatial power, even if he could travel 100 million light-years in a second, what was it compared to the endless universe? Therefore, as the heaven-opening axe had said, it was extremely difficult to search for the fragment of the creation jade disk. Master, as far as I know, the Tao Lord has been collecting the fragments of the creation jade disk. After countless years, I wonder how he's progressing. The heaven-opening axe remembered what it had seen and chatted. Oh, the Tao Lord is so enthusiastic about the creation jade disk. Zhou Han frowned and asked. That's right. Although we haven't met many times, I can feel that the Tao Lord is quite ambitious. To become the strongest overlord in the starry sky, it's necessary to control more fragments of the creation jade disk. The more you control, the stronger you will be when you obtain the power of the creation jade disc, the heaven-opening axe said. I see. Zhou Han stroked his chin and could not help but think. One had to know that players like them had been forcefully pulled in by the Tao Lord. The heaven-opening axe's previous explanation was that the Tao Lord was too bored. However, Zhou Han did not think so. He felt that the Tao Lord definitely had other motives. Could it be that he's forcefully pulling us into this world? Is it related to exploring the creation jade disc? After Zhou Han's comprehensive analysis, such an idea appeared in his mind. Otherwise, there was no better explanation. He thought of what many experts had said about the God-fiend continent being like a cage. Those who were powerful had basically fled. Then they must have discovered some secrets. However, this secret could not be revealed. Yes, that's most likely the case. Then, Zhou Han became even more certain of his guess. However, Zhou Han still did not know how to implement the Tao Lord's plan. In short, I have to be extremely careful. I have to become stronger to face unknown emergencies. Zhou Han inexplicably felt a trace of worry. This guess made him a little anxious. His life seemed to be in great danger. This feeling of fate being in the hands of others made him very unhappy. However, he was still too weak now. He could only constantly accumulate strength to resist. Zhou Han did not want to entrust his life to the Tao Lord's character. After all, he had forcefully pulled many players into the God-fiend continent without even greeting them. How can you expect such an existence to have good character? Therefore, Zhou Han could only believe in his strength. Only by becoming strong enough could he change this predicament and control his fate. At this moment, in the endless deep space of the universe, an old man sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. He cultivated breathing techniques that contained the charm of the great Tao. Every breath he exhaled seemed calm. However, there was a destructive power hidden in this calm. In every breath, a planet was mercilessly destroyed. If anyone else saw such power, they would probably be scared silly. After all, such a terrifying transcendent existence was extremely rare even in the vast universe. After hundreds of millions of years, has my plan still failed? The old man sighed with a complicated expression. There was unwillingness, defeat, disappointment, and so on. Although life was eternal, the plan had not progressed for a long time. After spending countless years, even a transcendent existence would feel a little tired. They're all trash. I took it for granted. I thought that in so many worlds, there would always be some heaven-defying people. The old man laughed at himself, and the last trace of anticipation disappeared. However, at this moment, well, this is... An inexplicable light flew over from some world deep in the universe. It looked like an ordinary white light. However, it made the old man suddenly extremely excited. His body trembled. Berserk energy fluctuations surged out, and a galaxy turned to dust. The aura of the creation jade disc. It's a fragment of the creation jade disc. I definitely didn't sense this aura wrongly. The old man spoke excitedly. His eyes opened, and the world seemed to collapse under his gaze. His gaze seemed to exceed the barrier of the universe and look into the distance. Interesting. This little guy actually obtained the fragment of the creation jade disc. It really surprised me. The old man smiled. His previous defeat and disappointment were swept away, and he was extremely excited. After all, this meant that his plan could really come to fruition. Although this harvest came too late, tens of billions of years had passed. As long as it succeeded, it meant that his plan could continue. Very good, little guy. I look forward to your subsequent performance. Don't disappoint me. I won't disturb you for the time being. Only then can we develop according to the normal order. If we interfere artificially, the gains won't make up for the losses once an unknown mutation happens. Soon, the old man finished speaking and made a decision in his heart. Waiting quietly for things to develop was the best way at the moment. A strange feeling. It's unnerving. What's going on? Zhou Han had just grabbed the fragment of the creation jade disc when he instinctively sensed an inexplicable prying sound. This feeling had happened before, when he killed the extreme ice tyrant. Now, it appeared again. This time, it was after obtaining the fragment of the creation jade disc. Looks like someone has noticed me. The other party's strength is not something the current me can resist. Zhou Han's heart sank as he guessed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have checked twice. If once it could have been chance, if it happened twice, although it might still be chance, the probability was very low. Zhou Han had to consider the worst. He did not want his life to be controlled by someone else's choice. Therefore, his desire to become stronger was even more destructive. A vast power surged out of the creation jade disk fragment. It woke Zhou Han up from his thoughts. This power. He's too strong. Even Zhou Han was shocked. This was because he felt an unprecedented majestic power. This was an incomparably mysterious power he had never sensed before. The aura contained in the power had a domineering aura that swallowed the universe and looked down on all living beings. This extreme strength instantly attracted Zhou Han deeply. If I can completely control this power, then I'm not afraid of any threat. Zhou Han thought excitedly in his heart, then sighed slightly. Unfortunately, I only have one of the many fragments now. After all, the difficulty of collecting the fragments of the creation jade disk was too great. It was unrealistic for Zhou Han. Master, as long as I fuse enough Dharma treasures, we have a chance to fuse the fragments of the creation jade disk again. The heaven-opening axe said, its tone filled with excitement. This was his master's advantage. If others wanted to collect the fragments of the creation jade disk, they could only try their luck in the vast universe without a clue. However, Zhou Han was different. Because of the powerful fusion effect of the grand primordium heavenly tome, as long as he activated the Dharma treasure fusion skill, there was a certain chance of randomly fusing the fragments of the creation jade disk. Although he did not know what the probability was, it was probably very low. However, no matter how low the probability was, it was still much better than others searching aimlessly. This was also why the heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword were so excited. Master, you must make good use of this advantage. Once I obtain more fragments of the creation jade disk, won't you be in charge of the entire universe in the future? Koizumi had already begun to fantasize about the days when he could do whatever he wanted in the universe in the near future. At that time, his master would be invincible. As Zhou Han's weapon, the dragon spring sword's reputation would definitely spread far and wide in the universe, making people tremble in fear. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. You're right. We have to think of the others searching for information about the fragment like headless flies. This advantage of mine is simply too great. I have to use this advantage to obtain more creation jade disk fragments as soon as possible. Only then will I have enough combat strength to deal with those transcendent existences in the universe. I control my fate. Zhou Han clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with determination. He looked up at the sky, his majesty bursting. Zhou Han would definitely use his powerful strength to counterattack those top experts who had designs on him. Provoking me, Zhou Han, is your biggest mistake. Just you wait. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up into a cold smile. After all, this feeling of being spied on made him very unhappy. Since they had provoked him, they had to pay a painful price. This was Zhou Han's life creed. Master, you're too kind. Those transcendent existences will become your stepping stones. The heaven-opening axe said with a smile. Clearly, it was filled with great confidence in Zhou Han. He had all kinds of mysterious methods. If such a person could not become a universe overlord, who could? Soon, after Zhou Han said those ruthless words, he calmed down. If he wanted to become a universe overlord, it was useless to just say harsh words. He had to take effective practical actions. Zhou Han naturally knew this. Now that the shortcut to becoming stronger was in front of him, that was to obtain more fragments of the creation jade disk. To achieve this goal, it required a very terrifying number of times to fuse Dharma treasures. This way, the problem returned to the root of the problem, which was killing monsters to level up. As long as he killed more targets, more Dharma treasures would drop. Only then could the Dharma treasure fusion skill have enough materials to fuse. The more times he fused it, the higher the chance of randomly obtaining the fragment of the creation jade disk. In any case, I'll just fuse it. The rest will depend on luck. Zhou Han muttered to himself. As he spoke, he had the entire plan in mind. However, before killing monsters, Zhou Han still had fused equipment that he had not checked. Other than the primordial heaven suppressing seal and the creation jade disk fragment, he combined 3 sovereign-grade equipment. They were the Battle Sovereign Belt, the Heavenly Saint Battle Robe, and the Demon Emperor Earrings. As expected of a sovereign-grade equipment, the attributes of this single piece actually directly crushed a condensed top pseudo-sovereign-grade set. How can you believe that? The difference between a sovereign grade and a pseudo-sovereign grade is indeed like a natural chasm. I've finally seen it today. After Zhou Han checked the 10,000 attributes, he was overjoyed and extremely satisfied. Moreover, these 3 sovereign grade equipment were all parts of the set. The attributes of a single item were already so powerful. Once he combined a sovereign grade set, his combat strength would increase terrifyingly. Then, after Zhou Han activated a wave of enhancement, he changed into these 3 sovereign grade equipment. Zhou Han curiously opened his personal attribute panel and looked at the changes in attributes. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 351, 66.11%. Health, 220.5 trillion. Attack, 115.58 billion. Defense, 134.03 billion. Soul Power, 96.62 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword's Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God-Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Golden Dragon Set, Divine Lord Set, Tyrant Blood Set. Support Equipment, Demon Emperor Earrings, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Heavenly Saint Battle Robe, Yang Burning Set, Battle Sovereign Belt, Undying Set, Universe Set, Galaxy Set. Dharma Treasures, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Holy Angel Sword, Divine Trident, Immortal Binding Rope, Black Tortoise Armor, Nirvana Shield, Concealment Array, Sun Flame Treasure Mirror. Cultivation Technique, Dao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginningless Sovereign Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Dao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Killing Gem, Immortal Gem, Scorching Sun Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart plus 15, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body plus 16, open and see the details. Very good, very powerful. My HP has already exceeded 22 trillion. How wonderful. Zhou Han smiled and was in a very good mood. Of course, it was not only the increase in all attributes. In a real battle, his output would definitely increase by a few levels. After all, the characteristics of many equipment and Dharma treasures could only stimulate true vitality in combat. Be it damage or defense, they were directly maxed out. All the fused items had been checked. After all, Zhou Han could not be bothered to look at anything below the sovereign grade. This quality was too trashy. He didn't even need a dog. It didn't match his current status. Sovereign grade was not so easy to fuse. Therefore, overall, there were quite a few of them. Zhou Han did not spend much time finishing checking. All right, let's start hunting now. This entire extreme ice divine domain will be my hunting ground, Zhou Han said calmly. In order to obtain enough Dharma treasures to fuse into the creation jade disc fragment, he had to farm monsters fiercely during this period of time. It would definitely be very painful in the future. Although killing monsters seemed to be very easy, this would last for a long time. Moreover, one could imagine how tired he was if he kept doing the same thing. However, Zhou Han was already prepared for this torture. After all, the creation jade disc fragment was his shortcut to reaching the peak. He had to seize it. Thinking of this, Zhou Han's blood boiled. In that case, Master, let's kill to our heart's content. Awaken, hunting moment. The heaven-opening axe and the dragon spring sword were both howling, looking very excited. Although they were not as ferocious as the sovereign blood heaven splitter, as a sovereign artifact, it was born with a desire to kill. Therefore, Zhou Han was not surprised that he was so excited now. Then, Zhou Han summoned all his powerful Dharma treasures and searched for the powerful wild monsters that had gathered in the extreme ice divine domain. He was still very relieved about this. After all, He had used his divine sense to sense the extreme ice divine domain when he first entered. Whether it was the density or the quality of the wild monsters, they far exceeded the previous chaotic mystic world. Therefore, Zhou Han was not worried that he would not be able to find wild monsters to kill. It's enough for me to kill for a year. There's no need to kill anyone below the sovereign grade. The benefits are too low. It's still a waste of time. Zhou Han reminded Koizumi and the others. This was because there were enough wild monsters above the sovereign grade. There was naturally no need to waste time. In some low-quality wild monsters, he just raised his head. Yes, master. All right, keep them for now. We'll harvest them when they grow to the sovereign grade. I understand the principle of fishing at the drop of a hat. Zhou Han found it a little funny. These guys were actually so enlightened. System prompt. Congratulations, your sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword, has successfully killed the sovereign-grade zombie Tyrannosaurus. Detected a 100-fold reward increase. You have obtained 15.2 billion experience points and dropped 300 advanced pseudo-sovereign-grade Dharma treasures. 500. Congratulations, your sovereign artifact, the Heaven-Opening Axe, has successfully killed the divine Emperor-grade turtle shell beast. Detected a 100-fold reward increase. You have obtained 135.5 billion experience points and dropped 900 top pseudo-sovereign-grade Dharma treasures. Successfully killed. In the following months, Zhou Han farmed monsters crazily in the extreme ice divine domain. With the 100-fold increase in rewards, the benefits obtained far exceeded his imagination. He had thought that it would take a few years. However, it was estimated that in a year, his equipment would undergo an earth-shattering change. At that time, wearing a sovereign-grade set was no longer a dream. Of course, equipment was only one of the benefits. There were also various sovereign-grade pills, special items, gems, and so on that would provide even more terrifying combat strength. What Zhou Han valued the most was that he could fuse the fragments of the Creation Jade Disc again. After all, after sensing the power of the Creation Jade Disc, this universe treasure became Zhou Han's ultimate pursuit. This was the best shortcut to shorten the gap between him and those transcendent existences in the universe. If it developed at a normal speed, even if it had super strong potential, it would take Zhou Han hundreds or thousands of years to reach the level of a universe overlord. Therefore, such a long time would be filled with huge risks. Any accident along the way was possible. Perhaps the previous Zhou Han had the intention to develop steadily, so it did not matter if he spent more time. However, ever since he had experienced those two mysterious mysteries, he knew that he had been targeted by that transcendent existence. Therefore, developing steadily was clearly not feasible. If the other party attacked, he would probably be reduced to ashes. Zhou Han would not bet his life. The only way now was to increase his combat strength in a short period of time. How could it be easy to advance to the top of the universe? The collection of the fragments of the Creation Jade Disc became a very critical part. If he controlled enough fragments, he could use more energy of the Creation Jade Disc. Only then could he face the cosmic experts and have the strength to fight. Zhou Han was still very clear about the next general direction. He finished thinking in his mind and made a plan. Coupled with his own situation and his current situation, the decision he made was the most suitable for him. Circulate the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome and continue to fuse. As Zhou Han farmed monsters, he chanted in his heart. At his level, not to mention multitasking, it was very easy for him to multitask. After all, with a powerful divine sense perception and a terrifying soul, it was very easy to do this. This was because the few skills of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome had a cooldown limit. Therefore, in order to maximize the utilization rate, Zhou Han directly activated the skill once the skill cooldown was completed. In that case, it would save a lot of time. System prompt. You have activated the skill, Dharma Treasure Fusion. Congratulations, you have successfully fused a top pseudo-sovereign-grade Dharma Treasure. See Calming Divine Stone. You have activated skill, Equipment Fusion. Congratulations, you have successfully fused an advanced pseudo-sovereign-grade equipment, Violent Leg Guard. You activated the skill. Related fusion information kept coming from the interface, but Zhou Han did not pay much attention. After all, there were too many of them. He couldn't be bothered to check them one by one. After farming monsters for a long time, he was a little tired. If he still had to check the synthesized information in detail, it would increase the burden on his soul. Zhou Han could still tell the severity of the matter. Killing monsters was the most important. The rest was only secondary. Half a year later, Zhou Han finally stopped and began to rest. Phew, I've already reached the limit of my body. If I don't rest soon, my soul will be damaged. I'm still not strong enough. After farming for half a year, I can't hold on. Zhou Han leaned against a floating cloud in the sky and laughed at himself. The fatigue between his brows was obvious. Zhou Han's words were not ordinary. Although this stamina was already shocking enough, he compared himself to the strongest beings in the universe. Therefore, compared to those experts, his was indeed nothing. This was also why Zhou Han said such a thing. Water flowed lower, and people went higher. Zhou Han was definitely comparing himself to a stronger existence. In his eyes, those low-level existences were already like ants and had long been forgotten. Master, you can definitely do it. In the future, you'll be the universe overlord. You'll be the master of the vast universe. Little Rock bragged. After they controlled the Tao technique, they already had a powerful set. Therefore, they had long been summoned by Zhou Han to help farm monsters. After all, there was strength in numbers. He had to make good use of the 100-fold increase in rewards. Yes, Master, you're already very awesome. It's mainly because you have too high expectations of yourself. Little Ashen said with a smile. All right, you don't have to comfort me. There's a gap to motivate. I won't be discouraged. Zhou Han smiled, his eyes flickering with confidence. After all, after almost a year, he had almost no rest to farm monsters. His benefits were also unprecedentedly terrifying. Regardless of whether he could fuse the fragments of the creation jade disc, his strength would increase explosively. Regarding this, Zhou Han was also filled with excitement and joy. In the past year or so, I triggered a total of 3 hidden missions. Currently, there are still more than 36.5 billion supreme enhancement points. As Zhou Han rested, he opened the spatial inventory to check. Speaking of which, triggering 3 hidden missions was still very pleasant. He clearly remembered that the first hidden mission he triggered was to kill 1,000 divine Emperor-grade Baka Road beasts in a Sakura Snow Valley. Then, there was a mission notification. Sensing the rich smell of blood, the Baka Divine King woke up from his sleep and saw that many of his lackeys had been killed by Zhou Han. Naturally, he could not surrender, so he attacked Zhou Han violently. Although the Baka Divine King had already reached the peak of the Divine Emperor grade, in front of Zhou Han, it was just a slightly stronger prey. Zhou Han was still very satisfied with this situation. If he had not triggered this mission, Zhou Han's divine sense would not have been able to detect the sleeping Baka Divine King. Then, the second mission was to enter a white bone demon tower and trigger a hidden mission. The third hidden mission was about the same. All in all, I'm still very lucky. After all, the mission treasure chest obtained can obtain 100 times the reward enhancement. Then, the enhancement points, Dharma treasures, and so on can also enjoy 100 times the reward. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile in his eyes. This was a reward of 10,000 times. Zhou Han hoped that more such hidden missions would come. Such benefits were much easier than killing monsters. After all, the increase in reward was high, and higher quality items could be seen in the mission treasure chest. Of course, the hidden mission was very good, but the probability of repeating it was too low. Zhou Han had only triggered it 3 times in the past year. It was obvious that it was not easy. Enhance the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. Enhance it as many times as you can. Glancing at the number of supreme enhancement points he had, Zhou Han did not hesitate and said directly. After all, he had a lot of enhancement points on hand. If he enhanced it more times, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome might bring a greater surprise. Perhaps it would be helpful in obtaining the fragment of the creation jade disc. Of course, this was only Zhou Han's anticipation. The exact situation could only be known after enhancing and checking the specific attributes. Therefore, Zhou Han did not hesitate to spend the supreme enhancement points on the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. He believed that doing so would definitely bring a huge return. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement, and consumed 8.5 billion supreme enhancement points. Your cultivation technique, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, has been successfully enhanced to 40. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement, and consumed 11 billion Supreme Enhancement points. Your cultivation technique, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, has been successfully enhanced to 50. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement, and consumed 15.5 billion Supreme Enhancement points. Your cultivation technique, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, has been successfully enhanced to 60. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Unfortunately, you do not have enough Supreme Enhancement points. The enhancement of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome has failed. Good Lord, it's indeed increasing consumption. However, the number consumed is too terrifying. Seeing the notifications flickering on the virtual interface, Zhou Han was also a little surprised. The number consumed had still exceeded his imagination. He had thought that more than 36 billion Supreme Enhancement points were a lot, but now it seemed that it still wouldn't work. On the original foundation of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, it was enhanced another 30 times. It had already been done 60 times. Following that, the consumption of enhancement points was an astronomical figure. Now, Zhou Han's enhancement points instantly decreased. He only had less than 2 billion left and had become poor again. It was mainly because the downgrade was too powerful. Zhou Han also expressed his understanding of the terrifying consumption. There was nothing he could do about it. If he wanted to obtain the creation jade disc fragment more efficiently, how could it be so easy to obtain without paying a huge price? The creation jade disc was a cosmic treasure. It had created the entire universe. Therefore, it was very normal to have such difficulties. Zhou Han would not be discouraged. The opportunity to become a universe overlord was right in front of him. He had to persist to the end without hesitation. Only then could he taste the fruit of victory. Without thinking too much, 30 white lights quickly floated past. The Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome had already been enhanced. The relevant attribute data had already appeared in front of him. It was clearly visible. Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome plus 60. Grade downgrade. Type: Comprehensive Cultivation Technique. Description: It is a high-level chapter of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. The cultivation technique written by the Holy Lord of Grand Primordium according to the operation of the universe. It contains the truth of the universe, the changes of space, the circulation of the galaxy, the passage of time, and the providence of the great Tao. After completely comprehending it, you will transcend reincarnation. The universe is so vast that you can roam it. Skill 1. Skill Fusion. Fuse 2 or more cultivation techniques. The power of the new cultivation technique will be even stronger. There is a 15% chance of it being fused to the sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 80%. Skill 2. Equipment Fusion. Fuse 2 or more pieces of equipment. The attributes of the newly generated equipment will be even stronger. There is a 15% chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 80%. Skill 3. Dharma Treasure Fusion. Fuse 2 or more Dharma Treasures. The new Dharma Treasure will be even stronger. There is a 15% chance of fusing them to the sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 80%. Skill 4. Pill Fusion. Fuse 2 or more pills. The effect of the new pill will be even more shocking. There is a 15% chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 80%. Skill 5. Item Fusion. Fuse 2 or more special items. The effect of a new special item will be even more strange. There is a 15% chance of fusing them to sovereign grade. The cooldown of the skill will be reduced by 80%. Skill 6. Special Fusion. Fuse sovereign grade Dharma Treasures, skill books, pills, and other items. There is a 1 in a million chance of fusing them into fragments of a Tao grade Dharma Treasure. It only increased the probability of sovereign grade fusion. Did it shorten the cooldown? Zhou Han glanced over and saw that the changes in the first few skills were not very great. He looked a little disappointed. After all, he had spent more than 30 billion Supreme Enhancement points. If there was only such a slight increase, In that case, it could be said that the gains did not make up for the losses. Therefore, for a moment, he looked uncomfortable. However, Zhou Han's eyes quickly lit up. This was because, at the end, the sixth skill was actually unlocked. Moreover, the effect was especially powerful. Downgrade fragment. In that case, it really came at the right time. A huge surprise appeared on Zhou Han's face as he muttered to himself. He had been a little regretful just now, but now his expression immediately changed. One had to know that the creation jade disc fragment met the conditions of a downgrade Dharma treasure fragment. In that case, the probability of fusing them rose exponentially. Of course, the creation jade disc was not the only downgrade Dharma treasure fragment. There must be other downgrade Dharma treasures. However, this probability was already very impressive. Anyway, Zhou Han was quite satisfied. Excellent. That way I'll have more chances. From the looks of it, the probability of exchanging these more than 30 billion supreme enhancement points for the fragment of the creation jade disc is worth it. Zhou Han made an affirmation in his heart. The grand primordium heavenly tome that had been enhanced 60 times was indeed something and did not disappoint him. This meant that his guess was right. If the grand primordium heavenly tome was enhanced 100 times, 200 times, or even more times, it would definitely show an even more terrifying effect. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.